All right, about to get started today. All right, for those that are look like haven't come in yet in the room, but I wanted to say welcome to Some Random Guy Speaks. I am your host, Tony G, and we are about to get started this morning. Boy, this is a beautiful thing this morning. Doing another live this morning. Want to welcome you to the room here, and I'm doing a live. Welcome to Some Random Guy Speaks. I'm your host, Tony G. Again, we're about to get started. I'm talking about how we have the panicked out Democrat liberals. We got them panicked, ladies and gentlemen. We have them in a frenzy. They cannot accept the fact that the majority of the people in America have decided to stand with Donald Trump, voted for Donald Trump, and they cannot take it. They cannot stand it. They cannot stand it. The media looks for every every bit of an issue with Trump. They cannot stand it. They hate it, they hate it, and they hate it. But we're going to talk about it, though, here today. I just love the fact, I relish in the fact that these effing liberals that have been, for between 12 to 16 years, and even more than that, that they have been lying to the people. They have done all type of things that made the majority of these people think that woke is correct. Woke is not correct. Woke means go broke, and they have. The Democratic Party is no more, not into a long time. They would never recover from this. And there's things that's being implemented and put into place from Trump administration because when you're watching the news like CNN, MSNBC, right, ABC, CBS, these are the main culprits. And what Trump is going to do is that he's going to put it back because this is unconstitutional what the Democrats have been using the media as propaganda machines to spit out lies, deceit, and to persuade the people in thinking that the woke agenda off is correct. What they failed to realize is that the majority of the people in America have voted for Trump. 49 states, including the battleground swing states. Trump also, what? He won the popular vote. He won the House, he won the Senate, and he also won the Supreme Court. This is a blow to the Democrat liberals. They are beside themselves. They cannot, function in a normal society, shaving their head, acting the fool. People are seeing it. Are we bothered by them in this display of poor poor sportsmanship as far as losing? No, not at all. We're not hurt by it at all. It's funny. It's humorous, really, to be honest. We ain't threatened by the Democratic Party itself, even though they are part of the deep state. And the deep state is going to continue fighting. They're pushing this. People are starting to, you hear in the deep state being talked about more and more and more. And another thing, Trump is dismantling the Department of Education. This is the root, one of the roots of it all, because out of the government, it should have never been in the hands of the government. It was formed at the state level. And I'm so happy that he's dismantling this because they have been taking all this money and they have been pushing, they created woke agenda out of the federal government. They have, look at the black urban schools and some of these poor, low income schools. This is all be by design. They have phonics. Many of you guys that are Generation X, we grew up in the era where you had phonics. Phonics was a learning tool taught little children how to read very, very effectively. The government interreached in and said, We don't want these people, we don't want the children to be educated, right? So they took phonics away, right? That was one that tool that worked very well. They took Schoolhouse Rock away. Generation X know what Schoolhouse Rock is. This is something that we used to watch every Saturday morning. So this is how we learned about the Constitution. They did it away effectively where some of the jingles today still ring in a lot of our heads. So this is one of the main reasons they've been dumbing down the masses of Americans, right? And they've been pushing this woke agenda crap, this trans ideologies that they've been pushing, critical race theories that they have been pushing. They have offended the people. The majority of the people say, hell no. We are tired of this stuff, political correctness. We are tired of this stuff, safe spaces. We are tired of this stuff. So Trump has gotten rid of that stuff. So we can rest easy now. They are running in a they are panicked out, ladies and gentlemen. And this is just a small minority group. Now, unfortunately, if you got to turn on the news, which is not the news, CNN, as I mentioned before, MSNBC, ABC, they have all lost a lot of their viewership. And we got them on the ropes going for the knockout because people do not trust them anymore. Hey, how you doing there? Welcome to the channel. People don't trust the news anymore. It's the fact. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it is what it is. So we have to look at it like this. We are behavioral studies. Okay, yeah, I appreciate you there with that behavioral studies and modification. So the thing about it is these as he mentioned, TKK, these programs were all designed to do what? Designed to not just to dumb us down and create a division. And they have created a division in America with the woke agenda stuff versus the conservative stuff. We got to keep in mind, a lot of us have a conservative type of mindset where in our head, we just push back on this stuff. They started pushing what did PKK say? Started pushing the metric system on the third grades in 1973. He's absolutely correct. They started pushing a lot of the stuff on us. And look at it now. We are going back into the golden age, whether these libs want to accept it or not, because they don't even make up the minority group anymore. They're a lot smaller because look at that map, right? The map of the United States, right, was crimson red. 49 states, including the swing states, not just the swing states. We were the majority. So that right there gave the middle finger to what they were. See, they already thought that we were going to be under this type of thinking that we were like the minority group. No, we are the majority. And you guys, it was you guys that saw it. Some of you that were Democrat liberals saw that this ain't right. And I hope for a fact that you will accept the fact of conservative being a Republican, because it's not the old school Republicans that you are used to hearing about, the uni-party, a bunch of racist white men and all this other stuff. That was the perception that a lot of us had, including whites and others. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people kind of shunned away from the Republican Party. The Democrats sold themselves on being what? Being more tolerant, of being for the middleman, the blue collar, and things like that. They have basically told us, as far as the Democrats, that rich, right, rich white corporations, that and these rich white rich people, right, were the problem. But when you look at on the Democratic side as well, don't they have white rich people that's running their party as well? I mean, think about it. It doesn't make any sense. Let me see what you have here. Tim Reed said Democrats brought media. Tim Reed says far left went after HR departments. Yeah, they went after. That's what I'm saying, though. And I'm just bringing this stuff up because we do have them on the run. And I wanted to say that that we all have done a great job going to the polls early, voting for our best interests, not their best interests. They're gonna still attack Donald Trump. Don't get it twisted, because they're looking for something that will stick. It's a known fact, right? I would say Tim Reed says, and they hired like-minded wackos, which is true. Tim Reed, you're absolutely correct. They have hired these type of whacked out people. They sit in these think tanks like Tavistock. We got a lot of them here in America as well too, and they have been working on it for a long time to break down and erode our society. I tell everybody this: if you ever want to get a glimpse of what's going to happen in the future, just look at what they did to the so-called black community. That's why I call it so-called, because when they do these experiments in these think tanks, they implement the black community first. It's a canary in the coal mine. That's exactly what it is. They didn't know that they were being cooked. None of us knew that we were being cooked. You know what I'm saying? Until late. You know, and that's what they were trying to push on the rest of America. They're trying to turn America into a third world country. All these illegals, we're going to talk about that right now, because these illegals, and see what the Democrats are trying to do is that they're trying to run with the narrative. Oh yeah, he's going to separate the children and everything and all the rest of the stuff. They're looking for you guys to bite. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to find something that can aggravate the masses of the people to say no. But we know Trump's policies. That's real. See, they still don't get it. And the Democrats, liberals will never get it. They don't really understand and realize this. We voted to have the illegals removed. This wasn't nothing new. We already knew Trump's policies. In fact, he said secure the borders, as well as a mass deportation that America have never saw before. We voted for that. We knew that. This wasn't something that we didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Because if they kept coming in here, they were giving money and money on the cards and all this, up to $2,500 and things like that. This is what they were giving. They were taking our tax dollars, right, and spending it on these effing illegals. And they and the ones they had over here, it was a boatload or a plane load of people, that had came into America. And not only that they came to America, they don't even work and have to do nothing. They just say, here you go, just vote Democrat. Here you go. But it backfired. See, we can congratulate ourselves. We still in the celebration mode all the way up with Trump when he get into the House January 20th, the inauguration, the whole thing. It's going to be a beautiful thing. It really is. We have a lot to be thankful for, because we've finally found a president, or have a president, that cared enough about the country. That's what he always said. He said, I'm going to take the power away from government and give it back to the people, because we, once again, are the people. We, the people of the United States of America. You know, we are a republic, right? We stand on the Constitution. This is what it's all about. This is what made America so great. You can't blame these illegals from coming over here. You know, all we're saying is that we want you to come over here to America through the right pathway of citizenship. That's all we're asking for. We want your best. We don't want just your anybody, right? And I know now, since Trump is the elected president, and there's going to be a vetting order of the people. We're going to go into your background. We have to know what type of political affiliations, what have you done in your country to want to come here. You just can't come here and just be an idiot. You got to be contributing. You see what I'm saying? Right? What it says, be real, 901, what's his name, Stubu, one nation under the republic. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is what it's about. One nation under the republic. And that's why they have dumbed down a lot of our children. They still talk about democracy, mob rule type stuff. It's a republic. We the people have spoken. They've been trying to take we all know that the 2020 it was electoral fraud. No way in the world that Biden had all those. No way. No way at all. You know what I'm saying? But one thing I got to say, I'm happy to the fact that Biden even voted for Trump. I really believe that. I believe him and Jill Biden actually voted for Trump because they couldn't stand Harris and Obama for what they did to him. We all knew it was a coup. They don't have no union in the Democratic Party. They have been infighting with each other for a long time. Policies, craps, and other type of BS, and we're seeing it. We're seeing it. This is history being made right now. You know. So other than that, we are not in that same mindset, that same America no more. We're going back to what have worked in the past. America for Americans, damn it. This is exactly what it is. And I wear my cap proud. Make America great again. We should not have to be ashamed of being Americans, and nor do we have to apologize for being Americans. We are all Americans. Stop saying I'm a Black American. Stop saying I'm this and that. We are all Americans. That's all that matters. We have the greatest country in the world. God bless Trump in America. We have resources here. Trump said that he's going to start back up the drilling. Drill, baby, drill. You know, what did Tim Reed say? Pelosi and Biden said, ass and step down. He nominated Kamala himself. That's exactly correct. That is true. They were the ones that nominated Kamala, you know. Reginald Jenkins said, I literally just told my dad this. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, because that they didn't even go through the right way. See, what we all know what should have happened with Biden, right? We know that he has some type of cognitive mental issues, whether it was dementia or whatever it is, but what should have happened is simply this. We know that the 25th Amendment should have been activated to have Biden step down because that would have made Kamala, hate to say it, but she would have been the president. But that's what should have happened, right? Let me see here. The DOD failed 7th audit and lost 800 plus. Yep. Let me see here. Not counting Afghanistan loss. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, this is exactly what it is. So we are looking at things right now, and I'm kind of glad it happened this way because that lets you know whether you believe in a God or not. There was a high intervention that allowed this to happen. How they basically ganged up on Biden. Now, I'm not a Biden fan either, but we got to admit, we are looking good. The way that they did it, which caused division in their own party in the worst way, you know, because you know the Afghanistan and Gaza. You make a great point about this. I believe that a lot of these things are going to come to trial where people are going to see and things like that. How a lot of those soldiers that were murdered and killed, these Gold Star families, you think they want to be these Gold Star families, right? You know, the people, their children were killed because of the irresponsibility of our supposed on this happened on the Democratic side. Our government set them die over there. You know, they didn't go in there and save them and go in there and help them out. They left them to be executed. They died. That's what ended up happening. And they died for the military industrial complex. This is another thing you guys are hearing more about. You guys know this stuff, right? They would have never, I'm going to tell you, the deep state never wanted none of us to know deep state. You're hearing these terms more often, right? fake news, right? Military industrial complex, right? Federal Reserve, which is central bank. You guys are starting to put the pieces together. This is what it is. These are the people that have been ruling us, right? They never worked on our behalf at all. Because we're looking around, America infrastructure is falling apart. How are we having China buying up infrastructure in America? That doesn't make any sense unless there was a policy that was put into place. The Chinese were just practically handed the damn keys to the back door. Ain't nowhere in the world that they should be over here. Chinese operatives, there's no way that they should be in our country. You know what I'm saying? Thank you so much, Tactical 1975. There's no effing way that the CC or the CPP should be here in America on U.S. soil. This is treasonous, right? This is anti-American, right? And I can't wait for the day to see these. You got your crooked Clintons, right? You got your crooked Obamas. You got your Bushes too, right? And we got your Bidens and his. All of them were responsible, right? We got to tell it for what it really is, right? This is why we are in a. This is why the econ, not just the economy, but they've been working on us to split us up, get us fighting, pushing this woke agenda stuff. You got them in the military, cross-dressing and everything. How in the hell can we be respected when you got a general wearing a fucking skirt and a little scarf and a little hand? What the hell is this, right? Nobody said if you want to be gay. I like Clinton's thing. At least back then he was saying, "Don't ask, don't tell," right? That kind of work because that don't need to be on display. It doesn't. How are they go? We are a superpower. How in the hell are we going to be showing peace through force? I mean, peace through power when he's walking around here, you know, with these dresses and skirts and all this other kind of stuff as a man. Come on, man. I'm not going to take no general serious. I'm not going to take no captain or no lieutenant or no corporal. I'm not going to take these people serious. Are you kidding me? And then we allowed it to happen. We allowed it to happen. It's already being dismantled. One good thing about it is that the stuff that I'm talking about right now have all been the problem in our society. This is what has been going on. That's why that border is all, I believe right now Trump is running the country right now. I don't know about you guys, but I really do. As far as I'm concerned, I have no problem with Trump running America in Mar-a-Lago because he's a lot safer at Mar-a-Lago than he is at the White House, to be really honest. There is top-notch security at the finest, the military at the finest, Space Force at the finest. He is well protected there in Mar-a-Lago. You know, it's a fortress over there right now. He got Elon Musk over there. You know what I'm saying? Elon is better off being in Mar-a-Lago than in his own house. You know, he might as well moved in. James said Bush was in there and still happened to let's see other Bush was there. I got you. I do the grammar thing too, man. It's all good. There, it still is. Every president that has been there has let this go on. So don't be blaming it on the Democrats. See, James, what you don't understand, and I was waiting on one of you guys. Then you thinking I'm just blaming the Democrats, and you think I'm blaming Bush. No, let me go and explain and break it down to you. What it is, it's always been a uni-party. You have rhino Republicans, and then you have the low-down left Democrats. They worked in tandem with each other. They were on the same agenda. That's what you don't understand. You think I'm splitting the hairs. Only reason I'm splitting them now because we have an outsider, which is Trump. That was never a politician ever. Why you think he's being attacked so much, James? No, no, no. Hear me out. Because you won't recognize the uni-party. I said with both. I don't know when you came in on, but I'm talking about both. You have to take the responsibility on the Democratic side because they have been pushing agendas. You have no fight here whatsoever. Your party is gone. You have no leadership. You are the minority group. So you would never recover from this, James. You're going to either get on board with what the majority of the people, 49 states, James, 49 states that have decided we have won, even in the battleground swing states. We control the House, we control the Senate, we control the Supreme Court, James. That's what I'm saying. You have no bearing at all. So therefore, you can kick rocks. I'm not taking it. It's going to be the Make America Great. Ain't no debate on the Democrats. I don't want to hear no debates about them. You see what I'm saying? Right. Trump has never been in office. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's never been a politician. But he said when he decided to run, you know what I'm saying? He decided to run, and that's what he did. Trump decided to run back in 2015. He came down an escalator. Ever since he decided to run, he ran Republican. Before that, they said, "Are you going to run your own party?" He said, "No." You know how difficult it is to start your own party? He did exactly that. He had an idea in mind because he said, "I like the Republican values, the conservative values, right? Far as with religion that conservatives respect, right? They respect the country. They are constitutionalists. So these are the main reasons why he ran under the Republican banner. But he not only that he was going to run, he said, "I'm going to clean house under the Republican banner and get rid of the rhinos. I gotta let the majority of the people in this country understand and know that there is corruption in America on both sides, and Trump is and the Patriots have pushed out the Rhino Republicans out of the party. The Rhinos ain't running nothing. You think Liv Cheney and them? That's why they jumped on board over there on the Harris campaign. They're all out there exposed. All of them. They're not running nothing. We call them war hawks. That's exactly what they are. They do the bidding of the military-industrial complex. Everybody knows this now. This ain't nothing new, right? So what I'm saying is simply this. Now that we are made aware, you know what I'm saying? This is what Tim Reed had to say. Democrats shot gay porn in the Capitol, all kind of stuff. There was even cocaine in the White House. How does cocaine get in the White House? There's a lot of stuff that went down in the White House. We already know that Monica Lewinsky went down in the White House. There's a lot of things that went down in the White House. You know what I'm saying? So here it is. We are in control now. The people have chosen. We don't have to worry about debating liberals. You would never win with them. I stopped debating them. They don't have no policy. They don't even know their policies at all because they don't have nothing. Their policies was under deceit, division, and ultimately destroy America with the woke agenda. Because still will not answer why a lot of these Chinese operatives in these sleeper cells don't think that we don't know that this stuff is going on. Now that Trump is in there, they got to pack up and leave. That's exactly what it is. So Trump is the real deal. I approve Trump's message 100%, 110%. So that's exactly what it is. So other than that, it's going to be a mass deportation that America and the world have never seen before. I absolutely approve this message. It's going to be massive. And I'm going to make sure I watch my popcorn. It's going to be a celebration. We should celebrate. We should make it a holiday. Have Trump have gotten all these illegals out of here. these murderers as well, these killers, these rapists. They need to be out of the United States of America. We have taken back America. And like I said, you want to come to America, you're going to come over here through the right pathway. Yes, sir. That's the way it's supposed to be. Mass deportation, right? That's exactly what it is. Because we was on the brink of a civil war had they would have continued coming into this country, you know? And may I remind us all that that's what the Second Amendment was about. The Second Amendment, that's what it was about. What was the Second Amendment was about? It was about the right to bear arms, right? We are allowed to form militia groups, right? We all, this is what it was about, to protect this country. And the military knows this because they have to swear to it when they take the oath to protect this country, whether it's foreign or domestic. And this is one of the reasons. We have the right to bear arms, militia groups, in case if the government goes rogue, we're supposed to correct it. See what I'm saying? This is exactly what it is. And we don't let no Democrat, because, you know, they want to pretend that guns, well, yeah, the guns are the problem. No, the guns ain't never been a problem, right? Let me see. Tim Reed say, homeward bound day. Exactly. We are the people, right? We are the republic. And like I said, if it wasn't against the Constitution, I would love to take these liberal, whacked out type of people. I would deport their ass as well. I would give them a country or whatever like that. Do what they do themselves, because you have the Hollywood elites running like mad. They running the hell up on there, you know. Why are they running? We already know why they running. Diddy file tapes, Epstein tapes. Guess who has the evidence? Trump. Trump's gonna release some of his stuff with the Diddy thing. Trump has all the evidence. Trump holds Trump cards. Well, I love saying that. Trump holds the Trump cards. Trump have more advantage. That's why they hate him so much on the media. It don't make any sense. J-Lo, you know, it's imperative. Oprah, yeah, she must win. You know, Oprah on the run. They got Oprah, Harpo, paid her $1 million, you know, but they got her ass on the run, her fat ass on the run, right? So the thing about it, all these celebrities threatening to leave. The only problem is simply this: you will be hunted down, and you will have to seek. We're gonna seek justice. It's gonna be justice. It's gonna be justice. You know, it will be justice. So other than that, you know, it is what it is. We all have a common goal to make sure America become prosperous again. And Trump is going to do that with his administration. We ain't got to deal with these liberals no more. They don't have any footing. We got them panicked. They run. They can't handle it. And they're going to either have to get in line or, hey, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, the majority of you guys should be wearing your red caps, man. Right? You should have those crimson red caps on, because I love pissing liberals off. It's easy to piss them off because they never really had a policy anyway. They never have. You go in the history of the liberal Democrats, it's very dark there. Just like, look at how they fucked up my community. This is a prime example. We never benefit. DEI is going away too. Means I didn't earn it. I'm going to get rid of that as well. I'm so happy to have critical race theory, all this bullshit going away. You white shouldn't have to apologize for being white. You know, you shouldn't have to apologize. Slavery was only a small percentage. But here we go. The liberals use this as an advantage. That's how they were able to trick the blacks. They actually, right? And this way, they were the main reason to destroy my community. Right? Let's see what Ohio has to say. Why do our experts get everything wrong? Well, it's quite simple. The experts were never the experts. You got to keep in mind, a lot of these so-called experts, Ohio, They work for the deep state. It needs our operatives all have a common goal in mind for ultimate control, right? So you know that they put these so-called experts into place, but they have never been experts. They have worked against our best interests from the beginning. And this is why we were starting to go in a very bad space and place. If it hadn't been for Donald J. Trump that have stepped up, he have galvanized and put together the strongest team. This is a team on steroids that he has put together. And the United States and the world will see for the fact that we have come, right? Because like it is though, man, it's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful thing. Hey, Sam, you don't have to be here, Sam. I don't mind freedom of speech, but you ain't got a footing in this. Y'all are not even a minority group, as I said before. Democrats should know more. And you know what? That's why I say these guys are a joke, ladies and gentlemen. Why? I mean, we the majority. Hey, Sam, 49 states went to Trump. What does that tell you, Sam? 49 states went to Trump. And not only that, we, right? We are the ones that fought in this. Yeah, that's right. We won, Sam. You lost. You's a loser. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. That's exactly what it is. I love Willy Wonka, man. Sam, you gets nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. Right? Whining, whining, whining. That's what they do. That's all. I've been waiting. I've been looking for the smoke, hoping that I could get some liberals in here. You take your orders for so-called women, liberal women that give you your marching orders. I'm more with liberal men, soy boy, crying. Look at them, man. They're soy boys, man. Yo, are you serious, man? We real men over here on the Republican side. A Democrat male. Look at them. Look at the black community, for instance. Them brothers take their marching orders from black women, man. Ain't nobody ain't nobody upset with that. Now, I mean, it's true. You know, you got 92% of black women that voted Democrat, right? I'm making a very good point. How, and this is why, like I said before, we are the majority in the United States of America, right? We are the ones that's running shit now. Democrats don't even have a party anymore. You may as well say they act like they still got a position of power. They don't. We done ran Obama out of here. We have ran Harris out of here. Clinton's out of here. Are you kidding me, man? Please. This is child's play, man. I'm just gonna taunt these Democrats is what I'm gonna do. Now I'm gonna go ahead on and do it now because it's fun to me. You want to think you trolling? I'm gonna troll you guys, right? And Sam too. Sam, your party is gone, Sam. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, huh? So, like I said before, man, going back on the situation that we're talking about before, you know, we are the majority, right, in this country. We are the ones that are conservatives. I don't look at conservatives as a word. They are the ones that perverted and made conservatism a bad word. It's not. My family, my four-generation family, all were conservatives. We were never about this stuff. We went to church, right? We had families, just like with whites and others. All predominantly in this country were Christian. We were a Christian nation and hopefully we will return as a Christian nation. This is what we were all about here in America first. We're tolerant, yeah, we're not intolerant to religion. Other people have a right to express their religion. This is why it's called freedom and liberty, you know, not to some, but to all. But with Democrats, give the liberty to some. And they were making this woke agenda stuff. They've been pushing this bull crap stuff. They've been pushing this woke agenda stuff for quite a while. And I gotten tired of it. I was getting offended with it. This snowflake type things. where you can't disagree with them without them getting mad and upset. It in the workforce. They pushed it in our educational system. They pushed it onto the children. You know what I'm saying? This is why we don't have a footing, but now we got a footing because Trump has taken all that away. He said, I'm going to take away critical race theory. He said that I'm going to take away not just that, but gender ideology is gone. Political correctness is gone. So therefore, I can see, because we already know YouTube and them going to have to change their policies because we are in control. And if they don't, they can go broke too. Go woke means go broke today. And I'm gonna get some t-shirts that says go woke, go broke. And that's exactly what they are. We're not going for this bullshit anymore. You know, y'all, these corporations are gonna have to step up in line. That's why Disney trying to change their policies around. They know that Trump is gonna assume. Hearing Disney talking about, these are the people that brought us Nickelodeon with that freak Dan Schneider over here with the popsicle toes and all the rest of this with these children and this sexual molestation that they were doing with these children for a long time. It didn't start with Dan Schneider. It happened with a lot of them. We had pedos in Hollywood, right? We got pedos in the White House, right? We got pedos everywhere. Pedos in the school system, right? They were trying to allow or make pedophilia as being a legal thing. This was the next thing that they were working on. That's why we know that there's a God, whether you believe in him or not. But no, we could not keep allowing this to happen. We could not. We are America, and it's gonna start with getting these illegals up out of here. I'm all board with that, ladies and gentlemen. And the majority of us are. We ain't got to apologize and we are the majority of the ruling class right now. They're not. That's why they're so upset. They still are having trouble to accepting the fact. It's like, oh my gosh, all these people in the United States voted for Trump. Oh my gosh. You mean to tell me that woke agenda is not the majority thinking? No. No, it's not. It's conservative thinking. That's what it was. Oh, you mean to tell me that? No. You want to do the trans thing? Don't push it on the children. But we don't need it in our army. We don't need it in our military service. We don't need that at all. We are a great nation and we're going to be respected as a great nation. That's what I'm saying. And I ain't got to apologize no more with any of this LGBTQ and all the rest of this stuff. You want to do that? You can do that. You have that right. This is what about being America is about. I'm not only a fan, but I believe in the Constitution. You're allowed to do these things, but push your agendas onto the American people and try to play it off as if this is what everybody wants. Now we got a problem, Right. So I'm not even worried about James, man. You ain't running nothing, man. It's like, what is the point? What is the point? What is the point? They all try to come from a position as if you leverage. James, you don't. You don't have leverage in this fight no more. As well just roll over with it and accept the fact that the conservatives have won. And you either have to accept conservative values at this point, or you are welcome to leave the United States of America. That's what I tell these liberals, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to be in America, but you're going to find out. You try to push these agendas elsewhere, you can land yourself in prison, or you can be shot and killed on the street outside of America. This is the greatest country in the world that allow you to be able to have or say whatever you want. Try doing that elsewhere. You can't even do that in Canada. Try doing it elsewhere and see what happens. What Brian Allen has to say, and you didn't hear about it until recent because they came out of the closet. I never ever called a woman. It's offensive. Yeah, it's offensive. I'm gonna tell you this too. You know what else is offensive? It's that because men want to use, and I call them men, I don't call it trans. Men want to use women bathrooms. We don't call transgender. Men want to use women's bathrooms and things like this. And women have every right to fight back. Kick their ass because they shouldn't be in there. We got children, right? Going into these restrooms and bathrooms with a grown man. No, we are not going to allow that to happen at all. Now, with this new policy, now go in that restroom and see what happens. Because that is kicked down. That, as of January the 20th, any man that goes into a woman restroom thinking that he want to call himself a woman, you don't want to do that because you're going to be subject to some charges, as it should be. They should be hit with sexual deviancy, right, and be on that list. Now go in that bathroom and see what happens. You know what I'm saying? I dare you to do it. You ain't going to do that because once these new policies go in, you better not go in that bathroom. You better not go in that bathroom. That's all I got to say, that restroom. You go in that restroom, and we'll see what happens. Because ain't nobody comfortable with their child or a woman in the bathroom using the restroom with a man in there. That's a man. That's a man. And you ain't going to never program me to say otherwise. You are a man. You were born a man. You a man. Right? You don't have the protection no more from these bullshit ass things. It's been taken away. That's why I'm saying you don't have no footing no more. Transgender nothing. You only 1%. Transgender community is 1%. LBGTQ is 4%. Ain't nobody worried thinking about you guys. Only reason because the Democratic Party, the leftists, psycho, wacko, weaponized them in the first place. We taking the weapon away from them. You have no footing at all. Who you going to complain about? You have nothing to complain to because we have the majority of the House. We control everything. You either gonna get on board or get the fuck out of here. That's exactly what it is. You know, we're not standing up for no perverts, no freaks. You know, because you're a freak in nature, you're abomination, right? I'm not with that Obama stuff. Obama has no power here no more. We ran his ass out the country. So you don't have anybody, Democrat, liberals. You are a minority group, and I would suggest that you be careful. You have to tread very lightly because you are not even the minority no more. What's lower than the minority? Just a group of angry people. That's what they are. They're not even a minority group. They're a group of angry people, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I say I don't need to talk to them and have to debate them. Their debates go on deaf ears. I've done that. I'm through with that. I just want to piss them off more. See, I created this just to troll them and keep us being reminded that we are the majority ruling. They have no footing whatsoever. What you going to do, right? What are they going to do? You got a president that's against them. They're not standing for this woke crap. Going woke is going broke. The media, once again, the fake ones are losing viewership like never before. The View is on the chop block. Anderson Cooper is on the chop block, right? Chris Wallace, I think he already left on his own. But these other groups, they're on the chop block. Joy Reid is on the chop block. You name it, they're all on the, what's her name? Rachel Madcow is on the chop block, right? They're on the chop block. We ain't got to worry about them no more. These old weirdos, these old freaks. That's why I say these are freaks and weirdos, man. It wouldn't be so bad. You could be different if you accept conservatism. But since they don't even want to do that, they're trying to push something that what the majority of the people don't want. They don't want that here in America. They don't want that. We want something better, right? You know, we can get along, but go back to the Constitution. Nobody said you want to wear cross-dressing as a man, be my guest. Ladies, nobody said you can't be gay, whatever like that. Be my guest. But it's not fair how the Democrat leftists, the uni-party included, have weaponized you guys and put y'all on the forefront. You are, with all together, you make up 4 to 5%. That's not even enough to even call a movement, to be honest. Not when the majority of the people, we're talking about what? 96% of the people in this country are not that way. This is you a small percent. You've been tricked and fooled, right? Put y'all out here. Make everybody, and the liberals as well, make you think that you're a majority of the people. You're not. You're not the majority of the people. You are a minority group. Yep. And like it is with our Bibles, it ain't my word, God judge. And we are going back to a Christian nation. I do see that right now, ladies and gentlemen. We really are. And like I said, they may want to get themselves together or whatever like that. Because I liked it. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I liked it better when they were in the closet, to be honest. Because we didn't have to have what's right now. They offended people, pushing it. Even with the movie Gladiator, did y'all hear that Denzel Washington, my brother told me this, they had a scene in there where Denzel Washington was kissing a man. Did y'all know this? I want to know, did y'all know this? There was a scene in there where Denzel Washington was basically supposed to be kissing a man in Gladiator Part 2. You know what ended up happening? They took it out. You know why? Because Hollywood say, oh, we put that out there because it could pretty much destroy Denzel Washington's career. And why do we have to see a man kissing another man? Tell me why. We are the majority of the, you're offending us. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, keep the monkeypox to themselves. I like that one. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Grimm says, yep, stay in that closet. People here are saying it. Oh, you got Billy Mack to say hell is waiting for the gays. You got these are the majority of the people, and this is how we feel. This is how we feel. You want to call this hate speech? This ain't hate speech. You don't have nothing. You're a small minority group, and you're being reminded of that. We're gonna keep you in that small minority group because ain't nobody worried about no liberal. Y'all don't have an arm, y'all don't have nothing. We destroyed the Democratic Party, we destroyed their leadership, and we're dismantling things as we speak. They have no footing, ladies and gentlemen, whatsoever. They just little crybaby, whiny little bitches is what they are. And I have no respect for the men liberals at all because they're nothing but women on steroids. They take their marching orders from women. Women run them. You know, look at the liberal woman. You got a liberal relationship, I guarantee the woman is the one in charge. And what they do is they follow after her. They under her skirt tail. Beta male simps is what a lot of these soy boy liberal men are. So I can understand with the women, you know, but for a man that have, what is a man benefiting being a liberal fighting for a Democrat? They still act like it's 1950s, 1960s. Hell no. In fact, the gays and so LGBT, they all have more to gain by voting that way than a heterosexual male. That's a bad male. What are they getting? They don't benefit from DEI. What do a liberal male benefit from voting Democrat other than to appease a woman? That's the only reason why they are Democrats. Because they figure that they get in their fight, hopefully she'll go out with me. Liberal women don't like men. Let's just be real. They don't. And then you want to sit up in here and act like you in a position of, you ain't in a position of power. You just being slapped around in your face and things is exactly what it is, though. See, they come in the room, ladies and gentlemen, thinking that they can try to troll somebody. They act like they act like it's 2008. It ain't 2008. Obama was the worst president ever, one of them, because he was the one that brought division to this country. He the one that's supposed to have empowered the gays and so forth. He was the one that did it. He set up a lot of programs, a lot of rights in favor of the gays. But black folks voted for this man just off of color, merit only. It wasn't nothing in there for the black community. I'm one of the few blacks that never voted for Obama, but many have. And I'm not making you feel bad about voting for him, but you had to see that he was the great deceiver. That's why we call Obama the great deceiver, because he have deceived and told lies to America, right? Talking about change. Yeah, see, when you look at his word change, he's changing America from what America used to be. He was the one that brought change, all right. It brought it for the worse, not for the better. We never been on Obama's policies at all, especially as a heterosexual male. You see what I'm saying? I like to say to all my fellow constituents, hello, Chicago. We gonna keep change. You know, this is the thing though, man. You know, this guy here, this guy, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Sam. That's what it is. I mean, I'm just saying. They have Obama was one of the worst. He was one of the worst presidents. And I say one of them. There's a list of my dirty dozen. Clinton was before him wasn't no better. Bush's wasn't no better. You know, so we were to talk about it. Ronald Reagan was a great president. You know, but we didn't have a history of having great presidents. We really haven't, and there's some that's even worse than others. And had Kamala would have been in there, Kamala. I like how Trump say that. You know, you're fired. You know, and we fired Kamala because had she would have got in the White House, all I'm gonna say, man, I would heaven forbids if Kamala Harris got into the White House, man, we would be in the worst situation like ever before. She hates America. She's a Marxist, communist, socialist pig. She believes in centralized government just like Obama does. You know, this is why the majority of the ignorant black community don't seem to understand that. They still vote against their best interests. You know, they bought the Kool-Aid. Big government is the answer, right? Look at them, you know. Camel toe is. Yeah. Kamala, right? Kamala toe, hair, right? Kamala, Obama or Mama. You know, there's so many different names on her, you know, it's unreal. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But what I'm saying is simply this, ladies and gentlemen, is that we have had a few great presidents that tried to do, even with the Kennedys, they tried to do what was right. And unfortunately, they were assassinated. There was an assassination attempt on Reagan's life. He survived. You know what I'm saying? All because he wanted to do an audit, you know, an audit on the Federal Reserve, I do believe. You know, this is exactly what's going on, you know. Same here, the U.S., okay, military corps with Reagan. Exactly. I got friends in all branches of the military. I almost joined the Marines myself. I ain't got nothing but great respect for people that have served in the service. I love you guys, man. You guys are the backbone and the ones that protect our freedom and things in this country and things like that. And it's just bullshit that the Democratic fucked up policies that got you over there dying for war in a oil or oil war with the industrial military industrial complex. So I mean, they birth these what we call these gold star families and stuff. They have to live with the rest of their life. A family member can't come home dying over some bullshit that they created, and the majority of the people in this country understands that, man. You know what I'm saying? This is some bullshit. Those children that died for nothing, almost, but we ain't gonna make their life they death in vain. Because as long as there's the Gold Star families, and we're going to remember them, and we're going to salute them to the red, white, and blue. You know what I'm saying? Because they decided to be the ones, men and women, working alongside, protecting this country. Yes, sir. You know? Exactly. Yep. So, yeah, Soros is going down. Yep. There's this, yes, Soros. We know that he was on Epstein Island. I'm quite certain of it. You know what I'm saying? But all will be revealed, order will be restored, peace is coming, prosperity will be here. We will not have to worry about the immigrants that's coming over here by the boatloads no more. The completion of that wall will be finished. ICE is being activated as we speak because they will do a search and removal program. Any government or city or police officers that will not comply, and we already heard from Tom Homan. He said, what he's going to do. If any of them are interfering with with this task force for removal, you know, the situations could be legal actions that they don't want to deal with because we got the House. You got to submit to what it is. What did Mr. Grimm say? We kept up the military, all right, okay, industrial complex, and and ended up with China's version of NATO. Exactly. The Chinese machine has got to go back to red China, you know? And this is one of the main reasons, though, you know? A lot of them are over here. I seriously believe a lot of them are over here. I picked them up in the car before as Chinese operatives, playing it off they were students. And all they've been doing, they already busted the woman, y'all remember, not too long ago. That would have never happened had that would have been under Trump's administration. They have pretty much been allowed to come over here through the back door. Here you go, here's the keys, you know. But one thing they do not have control of is the military. Trump does. And the nuclear keys are very well protected. That's the thing about it. Trump still had control of the military. Biden and them don't. That's another beautiful thing that we are winning. The Democrats have nothing, right? Trump holding all the Trump cards. He has control of the military. He has Space Force. You know what I'm saying? The Democrats have nothing. You know, 100-hour scoring point. Democrats, 0, right? No leadership whatsoever. No leadership. They're in disarray right now. Why? It's like dealing with you're dealing with a bunch of women anyway. And I'm going to say this for you, gentlemen, and women too that are conservatives. Don't waste your time trying to convince these liberals. They are broken. They are broken in spirit. They're broken mentally. They do not have a leg to stand on. And they think that they're losing their country. Yeah, you're losing your ways. We're saving the country, right? They don't have no footing of no position at all. None. None. Yep, the term limits are coming. You're right, Sam. The term limits are coming. The term limits are coming. That's another thing. Because a senator should not be in the White House for eons. That's why Maxine Wicked West Waters, your days are coming. You know, also Nancy Pelosi, your days are coming. Chuck Schumer, your days are coming. And things like that. What I was gonna say, the other guy, Hakeem Jeffries, your days are coming. You guys have no leadership no more. You are all exposed, all of you. It is, you know, Gavin, Knucklehead, Newscomb, your days are limited. We can go down the list of them. You know, they are all out there and exposed, right? When you go against Trump, that lets me know that you are working for the opposition. Straight like that. What did Mr. Grimm say? We have a new government auditing coming. We sure do, and we know who those are. We got your boy Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. We got those two on the scene. And we know that when Elon does something, because he's so smart and brilliant, when Elon does something, he's going to cut the government by 80%. And I believe it. And ladies and gentlemen, this is our biggest major problem. Over-bloated government and unnecessary spending. This is why we constantly going up into debt. They want to blame it on the American people. It sure isn't. Because if our paychecks are getting smaller and smaller and smaller, you would figure that the government spending should be smaller and smaller and smaller. Why is the government spending going up and our paychecks are going down? This doesn't make any sense. This was a question that had been asked a long time, but they always have been lying to us. And I know that Trump is going to drain that swamp, which he already is. I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Grimm. I'm glad you brought that up because it's coming. Oh, Sam, yeah, I'm sorry, Sam. It's coming. Both of y'all, it's coming. It's coming. We are not going to take it no more. We don't have to. We are in a very good position of power right now. And we're going to take advantage of it. Believe you and me. Believe you me. Trump, for the 4 years left, he's going to set it up generations to come. Policies that cannot be moved. Trump is setting up a dynasty. This ain't just 4 years, ladies and gentlemen. Why you think he fought so hard on the campaign trail? It's to make real change in America. A real patriot and a politician. Never took not one salary as being a president. It will hurt him in the taxes as well. He didn't do this for that. Trump was already set. In fact, Trump lost some money being on the whole election thing. But he said, you know what? I got to lose money. I'd rather lose money and save a country than to make money and lose a country. Because when you lose a country, you don't make no money no more, right? This America used to be the background for the wealthy. You understand what I'm saying? Trump is going to change the tax laws that are going away, ladies and gentlemen, once he get rid of the central bank. Because the central bank, which is the Federal Reserve, right? Now we're starting to hear more about this Federal Reserve. They've never been under an audit before, right? Now the questions are we have to look there. Once America get rid of the central bank, but let's talk about the central bank a little bit because I think some people still don't know. They don't teach this in school. They used to before 1913. The Federal Reserve Bank, right, is nothing more than a private institution printing money under international banksters, to make a long story short. So with the Federal Reserve, they use the name federal to trick Americans to believe and think that, hey, this is for the government, which is not. It's a own private entity acting as the government, right? So when the government is not allowed, the U.S. Treasury, they're not allowed to print the money no more. Once America has been taken over, our monetary banking system has been taken over since 1913. I suggest that you read the book called Creatures of Jekyll Island. Some of you guys know this, right? They have systematically taking the power of printing money from the government, which is us, and they have pushed it over into a private bank. This private bank, which is called the Federal Reserve, right? So money, yeah, exactly. What was it? Non-GMO Joe said, read Modern Money Mechanics. Well, there it is. There's a lot of books about it. It would change your fiscal life. Yeah, but yeah, he's right. That's exactly what it is. There's a lot of them here about this type of stuff. They've been trying to educate people a long time. These books exist. You just seen non-GMO Joe stated as well. But going back to the Federal Reserve, right? Trying to simplify this a little. So since they have taken it over, they said, no, 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 no. Americans, we will print the money from now on in. We have taken the gold. That's why they never talk about Fort Knox. We have taken the gold, right? The gold was under their control, not anymore. But it was for a very long time, and things like that. But the gold is back in the hands of the people. You know what I'm saying? Trump made sure of that too. But at any event, so what they have been doing, they have been printing money. You might as well say the dollars that we spend. This is called an IOU. IOU, meaning I owe the Federal Reserve, which is private banksters, international private banksters. So when they run out of money, Guess where they got to go back to? They got to go back to the Federal Reserve. They print more money, but with a high ass interest rate. This is why one of the main reasons as to why our economy could never get any better. That's why they keep having rate cuts and everything to try to stabilize. But we already know that we think that they are imploding their own economy for the deep state because they figure we bring the economy down and that way we can have civil, obedient citizens that will be willing to do everything we say. Now we can implement a new structure, right? And we can go ahead and push this rate system to people. 5 star, get you a job, get you some set aside programs. You go against that, you go down to a 1 star, no star, you cut off from the money. They already talked about this already. Klaus Schwab, all of them, they want to set up these smart cities. Everybody that knows should know this stuff by now, right? The international global summit that they had a while back, this G7 stuff, when they have these sports going on, people don't watch G7 summits at all. They don't even know this stuff exists. This is one of the main reasons that we always have became of what we call sport and play. This is what it's about. Sport and play. Sport and play. That's all it is. What did Marie Antoinette say? Give them cake. You know, as long as you give the people cake and it's sweet enough that they can eat on, they hear about a lot of the rules and the laws. And it has a lot to do with our fault because we allowed this stuff to happen. All of us are just as much as guilty as the so-called government officials because we allowed it. But once that came up, it rose up against the system, the deep state system, and that's Donald J. Trump. He's our modern day John Connor, if you think about it, for Terminator. You know what I'm saying? He was the one that said, I'm going to lead a group of the resistant patriots. That's going to enough is enough. If you think about the Terminator, it has a lot to do with us in the Terminator, if you really think about it, because Trump is that modern day John Connor, you know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what it is. He was brought here to liberate the people from the machine that constantly feeds off of the people, lied to the people, push these agendas, divide us up so we could be conquered. So if it would have continued happening, all China could have did is walked into the front door with the military and told everybody to line up. And I believe that's what the plan was. You know what I'm saying? So it was Trump. Trump was the one that did it. You know what I mean? So this is one of the main reasons, ladies and gentlemen, I love having these conversations. And I'm going to continue having these conversations because we have to do a better job than what we're doing. This ain't about monetary, making money. It has a lot to do with educating the people, waking them up, letting them know that tyranny was at our doorstep. And if we're not careful, tyranny could have won. You see what I'm saying? There was an attempt on Donald Trump's life. There was 2 attempts, about to almost 3 attempts on his life. So therefore we know, and it ain't no Iranian thing. That's the proxy right there. They gotta always have some type of excuse other than themselves. Anybody smart enough to know it was deep state. I was all that. You know what I'm saying? These are the same group of people that hate freedom. They hate us now. They really gonna try to come after us because you know what? They don't like that Americans have voted and supported Trump. And they're gonna try to punish us, right? Because it was never meant to be this way. Jazzy Smith says, liberated from the machine with Elon Mars, bigot, Elon Musk, you mean? Mars is machine. Elon Mars. Oh yeah, I think you're talking about him going to Mars. Yeah, yeah, because that's exactly, well, if that's what you're talking about, yeah, that's what's happening. Trump, once this thing is taken care of, Elon always had ideas of sending people to Mars, a Mars colonist. This wasn't possible because we had to deal with these central bank inner deep operatives that wanted to derail all this stuff. Elon Mars is the machine. Elon Mars is the machine. Could you elaborate a little bit more, Jazzy? Because I think are you talking about the fact that Elon is building a machine to go to Mars? Is that what it is? Because Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about it. I mean, the golden age is what Trump said that we were going to be experiencing. No taxes in America. And I do believe that I don't hate the liberals. Y'all like teasing them, but I don't have no hatred towards them. Just so that we can get that out the way. I'm gonna say non-GMO Joe says Elon's represents what America has to offer. Absolutely. Mr. Grimm says Elon Musk works like a machine. That is true. That is absolutely true. And he's working for us now, Jazzy. Thanks. I'm trying to figure out, is that what he was trying to say? I know sometimes English may not be some people's first language either, and that's cool. But yeah, he put in about 18 hours a day. Elon is always working. He puts in more hours damn near like the Chinese do. Not by force either, because he just it's something that he enjoys doing. He gets great satisfaction out of it. That's why he makes the big bucks. I don't have no problems with that. I'm a big fan of Elon, though. You know, I would love to meet Elon Musk. Are you kidding me? The study under Elon alone, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, he's brilliant. His he got things out there where we can actually have our own renewable energy sources. Elon has that technology, and I do believe that we are going to see it. I believe it's going to happen in our lifetime. For some of us, we should be able to see it. Our own renewable energy sources that Trump always said, you know, we will become energy efficient right here in the good old USA, right over here. This is what it is. But him going to Mars, absolutely. I believe that. He got technology and capability, right, to be able to go to Mars. We got technology and capability for hover this, hoverboards, hover cars, flying cars. All this stuff is coming as well under this golden age. But the deep state is being dismantled as we speak, and this is a beautiful thing here. Jazzy Smith says, "You said Trump will free us from the machine. He's already doing so with policies that's already been set in place, Jazzy. But it's a time period because what's holding up the progress? Because the deep state is global. They're so I can't tell you how many levels of the deep state goes down, but they're finding more and more and more operatives. They're everywhere, right? So it's going to take quite some time. But what I do believe is that Trump has already gotten people in position to set this thing up as a dynasty. I truly believe on the leftist party, I believe their party is destroyed. I don't think they're gonna be able to come back from this. You know, everybody now understands what I'm saying. They know this now. This is common knowledge now. This ain't nothing new. This ain't nothing new. This is common knowledge stuff now. You ain't never heard average people talk about the deep state, military industrial complex. You know, Eisenhower warned Americans a long time ago in a speech. He said the greatest force on earth is the military industrial complex. They are the ones. This is how dangerous they are because they can manipulate politicians. They're the ones that are, because all they are war. They just want to push for war and they get paid. All these privatization of these military, Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and a lot of these other ones where they make the military defense. Not only they sell to America, they sell to anybody, but you got to have a war to do it. That's how they make millions and millions and millions and billions of dollars. This is the major threat right now. One of them. You know what I'm saying? So we're not out the woods yet, but for right now, we have destroyed and toppled the so-called Democratic Party. I'm gonna start calling them so-called Democratic Party. They don't have a party no more. You know, they think they're gonna be ready in another 4 years. They're not. We have Trump have set things up. This is what the Save Act is about. Because with the Save Act, it's going to be a lot of great things with that, where it's going to be impossible for them to cheat. We're going to have the same day results. We're going to go back to the old school of how the voting process is, because we know as Americans, a lot of our electoral votes have been ripped off. it has been stolen back in 2020, and us knowing it. This is why they were threatening people. They have practically destroyed what's his name, the one over there in New York, Ruben Giuliani, right? They pretty much have destroyed his life, man. Took his livelihood away from him. They broke him all the way down because he was saying how the electoral voting process was a sham. And this is how the deep state operatives work on the behalf. They work and push these type of ideologies, and they push and force people to think. They're the same ones behind COVID. You spoke out against the jab or whatever like that. I mean, look at it. Anybody spoke out against vaccine. Look what their livelihoods are being ruined and wrecked. They were pushing the mandate on people with the COVID, this vaccination, trying to get everybody vaccinated, right? The jab, whatever, right? These are things that they were pushing. They will push this stuff onto the people. And many people, unfortunately, I feel sorry for you guys, for those that had to take the jab. They want to save your job. And I think a lawsuit should be put into effect, because you know why the lawsuit should happen? Because it went against your constitutional rights. It went against the First Amendment right there. This is what happened. No mandate could be over the Constitution. But they pushed it because they knew at the time the majority of Americans were ignorant of their own Constitution. That's why I've always been trying to push. You got to know the Constitution, learn it and know it. Bill of Rights. Those Bill of Rights is what I'm talking about specifically, because they're designed there to protect all American citizens, right? Exactly what it is. Kumail says, you are in for a rough ride. You deserve every bit of misfortune that comes with electing a convict felon and into the office. Yeah, so I was waiting for it, ladies and gentlemen. But like I said, I'm not trying to educate these people, you know. Now, are you American citizen? Let me ask you this: are you an American citizen? That's my question. I'm asking Kumail Monster. I know that's not your real name, but are you American citizen? Yes or no? Are you an American citizen? See, this is the question I would like to ask them. Are you an American citizen, sir or ma'am? Sir or ma'am? Man, uh, I don't. He's not even answering though. Are you answering? What do you say? Non-GMO Joe, what about you? See, that's the thing about it. See, we asked him a question, they asked another question. That's why I was waiting on it. And Kumar, I asked you the question first. I said, are you a U.S. citizen? He said, I used to live in the U.S. Come on now. You know you don't have a dog in this fight at all. What you say you used to live in were you an American citizen? Kumar, are you I'm gonna ask the other question. Are you an American citizen? Yes or no? I need to know this. That's my question to you. Don't deflect. Just ask it like you asked. You asked it straight up forward. And I really want to know. I'm curious. Were you born in the United States of America, or were you sworn in? Nope. I knew that. Thank you. Well, you know what? You don't have a dog in this fight because you're not even an American citizen. You're from Germany. Man, please, look at Germany. Your woke agenda is destroying your country over there. Germany? Germany economy is shaky. Look at what's going on in Germany. It was mirroring the United States. In fact, you guys were worse. You're being overran by liberals, moderates in your country. Don't talk to me about Germany. Are you kidding me? You don't have a dog in the fight in America. Everybody want to be like us. You came to America, remember? Everybody ain't lining up to go to Germany. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't want to go to Germany. For what? You know? Other than to be able to have some of that beer over there for Oktoberfest. But besides that, Vice beer and all that. Not saying other than that, I'm not trying to I want to live in Germany. What people go to say, but I want to get out of the, I want to go to Germany. Germany is being overran by who? Immigrants, illegals and so forth, terrorists. Man, please. Are you kidding me? You know, see, it's easy. It's easy, ladies and gentlemen. It's easy. You can't talk to me anything good about Germany. Are you kidding me? Got crime over there, you know, terrorists. Watch. Yeah, where are you from? I'm from the good old USA, born and raised. I'm homegrown, baby. I was born over here. Prove it. I ain't got to prove nothing to you. Just take my word for it. You know what I'm saying? Why you think most of my videos I talk about American for American? I don't have to prove shit to you. You know, you're nothing to me. You know, you over there in Germany, stay out of our American, what goes on in America is for Americans. You don't have a dog in that fight for real, for real. You ain't had to go through what we go through. Worry about your own country, because your country is going down in flames. And you know I'm telling the truth. Shit. Nobody thinking about no damn Germany. Are you kidding me? You know, y'all done already had your time already. You know what I'm saying? Please. Anybody thinking about Germany? You know? Man, this is crazy. This is light work for me. Are you kidding me? Where you? Oh, prove it. Where are you from? Like, I'm gonna put up my citizenship. Let me prove it to you, man. But I done made many of lives talking about this stuff. I did many of live streams, sir. You know, and what I do is encourage. It ain't much of educating people these days. It's encouraging Americans to stand up for their rights and be reminded of how much of a great country we have. That's why I do the lives. I'm very patriotic. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be doing this stuff. We have the greatest country on earth. Everybody comes to America just like you did, just like you did. You came over here as well. Trump is the man, and there's no myth about him. Besides, and he will go down as being the greatest president that we have ever had, next to Abraham Lincoln. Known fact. So this is what it is. And you don't have a dog in that fight. So worry about Germany. You got bigger problems to worry about in Germany than we have in America right now. At least we went back and got ours together. Y'all can't do that to yours. Worry about your country over there. Worry about that. You the ones that got terrorist sleeper cells and all the rest of this stuff going on, right? You got crime over there, violence over there in Germany. You got a lot of things that you are inundated with. So you can't talk to me. Keep your house clean. Yep, it's the truth. Look at Germany, man. Anybody looking to Germany? I wouldn't raise no family in Germany unless I'm on a military base, because it wasn't for that. I mean, look at it. Look at it. Look at what's going on over there. You can't sit up here, all the corruption that's going on in Germany. Look at it. You have an unstable economy. We have the strongest economy than all of y'all, right? America is the shit. We them boys. This is who you want to be like. You want to be like us. America first for America offers. He said, I'm going to take the power away from the government and I'm going to bring it back to the people. This is what I'm talking about. So, Kumail Monster, we know it ain't your real name, though, and that's fine. But other than that, ain't nobody wanting to go over there, trying to go over there to Germany, and you trying to hold a Germany over America. No, it's a place for some people to visit, see some of the sights and see certain things. But I wouldn't want to live over there. Are you kidding me? We got the good old Constitution right over here in the United States. Another thing, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to start seeing made in America again. We're going to be one of the largest manufacturing here in good old USA. Jobs are going to return. It's going to be enough where men can take care of their families, women too. You take care of your families and things like that, because it's going to be so much money coming in from those tariffs. Drill, baby, drill. Elon Musk is going to reduce the government by 80%. He's already said that he could knock off
$2 trillion. What do you think that money can go into? It's going to go back into these infrastructure here in America. It's going to build us up because right now we have fucked up infrastructure, bullshit ass roads and things falling apart. You know what I'm saying? This is supposed to be America. We are the first world, right? We are the first ones that resisted England, right? This is what it's all about. And then you're gonna sit up here and say all lies or whatever like that. Yeah. Well, I'll say this though too. I ain't got, like I said, with liberals, man, I don't even have to debate with these guys because all they do is just say, they just say stuff. They just say things because it's all off of emotion. That's all you have. You have emotion. It's Biden's infrastructure. You got that right because he's a fucked up infrastructure. I'm glad you told that true. See what I'm saying? It's easy to kick them down. You right about that. It is Biden's. You forgot to mention fucked up infrastructure. Don't forget to put that in there. It's Biden's fucked up infrastructure. That's you right about that. And Trump is gonna make it even better. I ain't got to convince these people. Hey, listen. I don't have to convince you, sir. You are a Trump hater. You one of those Trump delusional delusion syndrome. That's what you suffer from, sir. That's what you suffer from, sir or ma'am or whatever you are. Let me ask you this: are you an American? Do you stand up for the Constitution if you are an American? I'm asking you two questions. The first one is: are you an American, sir? That's what I want. I want to hear from Americans. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I must not know if I have like had a lot of viewers today, and you must be saying that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You know, well, I'm asking you a question. You answer me, sir. Are you an American? That's what I want to know. If you don't know, if you don't say you are, then I know you're not. Are you an American, sir? One more time. Because you don't have a dog in this fight. It shouldn't take you that long. You were typing right along. You thinking you trolling me? I'm the master of trolling, sir, whether you know it or not. I troll other people's pages too. You know, so that shit you ain't getting me told. You light work to me, to be honest. I'm trolling you right now. Are you an American, sir? See, that's why he won't answer, because he's not. That's why I say these people posing as being trolls. They do a very bad job of it. He did not even answer if he was an American or not. See, here you go. Everything I said is facts. You didn't say anything. You answer a question. I asked you a simple question. Are you an American? I'm going to take that you're not American. So that means that the shit that you have to say means nothing. You are I don't know what you are, to be honest. But to me, it ain't even enough conversation. This will be the last time I talk to you, too. Because, again, you're not even an American. And I only deal with Americans for American problems and American solutions. I don't want to hear from somebody. I already had to get the other guy in check from so-called Germany. You know what I'm saying? Born and raised in South Florida. You know, Florida is a Republican state. It's all red, sir. You do realize that, don't you? A Marine vet. I got a lot of buddies that's in the Marines, but you can say whatever you say. I don't believe you, sir. I really don't. I really don't think you're a Marine, and I don't think that you live in Florida. I really don't. South Florida. I really don't. Because most of the Marines that I know, they stand up for the good old red, white, and blue. And they on board with Trump's policy. The majority of the people have spoken. You may be telling the truth. And if so, you are not even a minority group. You're like a little ant, sir, trying to fight a big giant. That's how insignificant you are. So you can miss me with that. I got buddies in the Marines, Devil Dogs, Army, Navy, Air Force. So what you saying? I big up the service, right? Because as an American, that's what we do. Trump is the embodiment of what America is going to be, great again. So I'm not worried about your Trump derangement syndrome. You don't speak for all the military people anyway. So, you wasting your time. I'm trolling you now, sir. You should be ashamed of yourself. You are a disgrace. You shouldn't even wear that uniform, sir. if you're against the government. You swore the oath of the Constitution to protect this country, foreign and domestic. Don't forget that. And then I got a question for you too. Since you are a Marine, here this go, guys. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna ask this Marine, and this is how I know you're a Marine. Let me ask you this: on that flagpole, there's a bulb at the top of that flagpole. What is inside that bulb, sir? What is inside of the bulb? On the flagpole, when the flag is flown, there's a bulb on top of the flagpole. What is inside of the bulb, sir? I'm gonna see how much these fake valor Marines. I'm gonna see what's inside of it. I'm asking you a question, Mr. Marine. What's inside of it? I'm gonna see if he knows this. Because any military, don't tell a military group. Anybody in the Marines, you know this. Don't, yep. Look at this, giving the moment. He got to Google it. Any Marine would have answered that right away. He's a phony and a fake. See? Phony and a fake. That's what I'm saying. What's taking so long, Mr. Marine? You could be anybody trying to troll me. You can't do it. I can tell that you're not. See, here you go. I've been in Iraq. You didn't answer my question, sir. So I discredit you. You are not a Marine. Because if you were a Marine, you would know what's inside on the top of that flagpole, on the bulb. You would know what's inside of it. Every Marine knows that. You are a phony. Stolen valor, once again. I can't stand people like this, ladies and gentlemen. You're taking valor from people. That's BS. That's bullshit. You didn't answer the question. And then you're going to sit up here and say that's BS. You are a phony Marine. I know that you're not a Marine because you know what? When I ask that question, every Marine knows that. And if you would have known that, so you got to be careful. When you guys start to stealing stolen valor, you have stolen valor, sir. You know, I should bring real Marines down on your channel and strike you down just for that. Because these real men and women that risk their lives out here and you want to take their valor and try to pretend that you somebody you're not, shame on you. You ain't been because you was a real Marine, you would know what I'm talking about. You just talking. You was a little bitch, just like the rest of these liberal bitches that hide up under their women. You ain't no Marine. You was a pansy soy boy. You would have known that for real, and I gave you 3 chances to do so. You didn't answer the question. And I don't even think it's something that he can even Google, because you got to be a Marine to know that for real. You know, I was privileged to know that. You know why? Because a Marine told me. So don't you think you trolling me, sir, and get me upset? I'm passionate. This is what I do. I'm not upset. You haven't said nothing to upset me, but you have offended me by calling yourself a Marine and you're not. See, ladies and gentlemen, he won't answer the question. I got you. I got you, sir. You was a liar. And you know what? In fact, this will be the first time. One thing I don't mess around, I'm about to bounce his ass out the room. Hold right there. You don't sit up here. You don't steal valor from people. Hide user from the channel. Put user in the timeout. I'm going to go ahead and hide him from the channel. You're gone. There we go. You're gone. All right. So, yeah, I had to get him out of here, ladies and gentlemen. There's things that I do not tolerate. I mean, people have freedom of speech. I let people go on, saying things that they want or whatever. That's what makes the Constitution of the United States and make this America so great. When you pretend for these people in the military and you steal their valor, this is a effed up thing, man. I don't tolerate that, man. These men and women put their lives on the line, man. Benghazi and all the rest of the stuff, Afghanistan, no way in the world, man. No way in the world, man. That's a level of disrespect at all-time high, man. And I said I was going to get him anyway. Y'all heard me ask him 3 times, what is inside of that bulb? And for y'all that know, just keep it to yourself, because this is be a way of weeding out these, you already know, these old fake military people that never served in the military. You know what I'm saying? So that's exactly what it is. Yep, that's exactly what it is. So yeah, so he won't bother us anymore, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have to deal with that nonsense anymore. All right. So other than that, though, let me see what you had down here, Mr. Graham. LOL, dude, hey, sell out, CO, the deal on that one. Most Marines are constitutional. They really are, Mr. Graham. They really are. I got a friend of mine. He's like an older. Actually, he is an older brother to me. Because he lived next door to me, and he's been a lifer in the Marines. You know, I love the people in the armed forces, different branches of the armed forces. Everybody have their own thing. When people ask them the questions, things about the Army, as you know, things about the Navy, things about the Marines, and things about the Air Force. So these people of these trying to steal people's valor, they got to be very careful because they will ask them these questions as only a person in the service would know. That's the reason it's just crazy to me. And he didn't think that I knew enough about the Marines to even ask that question. See? I was just waiting for it, though, Mr. Grimm. I was waiting for it. I was just laughing. I was waiting for it, though, man. Really. I was just waiting for it. Because, people can be anybody who they want to be. I don't even think he was an American either. South Florida. That is a republic. He was suspect already. He ain't no American. Speaking like that, yeah, it's a possibility he could be. So I'll give the benefit of the doubt. He could be an American. But at the same time, if I ask that question, what is inside, and I don't want people that are in the military over here in the channel, you ain't got to give that out. And I know you ain't got to give that out. Because we don't need no more fake valor people stealing these people valor like that. So the question that I asked him was simply this. I asked him, if he was a Marine, on the flagpole, there is a bulb at the top. And any Marine knows what's inside that bulb. That's all I asked. And this is how we weed out these phony people that want to steal these people's valor, these brilliant men of the armed forces. You're not going to steal their valor on my watch. Not at all. Because I believe in the United States and the Constitution. He's just another disgruntled soy boy. The majority of the military is on Trump's side. That's why I already know he was suspect right then and there on every level. So, other than that, try it somewhere else. See, I already know what it is. You know? And how many people in this room have served in the armed forces? I'm curious. I mean, really have served in the armed forces. Are there any vets in here? Veterans? I'm curious. How many veterans are in this room? Mr. Graham, are you a veteran? I'm just curious. How many people that are veterans in here? I mean, that really served. I'm just curious. Because the reason I'm asking is that, once again, you already know what's coming. Trump going to have a plan for veterans where you ain't got to fight for your benefits anymore. I see veterans out here on the street and things. It's a damn shame how our so-called government have turned its back on our veterans. But guess what? You guys are going to be you're going to be exonerated. And not only that, you're going to have your full benefits in a hospital. The veteran hospital is going to be totally revamped. And you guys are going to be getting the care that you deserve. It should have been that way in the beginning. Current civilian helicopter pilot, no service here yet. That's all good. Yeah, they got a lot of programs out there. I was thinking about working as a civilian in the military. They even got the thing now building submarines and stuff. I'm seeing the advertisement on that. When have you guys ever saw that before? We talking about manufacturing submarines, right? You know what I'm saying? Think about that, man. Draft my ass, I'll be there. I know that's right, right? Yep, I know that's right. Yeah, non-GMO Joe. I mean, yeah, man. So that's the thing about that, man. We're starting to see the manufacturing come back around. I seen this advertisement a lot. You know, talking about building submarines. You know, that's amazing. No, sir, I want to end up in a pretty bad. I end up being in a pretty bad wreck. Electrician now. Okay, I got you. Yep, I got you. Yep. Yeah, but we all know somebody that's been in the armed forces, though. We all do. Even got family members that been in the armed forces. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's exactly what it is, though, man. All been in the armed forces. Every last one of them. I mean, people that we know. But yeah, but that's the thing about it, man. I will not tolerate, once again, I tolerate people having freedom of speech. I don't bounce people out of the room for having a difference of opinion or whatever. Because, like I said, liberals can't get under any of our skin because they're not even a minority group. They're smaller than the minority group. So, you know, it's nothing to debate about at this point. The majority people in this country have already voted and already decided, 49 states included. I mean, you know, let me see. Non-GMO Joe says, "Thanks for your service and time. My grandfather was a Navy vet. Rest in peace." I know that's right, though, man. You know what I'm saying? So there it is, though. We, I mean, even though a lot of us weren't in the military, I was not in the military either. I'm not gonna sit up here and pretend and try to take stolen valor from these people, man, like that one guy did, because he would have answered the question, you know. But other than that, yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't do that. Makes no sense to me. This is how deranged that these liberals are. They will go to ends to try to get an "I got you" moment. They will not have the conversation with us. It's all about their feelings. It's all about "I got you" moment. They live for getting you in a try to have a debate with you. They answer questions with questions. They get emotional. They get beside themselves. And then when they're losing the argument, guess what they revert to? Oh yeah, Donald Trump is a felon. 34, indictments and all this other stuff. He's been indicted 34 times. Yeah, he has been indicted 34 times, but guess what? All of them are bogus, and he will be exonerated. It will be removed, and this is why Trump is not even worried about it at all. But Letitia James, Fannie Willis trying to make this stuff, try to make it make sense. They can't make it make sense. They can't even materialize who this woman is that Trump's supposed to have offended or whatever the case may be. Why we don't know who this woman is, right? And then about his illegal business deals and all this other stuff. What are they talking about? What illegal business deals? Anybody that knows Donald Trump know that is a very generous man. He don't go around telling people what he did. What he did. This is what generous people don't go around bragging about that stuff. You know, he have helped out tremendous amount of people in all walks of life. So they stand on nothing. You know. Okay, let me see. Some random. Okay, and non-GMO Joe. Um, Good talking. Getting ready for church. God bless. You have a wonderful day at church too, Mr. Graham, and things like that, man. And I know I'll see you next time on my live and things like that, man. I appreciate your support, man. Things, man. And in fact, I appreciate a lot of people's support. You, non-GMO Joe, and things like that, man. So I really appreciate you guys, man. I really do, you know, and things. So regards to that though, and that's what I'm talking about. There's nothing wrong with going to church, man. But don't sit up here and shame Christians. And Christians have been the most persecuted in our own country for just being Christians. And we used to be a Christian nation, and we will go back to becoming a Christian nation again, because the majority of people here are still Christian. mostly. Now we are tolerant of other ethnic groups as well. You know, nobody, you ain't never had to worry about somebody coming out here and, oh, you are non-Christian. No, we no. This is what will make America so great. This is why a lot of Muslims and Hindu, Sikh, Buddhists, any of these other religions that come here to America, right? Because America is the land of the free and the home of the brave. They come here seeking freedom and liberty, right? You can come here and be any religion you want to be and don't have to worry about the government, somebody knocking on your door, trying to kick in your door. You know what I'm saying? Okay, what you had to say here, non-GMO Joe? Okay, love all God-fearing humans. Absolutely. We all are. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, though, man. I'm of the human race. That's what the main, as the old saying goes, what race are you? I'm for the human race because we are all human. And that's what it is. We shouldn't be divided by religion, by politics, by sex, by color and hue. We are all humans. And as long as you are sworn in as America, citizenship, that makes you an American too. Or if you were born here, that makes you an American as well too. You know? So we know that we have the greatest country in the world is here in America. Yeah, there's more technological inventions and advancements that have been made here in America than any other world, in any other place in the world. And not only that, but America has produced some of the top earning people throughout history. There's more multi-millionaires and billionaires here in America than any other country on the face of the earth. And that's a fact. You know, this is how great we got it. And we're going to have it even better than this because we are going into a golden age. We really are, though. When the day that the Federal Reserve Bank is gone, we don't have to pay taxes no more. Even with these liberals, you think they're going to be... Let me ask you this, ladies and gentlemen. Do y'all think that the liberals going to be an uproar complaining that they don't have to pay taxes anymore and things like that? Because I can't see it. But who's going to say, man, bring the taxes back? Bring the taxes back. This is bull crap. Let me see. CR says, yeah, call leftists bad names and belittling people. Now say that you are all American. See what I'm saying? I was waiting on it. See, I was waiting on it again. Here's another one. Here we go. Tax cuts for the rich. See, I'm going to tell you guys this. The liberals are still in a time warp because they still believe that Trump is a liar. He's a convicted felon and nothing good can come from Trump. They still believe that this white man, nationalist and all, is a racist. They associate white men of stature as a racist. This is their basis of argument right here. And when I ask these questions and try to break stuff down, see, CR, I'm assuming as well, like you and most liberals to the left, you do not want to have the conversation with me for real. You just put stuff out there, and if I start to challenge you on it and give you just a little bit of pushback, what do? You start saying I go to name calling. You start to say that, in other words, you try to say that we are the group that claim to be of you try to say that we're supposed to be the group of tolerance, but you think that we're not. And this basically what you're saying in so many words. But I'm here to say this. You will see it more so. I can show you better than I can tell you. How about that? Because the majority of America, let me remind you, CR, news flash. CR, here's a news flash for you. 49 states have voted for Trump, including the battleground states, right? Which we call the swing states. We have control of the House. We have control of the Senate. We have control of the other one, which is, you already know what it is, right? The Supreme Court. These are the three things. We have it by a landslide. So you mean to tell me that when people have voted for Trump, does that mean that they also are a bunch of ignorant, hillbilly racists? Is that what you're trying to say? That we just don't know any better? Because they're not. They're not. And what is wrong with being conservative? It's amazing how these liberals want to associate people of being hick. What's wrong with that? People, I got family from the South too. Don't get it twisted now. So yeah, I got family, and I was born in New York, but that's not going. I mean, what's wrong with somebody being from the country or the city? Everybody together voted. Everybody, what's going on? 1000 RR. I knew you were gonna pop up in here, though. You know. Yep. Conservative holds the country together. Absolutely. This is what it's all about. It doesn't matter all walks of life that are conservative. And see, and this is the thing about it. CR, he's another guy that came in. I had to get with two others that was in here, and one wasn't even from the United States, which I knew that. And then we had to deal with another dude before you got here, 1000 RR. I don't know how long you've been here listening, but there was another dude claiming he was a Marine and things. So we know that that wasn't the case, you know. Wise, okay, why? Okay, what did non-GMO Joe say? Wise, our black brothers will thrive. Absolutely, because we're all gonna win. I'm enraged in the black community, as long as I can remember, man. And a lot of my family voted Democrat. Generational. We talking about well over 60 years, man. Voted Democrat. My grandmother had a picture of JFK on the wall and Martin Luther King. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And this was right there with a lot of your grandparents had him. My grandmother had Martin Luther King, right, on the wall, and JFK. And she had a thing with Jesus up there. I'm just keeping it real, you know. We were Democratic. Grandmother, my mother, they all voted Democrat for years. And I had to walk my mother down on a lot of the Democratic policies. Talked about the uni-party. I had to explain to her, and they were right. I mean, the thing about it is, whether blacks would have even voted Republican and things like that, I think that what probably would have happened back then is that if the majority of us would have went independent, because it would have made more sense than them just voting Republican, even though the history of the Republican Party was started by blacks as well as whites back in that Reconstruction period, this offset slavery. But we know that it was taken over by the Democrats. Wasn't that they switched. That's where the Uni-Party and all that kind of started coming into play. You got Richard Nixon, right? He's the one that took us off the gold standards. So you already know that he was also an operative for the deep state, and this is like back in 1971. You know what I'm saying? Terry Hammond says, I need to clear up a mistake that a notice convict, okay, is what's happening when a jury renders its decision, sentencing the results of said convict conviction. I mean, okay, what else you have to say? Whether or not he gets sentenced has nothing to do with whether he's been convicted. That is up to the judge. But and then non-GMO Joe says, Terry, you are wrong. Not how it works in the yeah, which is true. It's not how New York. That's not how it really works, though. For real, for real. Because again, Judge Marshawn, how you want to pronounce his name? Look at his daughter. Didn't his daughter accept some type of bribes or whatever? We're talking like a lot of money. And also, we know that the deep state is real because they are in the ones in the position that can offer Judge Marshawn. He said, we get this guy convicted, we're going to give you this and that. It's called a bribe. You don't think that judges or even Supreme Court justice judges can be bribed? It happens all the time. You know, this is exactly what it is. They said that Trump was doing some type of illegal business dealings. All we're asking is, you got to show us the proof. They tried to say that he did this and that, but they had a very weak argument about that. They tried to produce this hush money thing and all this other stuff, and they can't seem to produce the woman. Stormy Daniels didn't have a problem with it. That wasn't, you know what I'm saying, whatever the agreement that they actually had, but they're trying to make something, they're trying to create a boogeyman here. And the majority of the people in this country don't see the boogeyman, Terry. That's all I'm saying. And things. I mean, I'm respectfully, I read what you had to say. I mean, that's fine, but we don't, the majority of the people overlook that because the country more so, people concerned, and this is where the leftists, I don't know what side you align yourself, Terry, because you kind of asked the question, it could be either way. And I respect that. But what I'm saying is the majority of these people in this country have already aligned themselves on conservatism, right? They already see Trump as, because they saw him get down over 4 years ago, back in 2016, when he was the president, right? When he when he was the president, then he did so many great things for everybody. Everybody won. You know what I'm saying? If it wouldn't have been for COVID, they introduced COVID. And the reason that Trump got blamed for that, because again, Trump looked at it as not being a real issue. COVID was not a real issue. It wasn't a real issue, right? And he was right by taking ivermectin and some of these other type of things to get rid of the virus. They criticized him, thumbed him down, then it come back years later that he was absolutely correct. So the Democrats have created these boogeymen, blame Trump. They create the problem, and you're right though, non-GMO. Hold on, let me read this right here. Yeah, you addressed it, Terry. Every state is different. It's true. Non-GMO Joe said Trump can't pardon a state charge. Yeah, and I admit I'm not great on the legal system. Some of you guys may rock on that. Terry Hammond says that is true. I can see that point, but it doesn't change the fact that the conviction and the conviction or sentencing results, blah blah blah. I'm gonna be honest with you, Terry. They've been fighting a ghost in this situation. I don't even see them even winning in this thing. They're being discredited each and every time. In fact, Trump's nearest, what is his personal attorney even said, he basically told, you already know, he already told Letitia James, if you continue going down this witch hunt, we're going to, what he said, quote, I'm going to lock your fat ass up is what, quote, is what he said. That's not what I said. I'm saying what he said, right? Okay, so Terry said, wait. What do you mean who had a weak argument about what? I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. No, what I'm saying is that it's simply this. I said that they have a weak argument. They, meaning the prosecutors, they have a weak argument. That's what I said. I didn't say you for say. I said they have a weak argument, right? So this is chasing ghosts once again. I seriously believe that Trump would be exonerated from this, Terry, is what I'm saying. So just like you believe otherwise, I believe that he's going to be exonerated. You know why? Because now that he won the popular vote, there's so much of political advantage that Trump has on his side, and they have to produce the evidence. That's the thing about the court of law. You have to show and prove. We're all innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. It's called habeas corpus along with that as well, which he's going to be bringing that back. We can't have these witch hunts and accusing people. You have to prove it. If you cannot prove it, you can't prove it. And they haven't proved anything. They're just speaking rhetoric at this point. They have not built up a great case to prove that Trump did these things that they were saying, that they are accusing Trump of doing. I'm sorry, but they have not. The only thing that people love to say, Trump is a felon and he has 34. He's a 34 counts of indictment, whatever. That's all they know how to say. And when I say of what, he's going to jail. But they don't. I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. They don't have anything. They really don't. So that's what I'm saying about that clarifying and clearing everything up so there's no confusion. You're entitled to believe what you want to believe, Terry, by all means. Mm-hmm. Right? He's entitled to. Okay, what Terry had to say. Okay, first, I'm not calling anybody a boogeyman. I'm the one that said that one though, Terry. Everybody else, I'm just saying. I'm entitled to say what I want to say now. First of all, about the boogeyman comment. I'm just trying to pass out what information is out there, and see if we can figure out what everybody's coming from. We ain't got to really figure out too much of anything, though. I mean, because the majority of the people, Terry, still voted for Trump. If there was any type of doubt, believe you me, and you should know this. If they would have thought that Trump was this felon, let's go in and go down, let's go and walk you down a little bit. If the majority of these people, 49 states, once again, Trump won what? The popular vote. He won the House, won the Senate. Fair and square. This is a landslide. Never happened in the history like this before. So if that is true, I mean, that lets you know that most people don't even look at this trial as being a real thing, for real, for real. The only people that are concerned with it is a small minority group that only make up a minority. It's like little. I have to put it like this because that's why I call it a boogeyman. Boogeyman doesn't exist, but they're trying to use what they're trying to compose together. It's like they're trying to build a Frankenstein, parts from here, part from there, trying to, you know, convince people. They're trying to convince. It's the majority of the people that are not going for this stuff. These bogus felony charges and all that, it will not stick. Just as non-GMO said, yeah, it won't stick. Non-GMO Joe is right. It will not stick. You have to understand this, Terry. It's not about me convincing you. You done already made your mind up. And you may not even like Trump. That's fine. That's fine. But the Democrats this is their last ploy, ladies and gentlemen. Liberal Democrats, this is their last fight. They're trying to hold out to lock him up. If they can't do this, then they're going to try to go to another means. Another means. Trump is not going to prison. He's got too much support of the people that believe him. There's not enough evidence that says otherwise. That's why I call it the boogeyman syndrome. You can't convince people in the country that there's a boogeyman that really exists. Maybe a small group of people believe a boogeyman, but the majority of people don't believe in such a thing. I don't believe in a boogeyman. I sleep good at night. I ain't got to worry about in my closet or what's underneath my bed. We don't have to look at that type of stuff. You know. I mean, that's fine though, Terry. You are entitled to believe what you want to believe. That's what makes America so great. This is called the freedom of speech. Terry, it's not my job to convince you, nor anybody in this room. You done already made your mind up, and that's fine. I don't I don't really do a lot of the debating with liberals on the left. I don't, because it's pointless at this point. We have so much that we have won and gained, and like I said before, there's no more Democratic Party at this point. You don't have no leadership no more, and things like that. We are looking great and good, and things like that. We're on the way of going into the golden age. Trump is about to dismantle the Federal Reserve Bank. He's going to do, once again, get a lot of illegals out of our country. We're looking very, very good right now, you know. He has love and respect for the military. He actually went to Arlington, Texas, and spoke on behalf of those veterans and those gold families. Trump have proven himself over and over and over. We don't even have to go into this stuff no more. Terry, you're entitled to have your own arguments and your own opinions. But again, we may not ever agree on these facts or these things. It's fine. You know, that's fine. You know, I'm telling you, Terry, can we agree that we can disagree? You know, because you're trying to convince the room and people. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Okay, Terry, you said okay. So you said I'm a veteran. Okay, let me ask you this question: what part of the service, Terry, did you serve in, sir? I'm just curious. Could you tell me what part of the service that you served in, if you don't mind me asking? I'm sure you appreciate the conversation. I'm just asking you a quick question. What part of the service did you serve in, if you don't mind me asking? Terry, what part of the service? I just want to ask Terry these. I got a couple of questions I want to ask him. Terry, what part of the service did you serve in? Hello, Terry. Terry, what part of the service did you serve in? Because I see you spell your name Terri. Isn't that the feminine version of Terry as a man? I thought Terry is usually spelled Terry. Now I'm not trying to poke fun at you, but I was just kind of wondering. That's my other question. Of course, we can agree. All right, I know this, Terry. Okay, you served in the armed forces. That's great. That's great. And like I said, you. It sounds like you could have actually served in the military, but here's my other question. Here's the other. What I'm going to say is this: there are the majority of the people in the armed forces that also voted for Trump. Now we all watched the verdict that came down against Trump, but that didn't deter us for not to vote for him. See, the Democrats, liberals thought that we were going to be deterred. They thought we were going to be upset, and so forth. They thought that by hearing that verdict, 34 counts, well, we were going to run out in the streets like Democrats have, liberals. We didn't do that because majority of us knew that this stuff was bogus. We didn't believe in it. So that's what I'm saying is that you are definitely have the right to have an opinion. I'm not going to attack you for that. The problem that I have with people is when they come in here uh, insulting, being disrespectful, name calling, because we don't have to do that. There's enough on the liberals that are doing this, sir. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, and I appreciate you. You've been a great sport, man. I mean, this is about having conversation and dialogue. I welcome that. I'm not one of these type of people up here that's above that or against that. But thing about it is that I mean you're more welcome to have your opinion. But I'm just saying though, the question, Terry, that you have to ask is that, and this is my question to you: how is it that the majority of the people, 49 states, once again, even the battleground states, which are the swing states that went in Trump's favor, this is the bigger question. All these people saw these indictments, 34 of them. They still voted for Trump. How is that possible? This is my question to you. How is that possible? Are you a woman? Okay. Okay. I thought so, Terry. I thought so. I wasn't trying to be funny, Terry. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. Okay, you're right. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. Wasn't trying to troll you. I just had to know for sure, and things. And this makes a lot. And now, Terry, this makes a lot of. I can see now. It makes a lot of sense now. I mean, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense now. I totally understand now. Hmm. I understand, and as to right now, I have no reason to question that. People want people wanted a change, and they didn't see any benefit from the policies that Biden administration. Okay, and that's the thing about it though, Terry. We didn't see it at all. You know what we got in return was a bunch of lies, a bunch of woke agenda type stuff, right? That was pushed onto the people. And it offended us so much because they started telling us how to think We couldn't say this and that. Political correctness, critical race theory, what else? Transgender ideologies. All this stuff was pushed onto us as a people, and we got sick of it. They started attacking men, saying that male toxicity and all this other type of stuff. This stuff has been going on for a long time, Terry. It really have hurt America. It didn't make America whole and great. And all this came from Obama. Let's just be real though, Terry. Obama was the great deceiver and divided us as a nation. Same sex marriages and all this stuff, he started legalizing all this stuff. He was the one that have weaponized the LGBTQ community. Everybody knows that, right? I'm giving you reasons as to why the majority of the people voted for Trump. Because I asked you this originally to see what you were going to say. But since I didn't really, because I asked that question, I got a lot of other stuff, but you didn't really answer the question. So I said, let me just go ahead on and bring up all these talking points as to why the majority of the people, you just said that it was about Biden's thing. It didn't happen just with Biden. That's what I'm trying to say. You have to go back further than that. It happened with Obama. Obama was the great deceiver. Obama was the one that separated Americans with these safe spaces and critical race theory crap stuff. All this stuff was pushed on to the people because we were just fine without having all this stuff. And it pissed people off. It really has. It started to really make it put everybody on eggshells. Right now, when Trump gets sworn in, we don't have to be on eggshells anymore. We have the expression to say what we want to say. And that's why I say with the Constitution, if I say the word faggot right now, I have that right to say that, right? Because of the Constitution. Whether they have to accept it or not, but I shouldn't be thrown in jail for it. You see what I'm saying? As long as I'm not out here harming anybody and preaching hate speech for real, I have that right to say that. I can say sissy if I want to, because once again, the Constitution of the United States granted me that right to say that. Whether you have to accept it or not, but these are the things that make our country so great. And I love the fact that I could say these things without being persecuted because it was a bunch of bull. And Obama was the one that took those rights away from us by weaponizing the LGBTQ community, and it alienated us, and they made us think, the liberal left made us think and assume that they were the majority speakers, and they weren't. When we all showed up at those polls and voted for Trump, that means enough was enough. And now that the Democratic Party is no more, but they have no leadership, they are in disarray, discombobulated. They have infighting amongst each other, blaming on each other why Kamala Harris did not win. So as I tell other people, we don't have that worry anymore, man. We really don't. We don't have to worry about whether or not Gavin Knucklehead Newsom or any of these other people. We don't have to worry about Chuck Schumer, Adam Shifty Schiff. We don't have to worry about these people no more. Nancy Pelosi. In fact, if they've been in any type of illegal or pedophilia type stuff, they're going to prison as well. There's a list of them. And I know right now they are very shaky right now. They have no real leadership. They never did. They've been empowered by the deep state. Everybody know it. Everything I'm saying is public knowledge now. The Diddy files that Trump holds, Jeffrey Epstein, Epstein Island, Lolita Jet, all this stuff is all out there. And it's going to be shared with the public very, very soon. This is why I labeled it how the Democrat liberals are in a panic mode from the political standpoint they are. They have no leg to stand on whatsoever. They are shaking. Oprah jetted up on out of here. All of the stuff that Oprah alone, and she ain't the only one, there's a list of them. From the politicians to these Hollywood elites. They all been in cahoots with each other, working as deep state operatives to convince the majority of these people in this country to accept woke agenda type of foolish ideologies. Terry says, well, like I said, I think it's because they were frustrated because I think we're all frustrated. I think we all were frustrated. I think that's what you're trying to say. I would argue that the separation began back in Reagan administration and things. And like I said, I was around with Reagan, maybe like you have, sound like you have. I'm a Generation Xer, but I was a child, so I had to go back and read up on things with Reagan. I came from the black community, and the majority of black Americans did not like Reagan at all because a lot of us voted Democrat. The Democrats basically were the ones that um, miseducated us about Reagan. They did this on purpose, so therefore they can keep the black vote. And anybody that knows this, right? I didn't find out how good or how great Reagan really was for the people of what he was trying to do. Why do you think? Let me ask you this question, Terry. Do you know why Reagan was the attempt assassination? Do you know why that happened? I've just got a question for you. Could you answer that question for me? Do you know why there was an attempt assassination on his life? They tried to take his life with with an assassination attempt. Do you know why that happened? You have the right to say it. I submit that. I don't understand why anybody would want to be hurtful to other people or whatever. But what I'm saying though, Terry, let me ask you this question before we go any further. I'm gonna ask it again. I know there's a little lag, but do you know why Reagan was shot? And then non-GMO Joe say, I hate Reagan for no fault divorce and vaccination injuries, blah blah blah. Yeah, that was true. Yeah, it wasn't everything that was good. It wasn't everything that was good though, especially towards men and things like that. Yeah, man. I mean, Jimmy GMO Joe. Yeah, I mean, I'm finding out things about Reagan and things like that. He was very tough on crime and things as he should be. Remember Nancy Reagan, the whole "Say No to Drugs" campaign and all that. When we already know the drugs came over here and all that type of stuff. So there's things I do remember. I was a little child when he got shot. I'm just keeping it real. Man, no way in the world I was into politics. All I knew is, I mean, they talked about it in school. Yeah, the president has got shot. I remember playing outside, and when he got shot, what was it, 81? He got shot. My mother said, come inside. Y'all got to come in. President been shot. We didn't know. We were wondering why we got called inside because a shooting is a shooting. Somebody got shot. We didn't get shot, but she called us in. You know what I'm saying? It was daytime. I still remember that. I remember when she called us inside. You know what I mean? Okay. How did him? How did he put through the Marriage Equality Act and how it was harmful anybody through? And I'm lost on that. I'm lost on that. Non-GMO Joe, you can reply on that. But I know with the no fault marriage though, it's no fault because again, men women. I'm sorry, women that initiate the divorce over 70% of the time though, Terry. So they don't have to have any reason to get a divorce. That's why they call it a no fault. You don't have to give a reason no more. And let's be honest though, Terry, back then, before the no fault divorce went into an effect, we actually had a better marriage ratio. Men and women were married more and longer back then. They really had to prove that there was something there. Versus now, get a divorce just like that. But as non-GMO Joe says, born in 1979, here, no fault, divorce destroyed the nuclear family unit, which he's absolutely correct. This was a weapon, as I mentioned, was designed to destroy. Because here's the thing about it. So that makes non-GMO also a Generation X. I'm assuming Terry is as well, which is cool. But what I'm saying is simply this: we all know, okay, with the no default, with the non with no default divorce, right? As I said in so many words, and like what non-GMO Joe said, is that it was designed to destroyed the nucleus of the family. In the black community alone, 1965, may we be reminded, Lyndon B. Johnson, right? He was the one that created what? The Welfare Act of 1965. And when that went into effect, black women were allowed what? Welfare. The only caveat is the that the man could not be in a home if there's a woman on welfare. This is when they implemented this act. The government says from now on in, black women, we gonna be those babies' daddies. You got you a baby daddy that's providing for real. It pushed and alienated black men out the home. Therefore, because that before that, up in the 1950s, early 60s, before that went into effect, going down the dates, we were married over at an 80% rate. That is a fact. My grandmother was married to her father. We didn't have all this baby mama stuff. That didn't happen. Everybody was paired up and married. Black women back then had a better respect for black men because the black men were going to work and they were bringing home the bacon home to mama. This was you know what I'm saying? Non-GMO Joe know what I'm talking about. Because in the black community, in fact, we were reminded by a movie, and non-GMO Joe probably know, it was a movie called Claudine. And Claudine, played by Diana Carroll and the late great, you already know, the late great James Earl Jones. It was called Claudine. It was about a woman that had 5 children, and whatever her the original baby daddy was, and things like that. So make a long story short, with Claudine the movie, make a long story short, James Earl Jones was the stepdaddy. He was very much in love with Diana Carroll, played as Claudine, and he was trying to get next to her, and she was really playing hard to get. Moral of the story is, in happy ending, they end up getting together. He ended up taking care of the kids, and that's in that movie right there. It kind of tells a lot of how the black community was even back then. You see what I'm saying? So, like non-GMO Joe said, because of what they put these things, was that the weaponization of the Welfare Act and the divorce, right? The non-divorce act as well. These are the things. I'm a big fan of Thomas Sowell as well too. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, non-GMO Joe says Thomas Sowell can help give you an alternative viewpoint, Terry. He's absolutely correct. I would suggest, Terry, and non-GMO Joe, I appreciate that. Terry, I'm gonna suggest this. Do you know who Thomas Sowell is? First of all, do you know who he is? That was my question to you, Terry. Do you know who Thomas Sowell is? Sowell? Do you know who he is? You were born in '74. Yeah, that makes you a Generation Xer too. We're all Generation Xers. Yeah, I was born in '68. We're all Generation Xers. But do you know who Thomas Sowell is? But I'm asking you a question first. Do you know who Thomas Sowell is? I would have you look what non-GMO type. He spelled his name out and everything. I would say check that out, Thomas Sowell. Um, Read that, right? Because he really is a black treasure and a historian. I think he's an economist as well. Um, he wrote a lot of books and things like that. I'm a big fan of him. I definitely know who he is, not GMO Joe. I really do. He is an American hero. He should be a household name like Michael Jackson. I truly agree. Because Thomas Sowell gave answers to a lot of the age-old questions, Terry. The stuff that you're saying right now, Thomas Sowell goes in great depth as to where it originated from and how it spread it as a poison throughout the people. And he started by the precipice of the black community. Because as he stated, and I say the same thing, if you want a reflection of how society of change for worse will happen, all you have to do is look into the black community. I tell every non-black person that, if you don't know by now, it wasn't that the stuff just, it wasn't that because black folks were lazy and they were just didn't want to do any better. You got to look at the history, and I just use that as an example because I understand you're still trying to uh, you have some viewpoints on some things, and like I said before, I respect that, and we can agree to disagree. But what I'm suggesting to you, Terry, is this: you may want to look at those books, right? And you may want to look at Thomas Sowell. He's going to have the answers to a lot of things that you're talking out that you know, because you don't know who he is, and I get it. Sherry says, thank you so much for sharing and spreading this information. I was born in 1971, Detroit. Yeah, I'm from Detroit. I'm still in Detroit right now, Sherry. Yeah, I lived in other places, but yeah, absolutely. I did a video showing Highland Park, Michigan in one of my videos, lives that I did. I drove around, and I used to live in Highland Park. And you know, and I know, since you're from the area, you are local. If you lived here, you were born in Detroit. I don't know if you're still here, but you know about Highland Park. And I don't know how long ago, if you're still here or not, but I did a thing about how the Democratic plantation and how we got here. Look at it. You can look at the communities in the so-called black community alone. You can look at this type of stuff. So, and that's the thing about it. We as a people now, Terry, we got to look at it now. I may not be able to convince you about Donald Trump, but I'm going to say this. I believe, because I know his policies 4 years ago, and if it hadn't been for COVID, he would have actually, he should have been the president back with not just the 45, but the 46th president. In a sense, we're kind of glad the way things are going now because it gave him some time to regroup. He had to find out who the snakes were, who the people were anti-American, and so forth. Now that he has found that out, he knows what's up with it. Now he can go ahead and put this country back on track, and that's what he's basically is actually not trying to do. He's doing it. You see what I'm saying? He's doing it. That's exactly what it is. He's doing it. So I know I got a message from non-GMO Joe that a message was retracted and things like that. Let me see here. Let me take a look. Um, It might have been automatically generated by YouTube. It might have already generated by them. I didn't do that. I don't know why his message was retracted. Unless you did it. Okay. Yeah, you say you lived in Hamtramck. We got to call it Pole Town, Polish Town. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Very much so. Yeah, very much so. But I misspelled. Okay, I got you. Okay, all right. But other than that, though, yeah. But Terry, I'm just saying though. I hear what you're saying. You said all right, but men have already had that option. So why can't women have it as well? Terry, we're not saying that women don't have that as an option. Y'all do, But what I'm saying is, a lot of us was really young. We weren't married back then, but we know the history, right? When they put that, as non-GMO Joe reminded us, Terry, that the no fault divorce. Think about this for a minute, Terry. No fault divorce. You do not have to show fault at all. And don't you find it a correlation with no fault divorce? And then not only that, though, Terry, and the breaking of the relationship, you realize that 70% of women break their marriage. You do realize that. The statistics are there. So it's not about women not being allowed to do this. But see, what you're thinking is that before the no fault, you think women couldn't divorce. No, what we're saying is and it should be some stipulations as to why you want to get a divorce. Instead of saying, I want to get a divorce. And we know the majority of it is over money anyway. That's one of the major things right there, you know? I mean, nobody is telling you you can't get a divorce. But what I'm saying is, at the same time, is that you have to show fault, because when it's left up to you guys, you're breaking the relationship in an alarming rate. Look at the statistics, though. 1,000 RR says, I'm so glad that 2020 election was stolen because it woke a lot, absolutely, it woke a lot of people up. And also, a lot of people can stop saying that Trump interfered with Obama's economy, the so-called. Yeah, I agree 100%, 1,000 R, 100%. Yeah. Sherry has to say, my parents divorced at that time. Yeah, mine did too. Yeah, mine did too. Yep. I just don't want to go back to a system that would force me to remain married to someone. No, you're not being forced though, Terry. What it is that you have to show fault. If there is any type of domestic violence going on, you call the police. You're having a paper trail of issues that have been going on. You know what I'm saying? That has been going on. These are things that are happening. You have to, like I said, you shouldn't have any problems whatsoever proving that you are in a failed marriage. This is men and women. No, I mean, you know what I'm saying? The suffrage period of women is over. We even have the 19th Amendment to tell us this, Terry. You actually have more laws in your favor right now, right? You have Title IX. This is another one, right? You had DEI, that's going away, but you have Title IX, and I think that may be revamped. I do believe. But as we stand right now, there is no suffrage of women right now. I can't see any type of suffrage of women right now. Women have the right to work in the capacity, or if you can do what men can do, you have that right. Nobody is telling women not to do anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I mean, I'm not the men. And see, this is the thing too that I don't like with the Democratic Party. They use fear with liberals to try to say that these conservative Republicans are going to be taking your rights away, and this is just fear mongering. This is not right. It really isn't. It's not right that we can go down here and do some fear mongering stuff. It's not right at all, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they have been responsible of doing. Because we know with real hardcore bleeding heart liberals, they push an agenda, which is what? Fear. Fear keeps you in check. Fear is the one. This is what they do. And when they do, I'm not saying you, Terry, I'm talking about the party of the liberals. Strictly what it really is. Thanks, Travis David says, speaking facts. Absolutely. This is just a bunch of nonsense. And again, I created the channel just to be able to, this is like a reminder. And maybe it could be a teaching point as well for those that don't know the history. We doomed to repeat it. Because, like I said before, you have more laws as a woman on your side than men do. You really do. You got Title IX. You got the 19th Amendment that was written in strictly for women, giving them the right to vote, to end women suffrage. You have this stuff. So we can't sit up here and say we're going to foo-foo that away, or Trump going to take that away. No, Trump even said, I'm going to protect women in this country whether they like it or not. That's what Trump said. And I'm glad that we can agree on some things. Terry Hammond said, yes, I agree with everything you're saying. And all that is factually accurate. The problem is who is responsible for it? Now, that's an easy question in regards to that. And like I said, you have the Rockefellers, and there's other groups like him. The Rockefellers, in so many words, Terry, they were trying to figure out a way to get the women into the workforce, right? It's called a double taxation. They can get the if they can get the women to work, they can get more taxes out to government, right? This is this is one of the main reasons to get you guys. They wanted to get you guys liberated, but on the back door of it all, since you have been liberated and been allowed to work, you also going to be paying taxes. See, and these are one of the tools that they did to get you guys into the workforce. Now that you are in the workforce, you're paying taxes right along with the men, right? And this was the thing in regards. This is what ended up happening. We want to go ahead and look at it. Now we also have been, there's conspiracies out there that have been dividing women from men, which is feminism. We go to the heart of the feminism and see what that's all about. Because again, feminism was another tool to allow women. You always had choice. You had choice, but what ended up happening? What wave feminism we talking about? We on third wave feminism right now, right? So these are the tools. It destroyed the black community, though, Terry. Feminism in the black community. This is one of the main reasons why our women are so far from us. More so, you know, we come from broken homes for the majority of us in the so-called black community, and this is one of the main reasons when you have these like single family homes that doesn't have a father to protect the children and the wife in the home, and you got crime, violence, drugs. There's a correlation. As Terry, with Thomas Sowell, he talked about all this as well. So I'm glad we're having a conversation because you're one of the few. If you are liberal, and I respect that, because there are liberals out there that I have talked with, and we had a conversation just fine. You know, I'm not gonna hate what you align with, but like I said, I came from a liberal side. That's the thing about it. I wasn't always. I didn't. I didn't vote at all, to be honest. But I came from, as my family were conservative, but they voted for Democrats, which were liberal. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things in there that I grew up with. At the time, I had a lot of liberal friends. They didn't know what they were. It was like in the black community, it was very cultish. You had to do what the Romans do. Terry says, yes, I do know who Thomas Sowell is. That's great. Terry says, I find his perspective notably an out, outlander, and the general consensus seems to feel very differently about the things. Don't you agree? Yeah, the consensus do disagree. You said disagree. I have difficulty accepting. Yeah, because you got to keep in mind, even in the so-called black community, they didn't hold up Thomas Sowell at all. Many of them don't know who he is. They made sure to try to write him out of the history books right then and there. There was democratic policies that made sure. And now the ones that do know him, they guess what they call him? They call him a sellout, a Sambo, and a turncoat. This is what they look at. Larry Elders is pretty much the modern day Thomas Sowell in so many words. And I'm a big fan of Larry Elder. Larry Elder is not saying too much different than what Thomas Sowell is saying. Thomas Sowell is up in his age right now, right? What is he, like 80 something? Late 80s? I mean, but yeah, he wrote a lot of books. I remember which one I read? There's a few of them. But there was one that was called Blacks, what it was, Black, Black Hillbilly. It was something referencing how blacks have taken on this southern type of, there's when he went into the history of southern and antebellum in the South whites, right, and how blacks have adopted the antebellum deep South mentality. In fact, according to Thomas Sowell, he said a stip I would say there was a correlation between the whites in the antebellum South and how blacks from the South behave very, very similar. And this is one of them. Then the blacks in the North, the blacks that were born and raised in the North and come from the bigger cities, they were the ones that seemed to be a little bit more sophisticated because they were around education, went to school and everything. But with the Great Migration from the South, when blacks started coming from the South to the North to work into these plants and stuff, they carried the hillbilly mentality as well. And this is one of the main reasons that you have a lot of thug this country disrespect of the law and obeying the law and being a law-abiding citizen. According to Thomas Sowell, he wrote this in his book in regards to where the blacks have gotten that mentality from. You see what I'm saying? So they brought that disrespect, that out of control nonsense and so forth. They brought that up here to the north. And this is why the northern blacks didn't like the southern blacks. They found them to be uncouth and uneducated and disrespectful. They were the ones that try to talk to somebody's wife or girlfriend, right? This is where the mentality have come from. So Tom had a lot of books about that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, let me see what here. I got to catch up a little bit. I just want to get that point out. Let me see. I'm gonna read from here. Terry has to say, I found his perspective. Okay, you already read that already. Okay, I'm not saying that he was wrong. I have no reason to do that. Perspective. It is important on opinion and values. All right, gotcha. It's just that he seems to have a unique perspective on the grand scheme of things, and that's what's really nice. I love a unique perspective because, again, if a person can argue his viewpoint and make it make sense with logic and facts, absolutely, it's definitely welcome to me. How about this? I used to be a high school English teacher. I just learned 2 years ago about when the actual last person was freed from slavery back in 18. I'm assuming that's supposed to be 1892. Right. Okay. And then 1000 RR said, I was just getting ready to say about Larry Elders. I like his Uncle Tom movies. Yeah, absolutely. 1942. Sorry. Right. 1942. The abolishment of, okay, the end of 1942. Sorry. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, because like, the thing about it is that, yeah, slavery, even though it was abolished, okay. Let's talk policy. Which policies in particular do you feel were his best? Who you talking about for Trump? You talking about from Donald Trump? Terry, you talking about from Donald Trump? I know there's a little delay, but you talking about what's Trump's best policies? I'll let her gather her thoughts for a little bit. But I am enjoying the conversation overall, though, man. We had a lot of people that showed up. We had some people that did not agree with what I had to say and what some of you guys agreed with, along with myself, which is fine. It's what America is about. Let's see. Terry says, "How do you feel about his intent to dismantle all these rather than important government agencies?" Well, I feel good about it, Terry, and I'm glad you were going to go there and things like that because here's the thing about it. We have a bloated government system that is out of control where it has become more tyrannical as opposed to being for the people by the people. We used to be a republic. Now we're under this democratic mob boss rule type stuff that has to go. And Trump, by him as a constitutionalist, so am I. He knows the history of America. We weren't like this before. He understands that America is a corporation, not for the people, by the people. Instead of USA and things like that. So Trump sees where the problems is, and if you dismantle big government, all these regulations, all this bureaucracy, all this red tape, all this unnecessary spending that has been going on for years. Here's another thing, Terry. It didn't make any sense that the American family, which is majority middle class, our pockets were shrinking, our income. But the government is steady spending money, and they said we're in debt, and they want to say that Americans were the ones that did all this. The unnecessary spending in actuality really came from the government, because the more taxes we paid, they took our taxes. I mean, right now, Elon Musk is going to be doing an audit on the government, right? He's going to actually, and he's very good at what he does. This is how he was able to get Twitter, went from all right, okay, to being excellent now, because he trimmed the bloating and the fat where it was necessary to have these cuts. And that's what's going to happen in our government, because as he stated that he can have us within the first year, he can have, let's say, the cuts. If he when he does trim the bloating, we could save $2 trillion right off the back. And I believe those numbers are going to go even higher. This is going to win the majority of the naysayers and so forth around, when they see that their problem has been big, bloated government. We have more regulations, less freedom here in America than ever before. It's a known fact. Everywhere got to be regulated. Government has outreach. They've been reaching into our private lives, telling us. They even took over the school, the educational system. And we're going to go there, though, Terry, because you're familiar. You're education. I think you was an educator yourself. I think you told me that. So therefore, you know firsthand that the Department of Education that became under the government, and we started seeing things that they were teaching the children and so forth as well. This is another thing, though. This department, he's going to take that away as well. Talking about Trump and his administration, they're going to remove the Department of Education from the government, and it's going to put it back at the state level. And it should have never been removed from the state level in the first place. Let me get caught up here. Let me take a look at what you had to say. Anybody can chime in if they want to. I'm gonna wrap this up very soon too, because I got to get on the road. Terry says, "Okay, Okay, you already said that. Okay, how do you feel? Okay, yep, I already said. Okay, Terry says, I think it's more destructive to have children raised in a loveless home, six or 6 to 1, or half a dozen of another." This is what Terry has to say. Yep. Destructive. Okay. Right. Right. Yep. In a loveless home. I'm in agreement with you on that. They all should be in a loving home instead of a loveless home. Terry says it might be money. It might be respect. It might be compatibility. But at the end of the day, why people choose to divorce, why? Okay, is their decision, right? Why does the why? Okay, why does the government have the right to be involved? I'm in agreement. So far we on agreement with everything. Yeah. And then Travis David Sr. said, "Has the government ever been audited?" Terry, there was an attempt a few times, if you know in history. I don't know how old you are, but and that don't really matter. But when JFK and all of them tried to do it, we know what ended up happening. Reagan tried to do it, we know what happened. Trump is doing it, and we know what their attempt to try to happen. So therefore, yeah, they're in the process of auditing the Federal Reserve, because when people start to understand, they say, you know what? That is true. This is the only institution that is not even government. This is not even an entity of America. It's a foreign entity. And when people start to understand this thing for what it really is, they're going to be turned on to Trump as opposed to against Trump. It's just a matter of time. Let me see here. I got bumped off the second. I hope it doesn't miss too much. Okay, yeah, I'm just reading what you had to say. I see we're not really all that different. Absolutely. If we talk to each other, I believe that my soul, I think the objective of politicians is to make sure that never happens. Okay. Yeah, so the corrupt politicians in the deep state, and the uni-parties with Republicans and Democrats before Trump, I agree. There was a lot of things in there because when some of you were voting, I'm gonna be honest, I never voted for those guys. By the time I started being able to vote, let me see, it could have been, yeah, it could have been Bush Senior, and it could have been Clinton. I didn't vote then because I knew that they were full of crap too. You know what I'm saying? Because I was like saying, man, I wasn't, man, as a child, Generation X back in those days, 80s and 90s, wasn't interested in politics at all. Keeping it real. Wasn't interested in politics. But bring the phone to me a little closer here so I can really read what you guys have to say. Um, Terry says, Henry Ford once said something along those lines of American people. Ever caught wind of how the economy works in this country, there would be a revolution by lunchtime. Absolutely, yeah. Henry Ford, absolutely correct. Non-GMO Joe says, "Behold His Pale Horse" by William Cooper exposed a lot of things, and I'm a big fan of William Cooper. I got that book too, though. Non-GMO Joe. I was a big fan, and things like that. He's been here to Michigan. He's actually taught and educated a lot of these militias. Bill Cooper was on it up until his death in Eager, Arizona, back in 2001. Cooper was even telling us about 9/11, if you do remember non-GMO Joe, when it was going to go down and things like that. I used to listen to him. You remember the radio show? It was called, what was it called? Hold on for a minute, it escapes me. It was called uh, something of the hour or something like that. Well, in any event, for those that don't know, William Cooper was a high clearance naval officer and things like that. He really, your brother from another mother. I know, right? Yeah, so, yeah, so William Cooper put it down. And I suggest that you guys, Terry too, you may want to get that book, Behold the Pale Horse by William Cooper and things. This was a patriot back in the days. He had, it was the shock of the hour. I think the name of his back in the days. I think you can pull it up on YouTube. It should be archived, the shock of the hour or something like that. And he had, this is that you had Coast to Coast and things where Art Bell. I used to listen to him when I was in Arizona. He used to come on around midnightish and things on the AM band. For some of you guys, though, some of you guys are old school that remember a lot of these what they call conspiracy theorists because all this stuff was conspiracy back then. The majority of the people wouldn't believe this stuff. Cooper was out there sounding an alarm. You had Tex Mars. You had a lot of people. What's his name? Maxwell, the godfather of it all as well. Jordan Maxwell. You had so many of these people that were sounding the alarm then of what we're talking about now. They said that a tyrannical government, we've been taken over and things. What's his name? Myron Fagan. He was the one that really exposed the stuff back then. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. You know what I'm saying? 13 bloodlines of the Illuminati. With that book, there were so many of them out there, though. You know, the Grand Chess Piece, the Grand Board. There's so many of them out there. You know, pawns in the game. You know, there's so many of them out there. You know, so yeah, I used to love listening to Art Bell and the alien stories. And a lot of these alien stories are absolutely correct. In fact, I'm gonna do my next live about the aliens. Take a break from the politics a little bit, and we're gonna talk about those aliens, man. I started to do that, and I had it scheduled by accident, but I'm not gonna schedule that. Just gonna flat out and do it and things. Non-GMO Joe says modern money mechanics goes over fractional reserve banking in the Federal Reserve. Yep, he's right. So you guys should check that out by what non-GMO Joe posted because this will help more people understand how the Federal Reserve works and that it was never created by the government. It came from private. international banksters. This is exactly what ended up happening. So if you guys get a chance, check that out as well, though. But yeah, man, I really appreciate you guys coming in this morning. Now it's about to be afternoon pretty soon. Terry, non-GMO Joe, 1000RR. Let me see here. I think it was Sam and some other guys that came in here. Yeah, you guys are all welcome. People are welcome. It's and like I said before, and I want to say it again. Um, Everybody is welcome to have an opinion, and we can dialogue about it. This is what makes conversation having conversation. I don't have to. I never want to assault anybody personally, call you out your name, and all this other stuff. We should be more intelligent enough and sophisticated enough to be able to have a real conversation. That's all it is. I mean, everybody been on point. We may not have to agree with everything, but I know you asked me too, Terry, about the policies. What is Trump's policies? I think you asked me, and I'll say this though, and I know some of them right off the top of my head. Like he wants to secure the border, which he will, because he done this before. And then he wants to kick out all the illegals that are over here in this country because what people got to be reminded, especially on the left, it's unconstitutional to allow illegals, whether they're good or not. They cannot come into a country without being vetted and going through the right pathway of citizenship, you know? So there's reasons for that, right? So we have to secure those borders, and then we have to get the illegals out because they are a scourge on our economy. Anybody that knows this know that, right? So this is, I mean, we're already been found out that those little spending cards that they were giving, $2,500 a piece. Now Adam, what's his name, Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, already declared that he was going to stop those vouchers from happening, which I think he did a great thing. Eric Adams, though, So now that he stopped that, I believe he's working alongside with Trump and things because really the deep state Democrats were going to punish him how he spoke out against migrant illegals and things like that because he was what Trump said. Eric Adams, as a Democrat liberal, backed Trump up on this and was telling the truth about what they were doing here in America. You know what I'm saying? What you guys have to say now? Let me read over here again. Terry, you have a great day and well, thank you for all the conversation. I feel less terrified of the future knowing that people are willing to at least engage. Absolutely, Terry, and things like that. I appreciate you as well. You've been everything but ignorant and rude. You've been the opposite. Very coiffed, and very polite. Non-GMO Joe said, we are the good guys who help our neighbors and put ourselves in danger to save others. Absolutely. Terry says, yeah, we are Americans. Yeah, we really are. Terry says, as long as we remember that, and that's supposed to mean that they can't tell us otherwise. Sherry says, shalom, brother. I know, shalom to you as well, Sherry. Terry says, I'm only going to say one thing about the immigration thing. They don't come here for jobs. And that they aren't being given. And who do you think is giving them those jobs? Well, I'll say this though too. They never were really here for the jobs though. It was a ploy by the Democrats. We all know this because the Democrats want to secure the future voting process. So they already know blacks were already leaving the Democratic slave plantation already. They were losing a record number of liberal whites over to the Republican side as well, because, like you said, to your point, they were dissatisfied with Biden's administration, right? And if you go back further, it was also Obama. So with a lot of the woke agenda stuff, so they alienated their own party. They separated their own party. This is one reason about it, and they're still doubling down on this nonsense, which to me is lunacy, because they're chopping off the support they gave them the support. but it was by conversion and trickery, to be honest with you. Same thing with the black community, the so-called black community, because 92% of black women vote Democrat. They still do. You know what I'm saying? Just for them alone. You know. So let me see here. You have down here. Okay. I'm just saying, not a lot of average Americans were poor folk. Owned in company. Okay. Own. Okay. In company that can hire migrant laborers to work in their factories. You know what I mean, right? Exactly. Okay. I heard that. Okay. I heard that was just a rumor. Can you hook me up with some data on that? Oh yeah, I can hook you up on some data on that as well too, and things like that. So, um, yeah, I'm gonna see what I can do here in regards to that, because I'm gonna have to do a live on that. I may have to do a video on that with my because I knew I use a software that I can pull up stuff online and talk at the same time, and I think that that would be a good point in regards to that. I heard that was just a rumor, but you can, okay, right. So yeah, that's the thing about it, because if you look at it this way logically. This is just a logical point. You look at the voters in the so-called black community. The Democrats really were hoping that the the blacks, right now, I'm talking about them. 23% of them, could be a little bit more, especially with black men, small minority group of black women voted Democrat. I mean, voted Republican this time, and things like that. So with Kamala Harris, there was a big outcry. Or I should say, not an outcry, but I guess you could say a logical uh, argument against the Democrats coming from other social media groups like myself. And they were putting facts and sharing information as to where the demographics. 40% of black men in Philadelphia voted for Trump, not Kamala Harris. They looked into her policies, her record, and saw how she persecuted over 1,500 black men alone for frivolous marijuana charges. She was for the cash bond as well. Make sure that the cash bond stayed in effect over there in California and things like that. And we already know that inner city income, they can't afford a cash bond. People that when their sentence was up, she extended those sentences and gave him more time. It was a modern day being on a chain game. Remind me of a movie out of Life. If you saw the movie with Life with Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence, and that's exactly what it is, though. Uh, that's what she was basically doing. But you're welcome, Terry. But yeah, so that's the thing about it. I'm about to go and end this live, though. You guys been great and things. We just had the conversation. I enjoyed the likes. You guys we had a really, really great time, by the way. For those that are coming in on the tail end of it all, 1000 RR, I appreciate you backing me up, man. I knew you was going to come in and things like that. I appreciate you and things. I appreciate non GMO Joe as well, man, and things like that. In fact, let me see here. Non GMO Joe. That way, I'm going to add you as a moderator, non GMO Joe. There you go. Yep. I made non GMO Joe a moderator as well, 1000 RR. So, yeah, so I got you guys covered as well. I want Terry to come back in here again. I really enjoyed her company and things. Yeah, you're one of the first that I've talked with. Like I said, let me see. Terry says, but the immigration issues have been an ongoing issue over the century for the exact same reason. Exactly. There could be a lot of things that could contribute to that as well, but it's unconstitutional. It shouldn't be the case, though. They should not be in here. And I know when I'm gonna bring up. There's something in the Constitution. There's a stipulation that states how, and Trump's referenced this from history a lot. It's an old bill that Trump is bringing up in regards to this. And then when I get that, I'm gonna get that and share that as well, because I want that. I want people to understand. It's not just Trump making stuff up, because Trump is a constitutionalist. He understands the land of law very, very well. So I'm gonna bring that stipulation up of that old bill. I think it went around since the 1700s, I think 1800s. But I'm gonna bring that up. Non-GMO Joe, have a great day, man. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. You earned that as well. We got Mr. What's his name, Mr. Trying to think his name starts with a G, but at any event, I want to thank him too. Terry says, and it doesn't have anything to do with parties or whatever, but it has a lot to do with the economy and things. But I would say this though, it's not a left wing white right wing, and I didn't really make that. It became more of a left wing thing later. But originally, is as I would agree with you, it had a lot to do with the economics of it all. Because what is better than almost low slave wages? Really, you don't have to worry about you don't have to worry about for labor forces and all this stuff, OSHA and all this other stuff. You don't have to worry about that. I'm in agreement with you because when you got illegals in here, and I remember a while back when I lived in Phoenix, Arizona, and they busted a lot of illegals working at Walmart. There was a little. This is back in the 2000s, and I remember that. But what they were doing, they were breaking the law. But most illegals are not going to complain. I mean, it makes the perfect. It's the perfect storm when you think about it, because if the legals are over here, yeah, they can work under the table, work out in the orchard, working, and all this other type of stuff, working in factories. I'm not gonna say they're not hard working. A lot of these illegals, especially the Hispanic, Latino population alone, they are some of the most resilient type of people when it comes down to working. You see them in construction. Yeah, I mean, you can't blame them for wanting to come over here and start something new to have a better life and things. I'm not saying that the majority of them are criminals. That's not what it is at all. I'm not sitting up here and saying that at all. But we have to be mindful that they have to come over here to the right pathway to citizenship. I mean, that's only fair. They can't come over here illegally. And the way that they have removed ICE like that, the border, nope. I mean, the border is like catch and release. You catch them coming into the border, walking them in. They showed the. This is all documented. It's all been on video of them. Welcome to America. Here, give you this. Welcome to America. Welcome to America. They were walking them in, walking them in, welcoming. Try to say that 3 times. The illegals over here, and then they've been given set asides that belong to the American people. So yeah, it left a bad taste in a lot of Americans' mouths. I agree with you. But other than that, I'm about to end this live. You guys have all been great, man. I really appreciate it very, very much. You all have engaged, even the ones that did not agree at all. Like I said before, you are welcome. I just didn't like the one that came in here trying to steal the valor of other Marines and other servicemen. Terry says, I don't see why everyone has an objection to her. What is wrong with her policies? What is wrong with her record? And things. Are you talking about Harris? Talking about Kamala Harris? You know, the thing about it is that I know what she was trying to do, right? But here's the thing about it, though. She lost a lot of black men because, those 1,500 black men for marijuana charges, a lot of those were frivolous marijuana charges. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they really were. So, right there, it felt like we were being targeted. You know what I'm saying? Over frivolous, because like I said, if her policy here's what it would make sense, because if the black men wasn't targeted, being 1,500 of them for marijuana charges, the numbers should have been lower on the black diaspora. Wouldn't you agree? It shouldn't be an over alarming rate of black men being arrested than over whites and others. All we're saying is just have some balance, because the law is the law. I'm not saying that, but she slanted against the black men more so than anyone else, and this is what caused the problem. I mean, regards to that, Kamala, for the most part of it, she lost a lot of liberal women because they didn't see. She didn't really speak effectively very well. Kamala Harris really had an issue because she wasn't a great auditor. You know what I mean? And she believed in Marxism. For another, I'm glad we were going to go there. Non-GMO. I'm just over here walking it down, but yeah, non-GMO says her policies were based on neo-Marxism beliefs. She was keeping the same administration as Biden. She said equality in common language. Absolutely. Because many of us have the book called The Communist Manifesto. We can smell and sniff out communism a mile away. And with her and Marxism, they go hand in hand with each other. You know, she was for a big centralized government, right? She would had an attack on capitalism, right? She said that corporations and rich people were the enemy. This is rhetoric that we have heard before. You know what I'm saying? So, Communist Manifesto explains all in that book. All right. So let me see. Terry says, Super Love, this, okay, Super Love, thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. I hope you have a great day beyond. Same thing to you, Terry. Absolutely. Non-GMO Joe, I appreciate you as well, sir. You have earned a respect in my book as well. Terry says, I would do that. I agree. And I don't really care about if we talk about Harris policies or not. No, that's all right. I mean, everything is a free forum in here. Only thing that I'm going to be doing is the next one we're going to be talking about, Terry, and I hope you're around. Non-GMO Joe is going to be here, I'm sure. 1000RR and the rest of them. Yeah, we're gonna have something where I'm gonna be talking about those aliens things. Roswell, Area 51. We're gonna go there, man. This is gonna be a good one. We are gonna go there, right? Maybe touch on Project Bluebeam, Project Paperclip. You know what I'm saying? Project Looking Glass. Yeah, we're gonna go there, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you like the alien agenda, because we're going to talk about it right here on this channel. I'm going to be looking forward to it, and things. How do you guys think? Fun stuff? I was going to ask. Yeah, I was going to ask, is that going to be something? Because, yeah, I love talking about this stuff, Manhattan Project, right? Uh, yeah, all these things, we're going to talk about it, the crash sites and stuff. Are we using alien technology today? Yeah, we're going to talk about it, Is Kevlar and all these other metals, are they from here or from somewhere else? We're gonna talk about all this stuff. I have a friend in Lebanon. He said the alien stuff is all over his news. Yeah, I can see that, Sherry. Yeah, I can see that though, because this is a global thing though, and we can go in much detail in things as well as information about this stuff, because every nation around the world have seen these UFO things. But ever since the crash of Roswell, that they have this technology and they have reverse engineer it and things. Sometimes I don't even know if it's something that the government has produced that's flying up there in the sky, or if that's coming from another. Is that coming from aliens from another planet? The bigger benefit comes from us finding the plentiful common ground that we actually share. Absolutely. I told him I wasn't new news. Okay, exactly. Because we all have heard this stuff before. And I try to mix it up a little bit. It doesn't always have to be. This is not necessarily a political platform. I talk about it more so now because I know the importance of it all, you know? Okay, there were here before the flood of Noah. Absolutely. I'm a big fan of Billy Carson, by the way, as well. So he's a powerhouse in this arena. You know what I mean? General Bird's writing on the Atlantic, yeah, of that, you know, the one that sank in the ocean, Atlantica. Yeah, so I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I love stuff. I love history, but I also love about the big alien cover up conspiracy thing, you know? Yeah, there's people out there that talked about this stuff as well, and things like that. There's many people that have lost their lives trying to give this information. Bill Cooper even talked about it. Behold a pale horse. He's been to Area 51. He even said that the alien that they had from the crash site of Roswell. I think he died now. You know what I'm saying? You know, with those grays with the big eyes, they don't even have. I don't. Do they have any genitals or nothing? They just walk around. Are they naked or what? What's is that a suit? I'm not for sure though. You know, there's no genital. It is you can't determine if it's a male or female. It's kind of I always wonder how they race procreate. You know what I'm saying? Um, well, Terry has down here one side. Okay, one-sided. The that equation has power on the others. Does not. And at the end of the day, those are the two sides that actually exist. Non-GMO Joe says post World War II generation. Bird went to the South Pole and encountered amazing things. Exactly. In fact, I'm glad you brought that up, non-GMO Joe, because didn't the Nazis go there too? I think the Nazis was there first. Um, One could say that a lot of their technology could be alien. This is just conspiracy stuff on this type of stuff. Yeah, but they were the ones that was that New Swabbing Land, all these other things. Aren't they the ones that been over there first? You know, over in the South Pole and things. There's areas that we cannot go. We cannot go in that particular area. The question will be why? Why aren't we allowed to go there? We pretty much know, you know. Yep, the Grays. What did Sherry say? The Grays. Yeah, the Grays. I guess I'm trying to wait for the rest. But yeah, you got the Grays. There's a lot of alien races besides the Grays. Things we have been inhabited and visited since the days of, like you said, of Noah. Non-GMO Joe says yes, the Nazis led him there. Absolutely, it was all documented. Documented crazy stuff. The entire race of life. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of things deep over there, you know, that I'm not privy of that information. But it would be nice to know these things. You know what I'm saying? It really would. It really, really would, though. I mean, I find it fascinating at the same time. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about John Teeter, too. For those that don't know who he is, he was the dude that claimed that he came from the year of, was it, 2035, coming back here to get some type of IBM processor that wasn't produced in his time. I like the time travel stories, whether if it's a hoax, whether if it's real or not. Yeah, I'm also with that, you know, type of stuff. I mean, what do you guys think? You know, Terry says, yeah, they are searching for the Holy Grail, and that's where they ended up. What a crazy world we live in. How is this possible? Real life. Non-GMO Joe says I would get links to share for for the conversation. Oh yeah, that'd be great though, non-GMO Joe. Yeah, because we can really have the real discussion because that's the other thing I'm very passionate about is about other life and other life forms and things like that that have been inhabiting our planet and stuff and things. The Greys are okay. They want the word. Okay, the Greys are they want the word. Want the? Are you saying that they want the world? You saying that the Greys want the world? Is what you're saying, Sherry? Um, want the world. I always heard about the reptilians that live underground. If you believe in string theory and the quantum universe, there is no reason time that time travel is impossible. I'm in agreement with that. Einstein proved that as well. I think if I'm correct, his E over I times R theory of relativity talks a lot about that. So yeah, I'm a big fan though of knowledge and intelligence and stuff like that. Yeah, if they want the planet, there. I mean, every alien is not in our best interest. You know, I believe that they may have some type of agreement with the government to allow experimentation on humans because we already had heard it. Art Bill have already talked about this. George Norrie have already talked about this. How a lot of us have come up as being experimented, adopted, being on board a vessel. Many people describe these grays and things like that, and how they have mind telepathy. They can read our minds. They know what we're about to do before they do it. They have technology that's out of this world that they can stop an inanimate object right in its tracks and things like that. So I find stuff like that to be very, very interesting. You know, I think that there are a lot of them are concerned because not that now that we have the nuclear capability and things like that to destroy this planet as well as the universe. I ain't gonna say the universe, but a lot of people would be affected. So there could be a intergalactical presence that's looking at Earth to make sure that those rockets are not fired off. And I believe, like Star Trek, they can make themselves look and appear like a human to come down here to persuade and talk to our leaders and try to find peaceful solutions. And that's what I think. Many people could say that some of these people are aliens, some good, some bad. It's like being in black, you know? And we're going to talk about this stuff. We kind of going into the precursor of it right now, but we are going to talk about this stuff. I think this will be a very good change of momentum, you know, or direction. Terry says travelers who drive off the Bay Road and end up somewhere in the field of New Mexico. Yeah, you have heard of stories like that as well because I mean, time is distorted when they're running into what is it, magnetic fields that they're able, this microwave that they can able to generate and things, and it does lead up a lot to do with time. They regulate blood testing to be done before marriage. Yeah, absolutely. Birth certificate, absolutely. All these things that and this is all for control. Let's not forget about that, you know? This is all done for control, you know? But yeah, the time travel thing is fascinating to me, you know? How how this vessel that can move so quick and so fast, it can leave our Earth's orbit. They've been doing interstellar travel for a very long time. You know, um, what is the quadrant that's outside the Omega? No, it's the Alpha. What's it? Uh, Alpha Arcturus, Beta Arcturus. There's different ones out there for the stars, the galaxies out there, and so forth. Even though we're in the Andromeda galaxy, but I find this stuff to be very, very interesting to me, man. How they are able to travel from other light. I mean, they could travel light years ahead and coming from different star systems. And there's star systems out there that haven't been charted that we don't even know about yet, but they have privy to this information. So there's a lot of things that we can that we can learn from them. I think we have been. I'm a lot of agreement of Billy Carson, how we have been genetically made, and how we are evolving right now. I think that we have been spoon fed education and information and things like that, little bit at a time, little bit at a time, to get us to evolve to who we truly can be. Without when we can evolve to the point of bitter anger, fighting amongst each other, infighting, and things like that. And I think it's very, very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's very, very interesting that we are having these conversations. So, for those that have just came into the channel, even though we talked about the present topic, but I'm talking about the precursor to my next live where we're going to be going over these aliens, conspiracy theory, Project Bluebeam, Project Paperclip, Project Looking Glass, Manhattan Project, Roswell. We're gonna talk about Interstellar Highway, what's it called? In, what they call it? Not Interstellar, but it's called uh, Extraterrestrial Highway. There we go. We're gonna be talking about that little city over there in over there in Nevada. I always thought, one day I wanted to drive over there because I'm gonna do my road trip pretty soon, and I want to drive over there, extraterrestrial highway over there. Is that in, what's that, Rhonda? What's that? The city over there. Guys may have to help me out. But in that little town over there, and they said that's where you can see all the activity that goes on. They want us divided because they know that we are strong together as one. Absolutely non-GMO Joe. This whole thing about race is fabricated. This whole thing about gender fighting, how they convince the majority of these women that men want to take their rights away and bind them and keep them enslaved, like the caveman days. They play our fears against us once again, and unfortunately, it has worked up into a certain point. But people are starting to wake up, and the Democratic Party has been pretty much destroyed. They have no leadership. The stuff is not working. The people that are still promoting this, when Trump gets into office, he's going to take the press, the media, and he's going to bring it back once again to the Constitution, where they are not allowed to do what they have been doing by using propaganda and fear to push for one side of a party and go against the other side. These media groups will no longer be weaponized like they are again. That's why I say you're going to be looking at a View and all of them, they're going to be gone. They're not going to exist anymore. It'll go back to the Walter Cronkite days when journalism was journalism, where they didn't have no opinion whatsoever, because opinions sway votes, and this, look what ended up happening. They have almost ruined a generation of zennials with this woke agenda type stuff, and the media was pushing it. So they are just as much as guilty and part of the problem. And now that we are aware of the problem, and the majority of the people in this country have waken up, and they're not going to rely or believe in the legacy media anymore. The legacy media, we already know, it's fake news. Trump was right again. Fake news, ladies and gentlemen. And we don't need that. We need a journalist that can, report and say real journalism straight down the middle. And this is what it's about. We need that. We need that straight down the middle, not to, And Non-GMO Joe says, if this was a movie, Trump uh, represents the resistance. Absolutely. Remember I said that earlier, Non-GMO Joe? All it is the Terminator. You know what I'm saying? Look at all the movies where it says trying to fight the resistance. I mean, we the resistance fighting the machine, the political machine. The Terminator is the political machine. Skynet, since it went woke, meaning it went online, right? Skynet, and I mean, we're dealing with Skynet, ladies and gentlemen, because ever since it went alive, it went woke. But we stopped it temporarily, and I believe we can permanently stop this machine from becoming that boogeyman monster that we all dread, that not to come into existence, man, because that's what it is. Like Non-GMO said, this is a ploy designed by what? To keep us separated, to keep us fighting amongst each other, keep us bickering amongst each other, and things like that. And then they push victimhood. They push what else? The lack of accountability, the lack of responsibility. These are the things that they've been pushing. And look what ended up happening when they started pushing these agendas. They're pushing it to separate us, to corral us up, because once people have been divided, it's easily to be conquered at this point. Once we have been divided. That's why they say divide and conquer. It's a tool that still works. And the Democrats are still the remnants of this old relic of, because they've been in power for a very long time, the deep state. And it goes even before 1913, to be honest. They've been around, man. And we got to make sure that this thing never grows legs again. because of the damage that they have done for the past 60 years and more or less like 150 years. They have done a lot of damage, man. They really have. Where this country should be in at, we supposed to be in flying cars and everything by now, man. We supposed to cancer should not even be a thing of existence, man, nor diabetes. But tell me why these things still exist, right? Yeah, you're right about that. Non-GMO say truth. Exactly. This is what this whole thing is about. It's about truth. Nobody says that you got to be a lover of Donald Trump, but I just encourage you guys. For those that are still on the fence or worrying about he's going to do this and that, he's going to be a dictator. No, no, not at all. He's liberating us through the help of the patriots, which are you and me. We decided to vote for Trump because, again, we saw how his policies were 4 years ago. We already know this. This Project 2025 is a boogeyman once again. It does not exist. It really doesn't. So I'm just saying, though, you guys have been great. All is welcome. We have conversations. We talk about different things. Like I said, the next one is going to be on these aliens and stuff like that. I'm going to bring my source materials as well and things, depending on which one we're going to talk about. Is it going to be Roswell? Is it going to be Project Bluebeam? Looking Glass? Which one we're going to talk about? Manhattan Project? Um, Whatever it is, we're going to talk about that stuff, I think it's relevant in regards to a lot of things that are going on and things. So we're going to talk about that. I was saying RFK Jr. We're going to talk about that too, because they appointed him. Basically, he's going to be dealing with the health, the administration here in America. I'm happy about that. I mean, look at the fluoride in our drinking waters, right? We're talking about neurotoxins and so forth, right? We're talking about chloritic water that is found also in the drinking water. You can do a test yourself and see when you do the test, it turns yellow. That's when it's chlorination that's right there. Chlorination is a product, what we call chemical, biological weapon that was used back in World War II, Nazi Germany, right? He was doing this on the Jews over there in Nazi Germany. So these things that we are experiencing today, though, we're talking about, as I mentioned before, the neurotoxins. We talk about a lot of other cognitive diseases and disorders that we're having. There's a lot of things just in the water itself, fecal matter that are found in the water and things as well. So he's on the right track. RFK Jr., I'm a big fan of his stuff as well, too. And I think by working with Trump, because we know that it would have been a snowball chance in hell for RFK Jr. To stand on his own platform to run as president. He needed to help with someone like Trump. He had the support. He had the majority of the people. I think it's a great marriage, with how we can work together between Republicans and Democrats. So that boogeyman stuff that the Democrats are still trying to do, it doesn't hold any water. What else that we could talk about? Um, well, with the health part of it, and we're going to actually cover that too. We're going to talk about the aliens. Then we're going to talk about the non-GMOs, and that's what I love about non-GMO Joe, because the genetic modified organisms that they have created, that they have put in our food, put it into a lot of things, and this is why we have the poorest health. We are one of the sickest nations in the world as Americans right now. Obesity. We talk about disease. We talk about over medication of drugs, which is the number one cause to death, and things as far as health, because these things that have been pushed onto us. So it's happening, ladies and gentlemen. These are the things that why Robert F.K. Jr. was put in there in the first place. What did non-GMO Joe says? Some localized use of chloramine, okay, in top of the chlorine, yep, and fluoride, right, in the public drinking waters is scary shit. It sure is. Because tell me why, and I'm sure non-GMO knows this. Let me get a little drink of water first. Tell me why. Excuse me. Tell me why over there in let's say some of these Scandinavian countries like Switzerland, they don't have non-GMOs over there, non-GMOs, because it's outlawed since what, the Geneva Convention. These things, because they already know a lot of the stuff that what non-GMO Joe shared with you guys, these were going on in World War II. These were chemical, biological agents. You know, these are deadly things. This is what's going on with the health is not health care. I mean, you know, we got to have preventative stuff. Medication wasn't designed, you know, just it's more for emergency, not to say that we are healthy taking medication. Get rid of the problem that's causing it in the first place. Therefore, we can live a better, illustrious lifestyle. That's all it is. No more GMOs, no more poison in the water. Take all that away, the chlorination in the water, right? Take away the fluoride and all the rest of the stuff. We can have a better quality of life. You know, we can be stronger, we can be healthy, and things like that. The government food pyramid have always been incorrect. They've been teaching this stuff for a very long time. They are absolute, and this, we know that this was conspiracy why they did that anyway. Sorry, typo. Are my friends, okay, sorry my friend, yeah, I got you, friends. I typed with the sausage fingers. Yeah, I understand that. Yep, I totally get it though. We all make. I've done the same thing. I've been in people's lives. I said, man, damn, I didn't mean to say that. Got me looking like an idiot. But I get it. I totally understand though, man. We all get a little passionate sometimes, but we know the intent. Overall, it's the good intent that matters. Overall. But yeah, man, that's one of those type of things though, man. We have to really look at this so-called health thing, because I know he's going after the WHO, the World Health Organization as well. I know he's going after these boys, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of these players are the problem. They really are though, man, when we start really thinking about this stuff. So yeah, that's why I'm on Rumble as well. I'm actually uploading. I have been uploading my lives and my videos up on Rumble as well, because I know on YouTube this is gonna be limited, because YouTube and eventually they're gonna get in line, because now I haven't been bothered with them yet. I think that and like I said, I'm gonna still do lives on here as well, but I just want to have you guys have an alternative. Right now, we're not in any type of immediate threat right now, because since we control the House and everything, um, they're gonna have to abide by the Constitution now that they are being singled out. Because this is, if Disney is talking about working with Trump, this is a major pat on our back that, you know, we're not out the woods yet, but we have a lot of leverage, and that's what I want to kind of remind us all, the citizens, that we have great leverage now. We don't have to worry about all this woke stuff being an issue anymore, you know. So, but going back to the health part of it, and these corporations and Monsanto, and they're gonna, hey man, they're fighting though, because they still have deep state people that work for those lobbyist groups that are pushing this stuff, man. And they are going to continue fighting. They haven't given up by a long shot. They still haven't given up. But we have what they don't have. We have the power of the people. And as long as I can keep, talking about this stuff, I'm doing my part by educating. And I appreciate you, non-GMO Joe, and a few others that are backing me up on this type of stuff. Because without health, we have nothing, man. This is exactly what it is, though, man. We have conspirators that was conspiring to dumb down the masses by any means necessary, and not only through our educational process, it's been the health departments as well, though. I do believe that we are going to see a change in the health, in the so-called healthcare as well, and we're going to start seeing more things. That's going to more information, now that the free flow of information won't be held hostage anymore. where a lot of these particular vibes, that's why you're hearing more and more about ivermectin now. You start to hear that more often, which have always been one of the things to cure what we talk about viruses, cancers, things like that. You're starting to hear that more so now than ever before. And that's what I'm saying. You're going to start hearing more things other than that as well. They're not happy, ladies and gentlemen, with this information coming out, but it's spilling over. You got Rumble, you got the Shark, what's it, Rockfin, BitChute. You got a lot of other platforms out there. YouTube is not the only player anymore. So YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram going to either have to get in line or they're going to have to get out of the way. It's just how it is. We got X, which is Elon Musk. We have Truth Social, which is a major powerhouse. I really wish that I would have invested in Truth Social. I joined them right around in the beginning when Trump got kicked off of Twitter, when it was called Twitter at that time. So what I did is I went on ahead and signed up immediately. It was a wait list for me to even sign up because they had a flood of so many people signing up. And when we signed up, when I finally got accepted in, and I've been with Truth Social ever since. They already broke Telegram. Telegram is no more. In fact, I deleted my Telegram account. The government have access to that. I mean, the CEO of Telegram caved. They threatened him. You know what I'm saying? But we're in a great position. Had he would have held out, because I don't even think that the CEO, I don't think he even knew of Telegram. I don't even think he knew that Trump was going to win. I think that he caved because he was afraid that if Trump didn't win, and like other people, you heard about Sylvester Stallone. Sylvester Stallone, now he decides to support Donald Trump after the verdict came out. Now, I'm not mad at Sly Stallone, man. I'm not mad at him. I understand. He has a livelihood. He got his reality TV show and all that. And he got a life. I get it, man. But, he was the same dude that backed Clinton. Y'all remember? Back then, he was all for Clinton. I wasn't, but he was. And I get it. A lot of us were deceived by Clinton. I'm not going to hold that over him. We can't be perfect, man, There was a lot of people, especially in the black community. They even called Clinton the first black president. On Arsenio Hall's show, playing the sax with the glasses. Hey, want to say, how Clinton, he said he kind of had that tired sound when he's talking. I did not have relations with Monica Lewinsky. He has that type of talk, man, that, it's just real cool. He's a slickster, man. It's old Slick Willie. Slick Willie, y'all. Yeah, remember the days of Slick Willie, Yep. But but yeah, man, I appreciate you guys rocking with me, man. This has been a great live today, man. In fact, I enjoyed this one better than the other ones, man. Because, I know I kind of beat up on the liberals a little bit. And you liberals, don't get, I understand, though, man. I don't hate, let me put this out before I close. I don't hate people that have a different opinion or are a liberal. Shit, when you think about it, there's certain things we are liberal on certain things. But at the same time, though, when I go in like I go in, because I have been talking about this B4 movement stuff. I talked a little bit about that, how these women have shaved their heads, withholding sex, and everything like that. And I think it's just very sad that they have to go to these extents. They don't believe. They really don't. They think by doing these political statements like this is going to make a difference. It's not. It's not, because there's a lot of conservative women even in this country. There's a lot of them that are married too. But I love how she said she spread for red, because now we're going to start seeing more choosing, and I do believe this now, of conservative women and conservative men. Because I want that to be before us men have to get a passport. I hope to be able to say that I can find myself a conservative woman that align with my conservative values to keep me from having to go overseas. I shouldn't have to do that. But the way it's looking now, it looks like we may, gentlemen, we may be able to find something here in America, and things. So, why not? Made in America. Yeah, my wife was made in America. I'm a single guy. But can you imagine? My wife is, I can have a t-shirt that says, my wife was made in America. You know what I'm saying? So it's somebody for somebody. We all, we're already proven that we are all not on that woke stuff. Even liberal women, you know. And like I said, we're gonna get more of you on board with this thing of this conservative thinking. We may not have to agree on everything, but if you are for keeping this country, building this country, and want better for America, because you live in America too. And just think about it, liberal minded people. There's no other place in the world that you can go to talk about the things and the viewpoints that you may think you have or have. You won't be able to do it anywhere else. You think you could do it in Africa? Do you really think that you could do it over here in the Middle East? Right then and there, you are in direct violation. You cannot speak out against the prince, the Saudi prince. You'll be beheaded. You caught over there with drugs, drinking in some of those Saudi Arabian countries, if you're over there with liquor and alcohol, their punishment is very, very swift. It's not forgiving. Travis Davis Jr. said, "True, we have gotten away from our values here in America." Travis, you're absolutely right. We have gotten away from our view of our values here in America, and that's why I'm trying to do the best that I can in my own special way to get liberals that are far left to look at it. Damn, even liberal women don't even rock with us. They say that's one of the things about it, Travis Davis Sr. Here's the thing about it. They don't even understand. They say, how can these women vote for Donald Trump? He's disgusting towards women. He hates women. The majority of the women voted for Trump. They got a whole movement called Ladies for Trump. There's a whole bunch of them, MAGA and all, young and old. It ain't just older conservative women. You even have younger women, Spread for Red, all this other stuff. Everything that the left have told us so far has been a lie. It's not rooted in any bearings of truth whatsoever. If that would be the case, Kamala Harris should have won by a landslide. She did not. She did not. So instead of them behaving like little babies and little crybabies, they should deal with the facts as it may and really be mature enough about this thing and stop bitching and whining and complaining about Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump is not the enemy. The enemy is coming from your own party. That's where your enemy is. And it even started way before Obama. This is a man that never was born in America. He was born in Indonesia. This is the document facts on that. They changed his birth certificate around, saying that he was born in Hawaii, going back in, because he was really born in 1968. Hawaii did not become a state until 1959. He was born in 1958, not 68, but 58. Talking about Obama. 58, right? Hawaii did not become a state until 1959. But tell me why on his birth certificate it says 1962. Now, we know that Obama is older than 1962, but here's the thing about it. Non-GMO Joe says, my wife is a inner city public school teacher. Her and many of the teachers in her school voted for Trump. Absolutely. Because they wasn't even feeling, this non-GMO Joe, these educators, I got a couple of friends that are educators as well in the school system. And they wasn't even feeling this government tyrannical Department of Education, everything coming from the government to tell the teachers what they have to do and all this other kind of stuff. It was just totally, it was a dictatorship. They weren't talking about Trump being a dictator. No. The dictator, once again, came from their own uni-party, which is what they've been running the government for a long time, though. You're absolutely correct. This is what it is. And he's going to dismantle that. The power of the Department of Education is going to go back at the state level where it should have been. It should have never been removed. Because, like I said, anybody want to know if public education under the government works so well, then you wouldn't have all these dropouts in illiteracy like we have right now. Look at the inner city in the black, so-called black community. They're victims of that type of stuff. A lot of them can't even read can't even get past a third grade level of reading, let alone simple math and everything. They just do not. This is, again, because of this policies that have been voted in, have destroyed, and they've been doing the same thing across the United States. But it started in the black community first. This is one of the reasons why cursive writing was taken out of the school systems. You guys that are Generation Xers, we all went to school learning cursive writing. These children today do not know how to cursive write, right? They took hooked on phonics. You guys that been around like me, Generation Xers, y'all know hooked on phonics. And that was a very effective system because that was a time when we were old enough where we could have been having children in the early 90s, which would produce what they call the millennial generation. And with that to be said, the millennial generation, had they would have continued with hooked on phonics, the millennial generation would have excelled the reading part. 1-year-old babies was over there learning how to read off of the hooked on phonics stuff. And then not only that, we had a thing called Schoolhouse Rock. I mentioned this earlier. Schoolhouse Rock was teaching Americans, like the kids, I should say, about the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. They started learning about English words, compound, conjunction, junction, what's your function. We started learning stuff. We were singing this stuff, man, you know? We were absolutely singing this stuff, you know? Number counting, Constitution. I'm just a bill, and I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill, and we learned about that. I'm stuck in committee. You know, we learned about this stuff. The 3 levels of government, are you kidding me? We learned about this stuff. Why was this stuff taken away? Think about that. Because they didn't want us to know any of this stuff, you know? I know you have Travis Davis Sr. I love saying your name. But, yeah, I remember that on Saturdays. Yeah, Travis, yeah, man, we grew up Saturday mornings watching the cartoons, and they would put this on as an intermittent thing, you know? And we were learning. And I loved it, man. I love those days, Travis, man. I love those days. Saturday morning was one of my best things as a child, man. If I could go back in time and just to do that for one day, man, all over again, you know what I'm saying? We had the Saturday morning. We was eating breakfast. We couldn't wait to go out and play afterwards. We were over watching Doom Buggy, and we watched a lot of those cartoons. But I'm gonna tell you, you would have remembered this, Travis, the Peanuts, Charlie Brown. Those right there, those children were educated as well. Charlie Brown was no dummy. They might have done silly things, but they weren't stupid kids. Neither of them. Here's Schroeder playing and performing Beethoven. And if those kids, I would think the kids are probably between the ages of 6 and 8, maybe. They weren't no old teenagers either. These were young children, really. And non-GMO Joe said our public school system breeds victims and casts false guilt on innocent children, race-based oppressors. Yep, absolutely. And victims of what they teach. Absolutely. Yeah, all you got to do is start it. You can look at the inner city and the black community. Absolutely. And I was raised there, man. Exactly. You can look at it. We never had a fair shake on the educational system. The only way that you can get a little bit better if you were able to afford to send your children to private school. But many of us didn't have the means financially to do so. You know, and public education. I love the fact that Trump is taking a stance on public education to bring that back up to where it is. I don't think public education is necessarily a bad thing. It's just who's in charge that's causing it to be a bad thing. So there that is, you know. But now that things are in the process of turning around, that's why I said we don't have to worry about the Democrats and all the rest of this stuff. Liberals, we ain't got to worry about them changing things though. The way that this is set up, Trump has an excellent pick of his people in this administration. I did a video about that. It's on my thing. You guys can watch that. I did that last night. I named everybody that the Trump's picks in there. Tulsi Gabbard came up in there as well. We are looking good and things like that. And yeah, we are looking really, really great. Let me see here. What else? Desi says you are 100,000% correct. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that, Desi. Things like that. Deezy. Yeah, Deezy. I really appreciate you, man, on that. Because, like I said, man, we all in this room agree that something is not right here. You know, we already know that. There's something that's tyrannically wrong, man, with our government, man. It's out of control like never before. And I believe that Elon Musk can go in there and get this government together by removing 80%. 80% of the government would be means 80% of our problems have gone away right up off the back. He has 4 years to do it. I believe he can do it in 1 year. To my Elon can get things in order. They're gonna do the audits, find out where the government spending is going on, people that was involved on that Epstein Island, these pedophiles and these human traffickers and all that stuff. Trump has all the information. He has all of the evidence on that. We're seeing the deep state being kicked down one chunk at a time, man. It's going to take some time. It's not. I don't think it's going to be a complete 4 years, but Trump is setting up for generations to come before he's out of the office and things like that. So all they got to do is just work in auto mode pretty much. As long as we stay visual and to keep these tyrannical, parasitical elite class out of our government, keep them away from our economy, keep them away from our health, keep them away from public education, keep propaganda from spreading, I think we'll be fine. Travis Davis Jr. said, hopefully he'll get the military straight. Absolutely. Travis Davis Jr. He said that he's gonna he's already putting it in order as well to with these people in the transgender stuff. All that stuff is gonna be knocked out. Gonna knock that nonsense off. You know, when Clinton was involved doing it, was a no ask, don't ask, don't tell. And I like that policy. I do like that policy because it's really nobody's business what they do outside of the military. But you got to show some type of decorum, some level of respect, and the image as well in order for us to be respected around the world. Because America still have enemies as well, you know. Because I do believe that Iran was actually manufactured, but you know, after Trump took out what's his name over there, you guys may know his name. It's been a vendetta ever since, and they're not the only ones. There are countries out there that want to bring America down to its knees, but a lot of it has been internally because we have a lot of treasonous sellouts that will face justice. It's coming. You can see the hammer is coming down right now on these individuals and stuff that have been selling America out wholesale. You know, China would never be in a position that it's in now due to the fact of our sellout people that decided to align themselves for a little bit of pocket change and things like that to be controlled. A lot of our politicians, they keep them under control because they know they dirty secrets. And if they don't play ball, they release some stuff. So this is why a lot of them roll right along with it and go with it, you know. Nancy P. Treason, absolutely. Her days is being numbered too, because you seen what she did with the stock trading and things like that. How is she able to make a vast amounts of wealth? It's called inside trading. It's only inside trading for those that are not inside of the network. She's inside of the network, so she get the preferential treatment. You know what I'm saying? They gave China most favored nation status. Absolutely. This tyrannical government and these treasonous people have built China up to be the superpower today. And then they expect for us to be dumb and keep voting Democrat and all this other stuff. Don't forget the Republicans as well. I'm talking about the uni-party before Trump. I put great stipulation on that. They've been playing us for on both sides for a long time. Most of these people are related. Just look at Bush. Bush and John Kerry, first cousins, right? Already related, right? Look at Barry Santoro, right? Which is Obama. Look who his father is. His father is who? Lolo Santoro. Anybody know anything about Lolo? Lolo and the Bushes, I do believe, are first cousins as well. They're related, right? Lolo Santoro. I mean, yeah. They're talking about him. Yeah. Obama's stepdaddy. Yeah, they're all related. A lot of these politicians are related. That's why it's all theater. It was just watching WWE. Pretend to hate each other on an upload. I mean, they had that silly debate with John Kerry and Bush Jr. It's like, are you kidding me, man? You know? I mean, was John Kerry married to the Heinz what's her name? That's over the Heinz ketchup. What else? John Kerry, Bushes. These are all Skull and Bone members as well, right? Which we are going to talk about these secret societies after the alien things. I think it's necessary to bring these people up as well too. So we're going to talk about the Illuminati. We're going to talk about Skull and Bones, Skull and Key, Young President Society, some of the other ones that are secret. Yeah, we're going to talk about Bohemian Grove. We're going to talk about these societies and things like that. Bill Cooper made a lot of reference point to these secret societies too, where all these people are key players. And this is the reason why we're in the situation we're in now that Trump is trying to fight against, you know? So that's the thing about it. So a lot of these secret societies and stuff like that. Guys, remember Kevin Trudeau? I was a big fan. I still am. He's the one that talked about the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood was a very, very secret society that many people didn't know. I never heard of the Brotherhood either. But Henry Ford, what's his name? Back in the turn of the century, the Titans of Industry. What's his name? Not Andrew Carnegie, but Andrew Carnegie. He was the steel shipping tycoon. He was of the Brotherhood. There's many others that was a part of the Brotherhood as well. So they have a secret society where they actually have information in regards to law of attraction, how it works, how these individuals are able to create vast amounts of wealth while the masses of people were not privy to this information. You weren't taught this information. This information, it was taught, but you had to be of certain exceptional backgrounds and high levels of vibration in order to achieve it and things like that. The average person do not know about this stuff and things like that. Does it exist? It absolutely does. You know, this is what made a lot of these inventors that knew this stuff is absolutely correct. When you look at Nikola Tesla, he knew it. What's his name? Thomas Edison, he knew it. You know, we can name them. Einstein knew it. These people actually knew it. Most of your titans of industry, Charles Schwab, Andrew Carnegie, we can keep naming them. All these people, the Rockefellers knew it. Absolutely. Al McAllister said, right, it's called inside trading. That's how Trump and his, son-in-law, right, affected the sellouts of the majority refineries in the Saudis. Yeah, absolutely. It was all inside trading. These are families of generational wealth. They keep the secret amongst themselves, right? This is exactly what they do. They push agendas that works in their favor, keep everybody else out of the equation, and that way they don't have competition. And then when they were feared that if people started learning this stuff, so we gotta dumb this stuff down. We gotta make sure that these books and all the rest of this stuff reflect of what we want them to know. You know what I'm saying? All this whole thing. If we can keep people being a victim and keep people under a system, right? We keep it that way, and that's exactly what has been happening. You know what I'm saying? This is not freedom, man. I don't know what it's like in the golden age, living there a long time ago, but we had a better quality of life. That's what it was called the golden age. This is before the silent generation, because they didn't have taxation. They actually had a better quality of health before the Dust Bowl came and all that stuff. The farmers, what they would consider organic today, they were doing this automatically. They didn't have Monsanto and pesticides and all this other nonsense. People actually had a better quality of life. My grandfather, my great grandfather, they grew up without vaccines and all this other nonsense, right? You know what I'm saying? They actually had a better quality of life. And I came from a family of sharecroppers as well. You know what I'm saying? So they actually had a better quality of life. Yeah, I'm over here looking at this hawk straight ahead, over in the distance. And he just perched up. I do a little amateur photography. I don't have my camera equipment on me, but with my zoom lens, I could have gotten a very beautiful picture of him just perched up right there looking for his prey. Yep. And that's pretty much a lot like how our government is. The government is this big, huge hawk that sit perched up looking for everything. Any type of victim that they can find, then he comes in and swoop, swoop. And that's exactly what it is, though, you know? We want to go back to the days of what America should be, being able to have liberty, freedom, you know? Instead of being a bunch of regulations told what we can't say and all this other nonsense. I'm so glad that we have crushed the this woke agenda stuff, because it really needed to be crushed, and we don't even have to worry about that. Maybe now the stand-up comedians now can go back being funny again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a big fan of comedy. Yep, I am a big fan of that, and I can't wait until we go back to the days of that. But I'm gonna end this live, man. You guys have all been great. I appreciate the support, man, and we had the conversation. Yes, you know what I'm saying. Simple Simi said yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's the thing about it, though, man. So we are going into a new era now, and that era is the golden era right now, that we're about to go into, and things. So we don't have anything to pretty much to worry about. We just still have to stay vigilant, though, because it's a little bit too quiet on the opposition right now. So I'll just stay vigilant. Glad I found you. Definitely subscribe. Thank you, and thank God bless. Oh, I appreciate it so much. And I appreciate you guys giving me the likes and stuff like that. The likes actually helps the algorithm, as you guys may or may not know. It gets this information is spread to other people. So therefore, if whatever they may or may not know, it's just nothing wrong with being around like-minded people. Everything I have to say has nothing. This is all public knowledge, though. So I appreciate you guys listening and watching and things like that. And yeah, the next one I'm gonna do later on tonight. We're gonna talk about those aliens. Because I've been wanting to do that, get a break from the policies and things like that. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, there's two hawks there in front of me. There's one perched up even higher, and then there's another one. And then that's why they always say a good camera person that uses his camera, you always keep your camera on you, because you never know what you're gonna base. And I used to do that a lot. And yeah, I'm just constantly looking at them. And there's some beautiful birds, man. The hawks, you know what I'm saying? We got to look out for the war hawks now, right? Simple Simi says, we appreciate you exposing and telling everyone about this. opening their eyes. God bless you. Thank you so much, man. Um, that just come from me being around for a while. I take in information as I um, see it and hear it because I've been on this stuff. I think I became woke in a good way with the conspiracy thing since the early 90s. I think that's when I started coming around to some stuff, learning about these PSYOP programs and stuff like that. We can go into MK Ultra, we can go into a lot of these other things as well because they all correlate with each other though too. It's all about control, you know what I'm saying, and things of that nature. I mean, we're all on the same thing, though. Simple. I appreciate you rocking with me as well. I appreciate the likes as well, guys, because and the subscribes and the subs as well, because once again, though, and I'm gonna be putting this stuff on my other Rumble. It's called what is my other Rumble? A random mail. Yeah, there we go. A as in Apple, a random mail. And you're going to see some of my videos there. I'm actually in the process of getting all the other videos and the lives uploaded on Rumble as well. You guys should be on Rumble as well too. Rumble also believes in the Constitution. There is no censorship there. You are able to freely speak and things like that. So, and I try to keep things in balance, man. I really do. I try to, like I said, everyone is welcome. We just got a few set of rules. As long as you're not coming in here being disrespectful, name calling, I'm welcome to people's. This is conversation. Conversation rules the nation. You know what I'm saying? This is exactly what it is. But I thank you guys for rocking with me and things, man. We're gonna have a wonderful time talking about those aliens, talking about the conspiracy on that. As you heard me mention, Project Bluebeam, Project Looking Glass. We're gonna even talk about the Men in Black and things. And that was the other one I was trying to remember earlier. They do exist. A lot of it has a lot to do with that movie with Will Smith in them. And I enjoyed the movie, but there's a such thing of Men in Black, and we're gonna talk about that as well and things. So what's that? What's the other one? There's so many of them. Skinwalker's Ranch. You know what I'm saying? So I just find this stuff very interesting to me. I really do. Yeah, we're gonna talk about this stuff. We're gonna talk about the Mothman prophecy. The Mothman. Oh, there's a hawk right there. He just landed. That's a beautiful wingspan. I wish I had my camera, man. Damn. Now, all this time that I've been sitting there, now I only have my camera. And I can see him, too. Perched up there. Beautiful. You're beautiful. Yeah, he's beautiful. Beautiful Lord, bless you. Oh, thank you, Sherry. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, though, I do believe in a God. I do believe in the Almighty. And I believe that he's looking out for us. I believe that he's been blessing us to protect us in this country and things like that. Because if you think about it, there's no other place greater than America. There isn't. There's no other place greater than what we have here in America and things like that. And we want to make sure that we keep our liberties, keep our freedoms and stuff like that. I love America. This is a way you can get rich here. Now that a lot of the regulations and stuff is going away, with the taxes, especially the taxation, man, we're going to be able to create wealth again. No tax on OT either. We're going to start going back to the way it was, turning this economy around. And this is why they want to take him out. Now we're starting to understand what is really going on. You know what I'm saying? It never been about free trade anyway. That was just an illusion. Free trade means free trade for the corporate elite. It doesn't include us in this thing. And by now we know this, right? They want to take our rights away, take our freedoms away, make us a slave, bring on the new Green Deal and the Great Reset. All this stuff is already been talked about, right? So if we know this, we did what? We galvanized, we got organized, we went out and voted. I voted. You guys voted. You shared your opinion. It's one thing I can be having these conversations and never voted. Now that would be bad. That would be real bad, But I went out like everybody else. I did the mail-in ballot, and put that in though. So there's the hawk. There it is. Oh man, that's a beautiful bird, man. See, it took off. Look at that wingspan. Yeah, maybe out of you guys' view, but yeah, maybe he looked like he's about to find him a prey somewhere else. He was over there looking. Man, they don't call it eyes of a hawk like not for nothing, you know. You know what I'm saying? What else you have? Let me see. I'm gonna read here. Yeah. So Simple said, yes. So the youth can live again and have healthy families, and I feel sorry for the youth. Yeah. Uh, Especially with the Xenios, and especially with Gen Alpha that's already here. Now, they're still young right now, but a lot of you guys have children, and I know you were concerned. It was iffy with us as Generation Xers. That's why we were called Generation X. It was 50-50 chance if we were going to even make it, to be really honest. But millennials, Xenios, and that was a generation that was going to be gone, man. I feel sorry for the Xenio generation, man. You know how hard it is just for them to date? It's terrible, man. Ooh, it's bad. It's bad. Oh, my gosh. But at the same time, we got time to get this stuff turned around. I do believe in this, in Trump's, in his administration, because I've seen what he done before. Over 7,000 just on the black. When blacks always say, well, what have he done for you? Here's the thing about it. His first step program, right? Over 7,000 inmates were released. 91% of them were black. Straight up off the back. Number two, HBCUs, right? Trump giving the most, he did more than Obama gave. Trump giving, what was it, over $360 million just to the HBCUs, right? He have given them a lot of money that should have lasted for at least about a very long time, 10 years or more. It was 107 HBCUs across the United States. And he have given, let's say 360 million, we'll go with their $3.3 million each. I find it rich for these people in the so-called black community to sit up and say that he is a racist, you know, and a real racist would not do that. In fact, they'll be trying to dismantle the HBCUs. But, you know what I'm saying? But they know that ignorance is still the thing, because they know that they have trained a lot of their voters and so forth not to look at nothing that the conservative right has to say. There's nothing at all. Nothing. Don't listen to anything of what a racist have to say. And this is why they missed the main thing. When they come to find out that this was a thing for real, it deflates their argument. They say, damn, he gave that money for real? Are you serious? No, his ministry. Nope. He did it. Trump did it. Because Trump is a lot like this. I have a little bit of these type of traits from me a little bit. I hate redundancy, right? If you got, like, you hire people, they tell you this and that, you take them on their merit, on their word. Okay, this is what it is. Come to find out, they left out some information. You see this with the billing system all the time when you call up customer service. You call up an agent explaining you to the bill, and they're saying to you, I'm going to use this as an example. This is how the politicians are. They're telling you, this is what you're going to pay next month. Next month roll around, you guys know what I'm talking about? Tell me why the bill becomes twice as much. You say, wait a moment. So-and-so, the agent told me that this is going to be the amount that I'm going to pay for next month. So that means that there was some misinformation there, or it just was lazy and they didn't go and tell me exactly what it is. So this is what I mean about redundancy. Now I got to call back and I'm hot because the agent told me this, and we all have been there before. This to me is a lot like how the politicians are, because they're saying, you vote for me, this is what you're going to get. And then when we vote for them, we don't get what they promised us. Now, what make Trump special, because we're going back off of the 4 years ago of a lot of the strives and things that he have did. Remember, Trump secured the border, ladies and gentlemen. That is true. Trump had ICE in effect, the border security, the police. He still backs the police. There's trying to have controversy over that. But we didn't have this lawlessness. We didn't have this sanctuary cities going on. We didn't have any of these type of illegals. When Biden got in there, the very first policy that he did was going to stop the Keystone pipeline drilling. He stopped that. There was a lot of jobs that those people could have been bringing into the economy. It was seized right there. He also opened up the border. This was another policy under Biden. No matter how much Kamala tried to work that stuff around, talking about the bipartisan, they're like, no. Trump had over 90 executive orders that was already set in place. He told Biden, I got everything set up. I got all the executive orders. All you got to do is finish this little part of the wall. The materials are already there. Complete the wall, and we will have no other problem. If Biden would have listened to Trump, right, and turned against the way the deep state, all he could have did is, the economy could have actually ran itself because Trump set it up that way. But because of Biden, and we probably think that Biden probably had a lot of stuff on him by the deep state. That's why he had to play ball. Most of your politicians have to play ball because they got something on these guys. This is how you keep control in line. Same thing in Hollywood. Politicians in Hollywood are one and the same. This is how you keep your Hollywood elites in order, keep they behind in check, right? That's why a lot of them spoke out against Trump. Because if they didn't, they could have been jeopardizing their livelihood, losing their money, exposing things. But hear how justice works out, right? It's a reciprocity thing. The stuff is about to come out about a lot of these celebrities. Thus, this is the reason why a lot of them are wanting to flee out of the United States. You hearing Cher, Barbara Streisand, right? You hearing all these people. Leonardo DiCaprio, right? Ashton Kutcher. You're hearing about all these people, right? And there's many more on the list. You know, Meryl Streep. You're hearing more of these people right now. Steve Harvey left out of here soon after Diddy got arrested. He left out of here. Miley Cyrus. They're all speaking out. Lady Gaga, you know. Yeah, Taylor Swift. You know, hearing about all these Hollywood elites. Because if you didn't have nothing to be guilty of, why are you leaving? You wouldn't be this much dissatisfied of Trump. You are an elite. What are you going to do? He never said he was going after the elites for having any type of money. It makes no sense. They're going to have all this animosity over this man, J-Lo. They're going to have all this animosity over this man because of what he's saying? No. It is an agenda his thing that he's going to be doing. He's going after, he said it, I'm going after the child trafficking, sex trafficking, right? And the cartel as well, too. These people are in a frantic. They're panicked out. That's why I named the title originally. The Democratic liberals are in panic mode, man. They are panicked. And this is what the fake news are not really talking about for real. This is why you guys listen to us. You know, you're not on Fox, not Fox, but CNN and all the rest of them. You know, you guys ain't listening to those guys no more. All you're doing is listening to propaganda. They stand 10 toes down, doubling down on the rhetoric. Don't make any sense to me at all, right? The View as well, Sonny Halston and all the rest of them, Whoopi Goldturd and all the rest of them, right? You know what I'm saying? Joy, I got a name for her too, but Joy Behar and things like that, you know, all of them. You know, they all they do is spread propaganda though. Their days in the sun is limited. And I see the doors closing on the View. They will not be around here anymore. Guarantee that. People don't watch them no more, man. I feel sorry for people that sit up there and watch The View, watch Ellen DeGenerate. She's another one. She is a degenerate, all right. That's a fitting name for her, too. I never liked Ellen. Never did. Never liked her at all. But I'm glad to see that there's going to be a relentless hunt for these people to bring them to justice for what they have done on things. And they have to seek justice, and I can't wait to see that in things. So, because they have to be brought up on crimes against what they have done to humanity. And that should be a lesson for all of us that we should not be sitting up in here worshiping these Hollywood elites. Many of them do not live like we live. Even in this economy right now, we have over 50% inflation right now. You mean to tell me that we look up to these Hollywood elites telling us about who to vote for and who to stay away from? Like they're doing us a big justice. They're not. They've always been about themselves. I've seen people on that list, even from Johnny Depp. There's a lot of people that's on that list. A lot of them that's on that list. You know? So am I supposed to sit up in here? Well, we'll see when it comes out. Trump has that information too. And I believe that's what's going to win over these Trump derangement people. Because they have to see it, ladies and gentlemen. You ain't got to get in an argument with them and convince them about Trump. I don't even do that no more. Because as long as he has the proof, he does. And he's going to share that proof to the world. With these Hollywood elites and these politicians to see what they've been doing behind closed doors. Because the world have a right to know who these pedos and these freaks and all the rest of them, they have a right to know who these people are. And then what's going to end up happening is that all of those people that was rah-rah against Trump, they're going to have to turn around. They're going to say, well, damn, I didn't know that this and that was going on, man. Oh, my gosh. That's what's going to turn around, you know? Let me see what you have to say, Al McAllister. Typo. Meant to type in facts. Trump written it off. Okay, written it off the budget in the Congress to put it back. Absolutely. Absolutely, because we already know is that with this new budget and the things that he hired Elon Musk that's going to get this economy together, man, we're going to be, like I said, our biggest problem right now in America is really the Federal Reserve Bank. And that's what people are going to start to really understand. We have all been lied to. Every last one of us have been lied to. Now that people are looking at the Federal Reserve, they never meant for this to happen, ladies and gentlemen. The cat is already out the bag. I ain't exposing nothing. It's already out there. Trump mentioned it. He said, wait a minute, why is Trump going after the Federal Reserve Bank? Isn't that the government? No, it never been the government. Why is Trump saying fake news? What? The news, they tell the news. No. Now people are finding out the news is fake. Well, what does Trump mean by he saying he's going after and firing all these people? He fired a general and were anti-American. They sold America out. This is where your treason started happening. So when people wear the hat, Trump was right about everything. He was even right about COVID. Because COVID necessarily wasn't, Trump was trying to tell people, and he did tell people, that it wasn't the COVID that really killed people at all. And he told people, if you were to take these precautions, the ivermectin and a lot of these other ones, and the zinc and so forth, these particular procedures will help get rid of COVID. It wasn't necessary to take a vaccine. That's the reason why Trump wanted to keep the borders open, because had he would have shut it down, it would have destroyed our economy. And this is why the liberal left do not understand this. They want to argue the fact, he didn't open it and close it down in time. No, it wasn't necessary to close it down. Because if you were to take what he suggested, but they did a good job of discrediting ivermectin and all these other forms and the zinc and all that stuff, they did a great job of suppressing that information. Unfortunately, a lot of Americans took the vaccine, and then thus That's why some of them are not here no more. And this is the stone cold truth. Nobody got to lie on nothing though. Trump. That's why Trump was right about everything. But he said, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and shut the border down anyway because he said, in order for people to see my viewpoint, they have to experience it. And I'm gonna concede. I'm gonna let Biden win. Let him think that he has won. Because that's another thing. Trump already have the evidence that Biden was cheated that election. And will it come up? It's a chance that it will come up. So once again, Trump was right again about everything. He's been telling the truth from the start about everything. We're in a different space from 2020 than 2024. There was more people that was anti-Trump then than what was now. You know what I'm saying? What did QG said, Drew, or do? Kamala and her Diddy cats. Yeah, that's another term I heard before. Diddy cats. Yeah, Diddy. The D, the I, the D, the D, the Y, the D, the I. That's spelled Diddy because he's shitty. Yeah, I remember that song, you know? You know what I'm saying? But this is where the problem is. And there's going to be a lot of people, kidding aside, we're going to start seeing mass amount of arrest from these celebrities. That's why they're panicked out and trying to leave. Like Russell Simmons, he think that he won't be expedited and all the rest of this stuff. I really think that a lot of these people will be brought to justice, as they should, and face with what they have done and things like that. And we're going to start seeing a new look on Hollywood because they're going to go there too. They already know who the key players are and things. It's just a matter of time before the information is exposed of who these people are, who these CEOs and these big wig people are. You know what I'm saying? So they are panicked. You know what I'm saying? So they are panicked. George Soros is panicked. He wouldn't have bought up 200 networks for nothing. You know what I'm saying? These guys are panicked. Bill Gates, they're panicked. Panicked out. You know what I'm saying? These are the problem. Bill Gates, his father, Bill Gates Sr., right? Here's some other fact information. His father was a eugenist. Bill Gates Sr. Bill Gates Sr. worked alongside who? Margaret Zinger, right? The mother of Planned Parenthood. Margaret Zinger was a known racist. She hated black folks. In fact, quote, what she said, the black you-know-whats are like a weed that must be eradicated. Quote, this is what she said. This is why we see Planned Parenthoods in the inner cities. So you know who came victims under the genocide of their own people? Were black people. That's why you see these in the inner city, low-income areas, Planned Parenthood is there. This was the number one tool. The number one is not gun control. Gun violence is not the number one thing that's killing blacks in their inner cities. You know what it is? It's abortion. Aborted children. They never talk about that. I have never seen a liberal politician, especially Democrat, have ever talked about that. And that is 100% truth. As God give me breath, that is the truth. They never talk about that stuff ever. Never, ever. They want to tell us these lies. I mentioned this before. D.L. Hughley. You know the non look up Charlie Davenport too. I'm gonna look him up too. Thanks, non-GMO Joe. I'm gonna look that up. But look at it. D.L. Hughley, he never been funny. I didn't like him on Kings of Comedy. Bernie Mac was so much funnier than all of them, to be honest. And they were jealous of Bernie Mac. I do believe it. But tell me why he had a summit on BET, which stands for Buffoon Entertainment TV. He had a summit on there, Black Summit, right? So There was a black summit, and they said, well, what's the number one problem in the black community? He said gun violence. And it's not. But this is what the liberals that are paid to get people on board to think that gun violence in the inner city black community is the number one thing. With abortion and the lack of fatherhood, these are the top things in the black community. This will affect the black community today. They can eradicate this and fix this, but they won't. And that's why it's out of control right now. And they were trying to do America the same way. They put men and women against each other, created feminism, made women to think that men was the problem, men were the cancer, and all this other. They birthed all this stuff for a reason, right? To keep division amongst you and me. As long as the genders are fighting, as well as they fight on race, all this pro-black stuff, all this emerge on this, white man is the devil and the enemy and all this other stuff, they created all this stuff, right? These are all put together to divide us. Because we should have been together, you know? The blacks a long time ago should have already gotten their due a long time ago. Because really, even under segregation, blacks had a lot of their own businesses. They had commerce and everything, man. After segregation went away, everything fell apart. And what you have down here, non-GMO Joe, our current medical system is built by eugenics. Exactly. Abortion is eugenics. It sure is. It sure is. That is absolutely correct. Bill Gates is like father, like son. This is a guy from Microsoft that decided. Tell me why Bill Gates is hated in a lot of these countries that we would deem as third world. Bill Gates is hated in India. He's hated in Africa. He actually been chased out. Some of these people have chased his behind out of there because they knew what he was doing after they found out he wasn't over there just giving vaccines to help these African children. He was trying to terminate, because he also believed in the model of Margaret Zinger and his father. Eugenics, you are absolutely correct, non-GMO Joe. That's why I rock with you, man. That's why I rock with you, man. We on it. I'm gonna look up Charlie Davenport too. I'm gonna look in. In fact, let me just do this. I'm gonna do this here. Charlie Davenport. I'm gonna put a little side note on that. I don't want to interrupt the stream right now, but I can remember that Charlie Davenport. I'm gonna go ahead and put that down there. Got it. Mm-hmm. Yep. He's the racist. Bill Gates. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, exactly. And that's what they do, and they do with these think tanks and stuff like that to create division. This is why blacks, like now, the majority of them think that that's why they sold the way that they think right now. And not only them, but look at the natives as well, and a lot of it. They all suffer from eugenics, smallpox, eugenics, these things that were actually put on the groups of people to destroy them. Don't forget about the Tuskegee experiment too. This was another one where those black men, the government went into those inner city, went into the community over there in Tuskegee, Alabama, and in so many words, they say, we're conducting an experiment, and we want to take some tests on some black men, right? Make a long story short, they were injecting them with syphilis. And this is the reason why. And then when they had the cure, a lot of them either died or suffered tremendously bad mental illness and everything from syphilis. And even though they had the cure, a lot of them, unfortunately, didn't even live long enough to even get the cure. And they were ignorant to it as well, that there were a cure. You know what I'm saying? 9G, let me see here. Ryan, let's see here. Let me get my glasses on again. Hold on for a minute. All right. All right. So Ryan says, if you want people to take you serious, stop running away from people like me who wants to know your source is. Nobody's running away from nobody. You didn't. I don't know when, Ryan, you came in the chat, but we started citing sources from people like Bill Cooper, We started citing sources of other people. You already heard me mention Margaret Zinger. All you got to do is just Google search these people and it pop up. Bill Gates Sr., Bill Gates Jr. Pop. You can. This is common knowledge, though, Ryan. I mean, nobody is running away from nobody. There's a lot of information out there. Talked about Thomas Sowell and things like that. I mean, there's so much information of the stuff that I'm talking about. It's all there. I don't know what you mean about. I'm just repeating stuff of what I have read, sir. You know, this is not my opinions or theories in regards to this stuff. This stuff is already, it's already happened already. Are you talking about? You think Trump is a theory? You think I'm talking about Trump stuff? You know, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. A non-GMO knows this. The stuff is already sourced, documented, and once stuff become documented, it's irrefutable. You, I mean, I don't understand what you mean by this. Somebody's running away. Why should you run away when you stand on documentation, sir? This is what I learned from Bill Cooper, sir. He said once you document something, it cannot be irrefutable. It can't. You can't dispute it when it becomes documented. I don't I don't understand. You just think I'm just over here just making stuff up when the majority of the people agree, like myself, like-minded people? Sir, you have no footing no more. I said the Democratic Party is destroyed. You have no leadership. The woke agenda is destroyed. You know, that's what I'm saying. Or we didn't survive. The Clintons have been destroyed. Obamas have been destroyed. The Bushes have been destroyed. The Bidens have been destroyed. Harris has been destroyed. You don't have any more. There's no leadership at this point. The MAGA movement have taken over the RNC. The MAGA movement and the majority of the people in this country rock with MAGA. Everybody wants America to be great again. So I don't know what you're talking about. You guys are not even the minority status quo anymore. You aren't. Because if that was the case, 49 states that went red along with the battleground states, how about this? You can pull this up and look at that map. This stuff is already documented, sir. I don't know what you're talking about right here when you say this type of stuff, because either you're trolling me, which I think you are, and that's fine, because, you know, I do a little trolling myself, you know, but, you know, you're not upsetting me when we stand on documents and facts. You haven't cited and said one thing that would discredit what I'm saying. I've been kicking facts all day long. I'm so faxed out right now. Look at my stream. Look how long I've been on. So, you know, if we're going to have the conversation, I want to set it up where I can actually have a live, where I can actually have people to come on and say what they have to say and things like this, because that would be real cool to be able to do. But like it is, I don't understand this guy at all, man, where he's coming from. You know, but that's what I say. They say things because they know they have lost this election. They're losers, and they are ignorant of their own party. They also vote against their best interests, because if they are content and happy about not being able to voice and things, they really think the woke agenda, like the woke agenda is like this thing that really cares about them only. It really doesn't. They just use that as a tool to keep us separated, and we already know that. But I'm glad that everybody now see that these liberals that are left, the ones that are really hardcore, bleeding heart liberals to the left, they are a very small minority group. We have nothing to worry about with them. We have defeated them on everything. And they either have to get on board with what we're talking about, or they're more welcome to leave the country. Do like these Hollywood elites. Buy yourself a plane ticket if you can afford it, and ask one of these Hollywood elites, could you live with them? and see what the answer is going to be, you know, since you want to side with them so much, you know. I mean, I just don't get it, man. It's like, that's why I don't argue with them, man. I will read their comments, and I will try to have the conversation, but I'm not going to get up in here and and do all that debating stuff. We won. No, nothing to debate about. We already taken everything. We taking everything from them. They got to live in our world now. Just like we had to live in their world, they got to live in our world now. And they have to adjust to it. And I do believe that when they see everything that we were trying to tell them, because I don't see nobody that's not going to benefit from not paying taxes. I mean, right there off the jump. Whether they believe it or not, it's going to happen. And the rest of that wall is going up. And these illegals are going to be deported up on out of here. That is going to happen. That's a fact. Tom Homan is already on it. It's going down, ladies and gentlemen. So the liberal Democrats have no footing, no say-so whatsoever. All that plot, all that plea, oh yeah, they're going to be, that's just propaganda once again. They have no power. Nobody rock with the legacy news no more. They have no power, ladies and gentlemen. They just nothing more than crybabies at this point. They have nothing. And that's what I'm basically been saying. They have nothing, ladies and gentlemen. So am I worried about a few individuals that come in here that think that they control or think they can upset somebody? You're not going to get no reaction from me. I'm not like a lot of these other people who get all animated and stuff like that. I'm passionate, but I'm not animated emotionally. Because I'm very well in my head knowing what I say, and I stay in logic most of the time. And all we've been talking about is facts and documents. It's obvious that the countryside with the same, we all agree on the same thing. And like I said, I am so happy before I go, and I mean this time, I'm so happy to the fact that America is going in the right direction, being made great again. You liberals there's plenty room to get on the Trump train. Nobody says that you can't get on the Trump train. You are more welcome with open arms. Once you see as to who these conspirators are that have been trying to destroy America. And you already are seeing it with a lot of these Hollywood elites. Because there's no chance, it's a coincidence that Trump has been elected president. What did Rob Reiner say? I'm gonna set myself on fire if Trump becomes president. This is what Meathead, the guy who played in All in the Family, with Carl O'Connor. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, for some of you guys that are definitely Generation Xers, he said this. I tweeted back to him and said, well, here goes the match. Because nobody is stopping you, man. I mean, they didn't want to make a political statement like they're saying something. They're just trying to say that to try to cover their behind. It ain't got nothing to do with what Trump has to say. It has a lot to do with what they did with these children. That's what they did. And he got the evidence. Wait till it come out. When it comes out, Donald J. Trump is going to expose it, our president. He's going to expose this stuff. They have no footing. You know what I'm saying? It's the truth. I don't worship celebrities anyway. They ain't doing nothing for us. They may make a good movie here and there, but that's about it. But again, have they been controlled? I think a lot of them have been controlled. They have a agenda to play ball. Because if it ever comes out, their career is ruined anyway. This is how you keep people under control. Just like politicians do. They're under control. This was the main thing. It's a correlation with Hollywood and in politics. They're all being under control, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly what this thing is all about. Exactly. Let me see what James has to say. Wiggly. All right. For sakes of argument, what if he doesn't bring out the truth? Well, here's the thing about it, though. It wouldn't do Trump any good not bringing out the truth. Because let me say this to you, James, and I understand your point. Here's the thing about it, right? Think about it. Why would these celebrities, they've been threatening since 2016 to leave America, right? They're more adamant now, and some of them have left. Steve Harvey, Ellen DeGeneres, so these people are leaving. It is like what I was saying before. Celebrities don't leave because of a president coming around unless they know that he's in the process of releasing something. Trump have all this evidence, right? It's the truth, and it's just a matter of time. He can be using it or whatever like that. But this is how he's going to turn America truly around. He's already been unifying America already, and I really think that he will release it. And when he's ready to release it, he's going to release it. You know, he's going to release it because Trump said that he is going on a war to end this human trafficking, child sex trafficking, because this affects everybody. And this is why a lot of these Hollywood elites included, the drug cartel and all the rest of them, deep state players, they all been guilty of this. And he sees this as a major problem. And I do think that he will bring this out as truth. He already said that Trump said it, he's about to release the Diddy stuff. Because he has all the Diddy stuff too. It ain't just the FBI that has these files. He said that he's going to release it. And when he does, though, James, I think a lot of people will say, okay, yeah. A lot of people ain't going to have no argument against him at this point. You know? The only people that's going to be upset about him releasing it are the perpetrators that was involved in it in the first place. Just common sense at this point. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It wouldn't do him no good just to sit on it. I mean, and not ever release it. This is the same guy that said that him and Robert Kennedy Jr., right? You know, this is one that said that he's going to release the Kennedy thing. They have all the evidence on the Kennedy assassination and who the key players are. But I think things are being systematically removed a little bit at a time because, as he said, the swamp is not just a swamp; it's deeper. It's going to take a lot more time because they end up becoming pretty global, and this is one of the main reasons why we're in the situation right now. But justice will come. They all must face justice. These Hollywood elites and these politicians, they know what they've been doing wrong. J-Lo wouldn't be up there crying, hoping like God that Kamala was going to win. They were waiting for her to be the great white hope or an Indian hope, of winning. Because they know, let's say this, if she would have won, do you think that all these celebrities, James, would be on a relentless pursuit of getting away from America? No, they'd be over here, girl, no, they'd be celebrating. Because they say our secret could be saved. We don't have to worry about their livelihoods wouldn't have to be, and walking around here and things like that, She is panicked out. She ain't the only one. To my J-Lo, she's not the only one. I heard that, I think, what's his name? Ben Affleck was even on that list. I was like, what? So, a lot of them are panicked out. Like it, believe it or not, I mean, whether you want to accept it or not, they've been all panicked out. They really are. Seriously. I don't agree. Okay, yeah, that's fine. You don't have to agree. That's cool. That's cool. You're one of the few willing to discuss it with chivalry. And I hope that you're right. I hope my fears don't materialize. Keep in mind as different as Trump is, But like I said, Trump is anti-government. He's been attacked. Couple assassination attempts. Simple has to say, they are going down. Ha ha ha. Yep. He still is surrounded by people who are not. No, he's actually surrounded, James, by people that are loyalists, that love this country, and they all believe in the Constitution. This is not going to be a repeat of 2016. I'm very happy and very well believe that we are in very capable hands now that Trump has his people now. Remember, James, when he first got into the White House 2016, he did not know who all the key players in Washington were, right? Which is fair. He hired people on what they said they were going to do, on merit and so forth, or on a reputation. When he found out who the people were, and that's when you started seeing him firing people. He even fired the general, what's his name, and a lot of other people. He fired the head of FBI, right, for very good reason, Cohen. Now he's being sentenced. All this rah-rah, yeah, he fired the head of the department of the FBI, Cohen or whatever. Look at what ended up happening. He's been indicted. He's been sentenced to go to prison. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. Not that long ago. I'm just saying. You know. I hope you're right in the year or two. Well, yeah. You got to keep in mind, James. We don't have to hope at this point. We have won. We have won the election. You know what I'm saying? You're giving the Democrats more power or more credit than what they. I'm not saying don't be vigilant, but at the same time, the legacy media has been crushed. They're studying losing. They're talking about layoffs. Everybody know this, right? Their propaganda machine is going away, right? And then also what is happening? Their Hollywood people are threatening to leave. Hollywood itself is frantic. They're saying, oh, don't go. Don't go. You know what I'm saying? Because this whole industry is being shaken up. You know what I'm saying? Of this. The cartel, he's going after the cartel. He's going to bring the fight to their doorstep over there in Mexico and these other areas. He's talking about annihilating them, right? So Trump is a man. One thing I learned about Trump, he does say what he's going to do and things like that. That's just how he is, you know? So, yeah, we don't have to hope. This is why they wanted him out. They wanted to get rid of him. You don't stage these attempts, these assassination attempts and all this stuff if you didn't think he was a big major threat. Now, if he wasn't, why isn't that Biden didn't come under being a threat? Kamala, wasn't nobody out there, wasn't no lone gunman trying to gun these people down. Obama, he was a black president. Many people back in the days, the comedians used to joke about this. Even Richard Pryor, I do believe, Eddie Murphy did. If there was a black man that was a president back in the 80s, he would be ducking and dodging. And that was what Eddie Murphy was saying. And a lot of us actually believe this because was there a time where America wanted to see a black president and things like that? So, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, though. But it didn't come to fruition. There was nobody out there trying to gun down Obama. Not at all. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I'm saying, though, he did not face what Trump did, right? What Trump had to go through. His life, he wasn't indicted and all this other stuff. They didn't impeach him. Obama never been impeached. He never been impeached. Trump did, but he wasn't. I'm just saying, right? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Trump has way more security now. And I said this earlier, James. Trump can actually run the government. He can run it from Mar-a-Lago, which I recommend as well for him to do because he's not as safe in the White House. I do believe you on that. I wouldn't say there, but Mar-a-Lago is a fortress right now. Anybody can't just get there now, you know? So he would be better doing it from there versus doing it in the White House. There's no reason to do it in the White House very much. He knows that there's a lot of people that hate him on Pennsylvania Avenue. Let's just be real, including the people that live there in Washington. You ask the average Washington, majority, I've been there before, Washington, D.C., there's a lot of blacks that's there too that hate Trump, right? Simple says, is he allowed to do it from there? Yeah, there's no nothing in the Constitution that says he can't. Remember, Simple, when first 4 years when he was there in 2016, he ran the government and Trump Tower, if you remember. And they were criticizing on that. He won't go in the White House. He's running it from Trump Tower, you know? I'm just saying, let's keep it real now. I mean, he ran it from Trump Tower and did it well. Yeah, he ran it from Trump Tower. You know, between there and in the White House. But, you know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah. And then what else James has to say here? Well, I appreciate the dialogue. Good luck. Keep up the talk. Talking is now. We can move on to forward. Gotta go. Love the inclusion. Cheers. Thank you so much, James. I appreciate you. And like I said, I appreciate it, man. You know, for people to share their viewpoints, whether you agree or disagree, that's fine. I'm open for dialogue and discussion. We don't have to go back and be like children, which I wouldn't do that anyway. Yeah, but I appreciate you, James. You asked the questions and things like that, and I appreciate that. And I gave the answers of what I believe in and things like that. But yeah, simple. He ran it from Trump Tower for the most part of it, and he was there in the White House too. But he ran it from Trump Tower. You don't see Melania with him a lot because of safety concerns. There is supposedly another lone assassin that's out there. You know what I'm saying? So we got to stay vigilant as citizens, right? When we really think about this. Of course, I don't want to see nothing, no harm comes to him and his family. Because if anything, Trump would ever go down in history of being what? Caring enough about America, right? And doing the right thing. Let me see here. OG Do said, Diddy Cats, are you just going to ignore Matt Gaetz? Yeah, so there it is. This is another one right here, right? I believe in regards to this, man, you know, I believe in this, man. This is the thing, though. His pick right now for Trump is very, very solid. It's not like 2016. He actually got the true A-team. I just covered all the lists. You guys can watch it. I already did this. I did it as a video, not a live. But I covered every last one of Trump's picks. And I think I called it the Trump picks, basically. But we're in better shape now than we were in 2016. Because, again, he had to know who the key players were. He didn't know everybody. He was outsider. They didn't want him in there. They laughed at this guy. They didn't think this guy was going to win. Hillary Clinton didn't even take him serious. She was like, yeah, right, this guy's going to be a president. You know what I'm saying? It's like wishful thinking. But look what ended up happening, though, you know? And Hillary had the popular vote. You do remember that. But she didn't have enough electoral college votes. Trump did. That's why he ended up winning in 2016. You know what I'm saying? So there was an unestimation. So the Democrats want to solidify at that time, if they had to cheat to do it, and there's been evidence of them cheating, a ton of evidence. For 2020, a ton of evidence. Even in this election, ton of evidence. But we were already on it. We beat them at their own game. Remember, mail-in ballots is what the Democrats wanted. We said, fine. Guess what? Trump said, encourage people, get out and do early voting. Make sure you get your vote. We said it's too big to rig, right? We want to get this thing so big that it would be impossible for them to cheat. And they're still trying to buy time, trying to get these phony ballots or whatever they're trying to do. We know how they do. You know what I'm saying? But Kamala already recanted already. She conceded. You know, but she conceded. She already has. I mean, you know, to come back later, she conceded. They done already told her. She damn near had a nervous breakdown, just like Hillary. But one thing we know, or may not know, Hillary was glad that Hillary was glad that Harris wasn't going to be that first president. Hillary wanted to be the first woman president. And she was glad that Harris wasn't the first president. So you guys are seeing the division in the so-called Democratic Party between Hillary Clinton and Harris, right? And then you got Biden and Obama and Harris, right? We already know, man. We already know there was great division, though. and the House started blaming each other, how Kamala lost the election and everything. They were up here blaming each other, man. And they're really jacked up. They're really, oh my gosh, the majority of America, 49 states, voted for this man. We tried to throw everything at Trump. We threw so many opposition at this guy. But here it is again. America said, we don't believe you, media. We don't believe what these politicians had to say. Y'all basically said, here's the middle finger. That's what y'all did. Simple said, can Hillary run again in the future? Oh no, Hillary is done. She can never run again. No, I'm gonna tell you this though, how politics work. Simple. Once you are out there and you lost, no benefactor of money is gonna put money on a candidate that is already, and she's already been exposed. Look at the Anthony Weiner laptop and all this other stuff. Benghazi, she is done. She couldn't run if she wanted to. Her record is trash. And when the stuff come out about her, or if it does, or when it does, Trump could have, like he said, he could have locked her up. But he said, oh, it wouldn't be right to lock up the First Lady of the United States of America. That's what Trump said. He could have put her away. But tell me why she come back and say she still doubled down. Trump have evidence on this woman. I mean, you know what I'm saying? In my personal opinion, I think when they broke in Mar-a-Lago, they were probably looking for those of that evidence. They didn't find it. Remember, Mar-a-Lago was broken into by federal agents. See what I'm saying? This is something you ain't never seen before. You know, because of this guy, of what he has to say. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing about it. I said, James, I think the reason that they may have broke into Mar-a-Lago is because they may have think that there was evidence in there that could be incriminating. What's the name? I just said it right. I've been talking so long, man. I gotta end this live, man. Hillary Clinton. I gotta end this live, man. This is a shame, man. I've been on here this damn long. So that's what I'm talking about, James. But stuff is gonna come out, about the other stuff. John says no 34 felonies. No, absolutely not. No 34. I'm not even worried about that. They tried to impeach this man, survived assassination attempts. They try to go after his businesses. They try to come with this hush money stuff and Stormy Daniels, Russia. He had faced so many oppositions. No wonder the guy won. He had it in the bag when the attempt assassination on his life. You know what I'm saying? So the American people are not dumb like that. Johns has to say they were looking for evidence that was bad for them. Absolutely. I mean, that right there has a lot to do, and that's common sense. The stuff that we're even talking about is even common sense, though. Right. James said he's really our George Washington. And then John says down here, this is the best THO, or the best though. I don't know what that means. Simple says American has awkwardness or awkward. People are tired. John has to say they get Trump booted from Twitter. Absolutely. They got Trump kicked off of Twitter. A standing president, get kicked off of Twitter for freedom of speech. I mean, the evidence is right here. Are you kidding me? And then John says Trump then created Truth Social. Absolutely. I mentioned that earlier. It was to counteract Twitter. It really was. Greg has to say he needs to keep babbling on and weeding about, or is that supposed to be whining? You said weeding. I know that's supposed to be whining about. I don't think they are done trying. Yeah, I mean, I'm just. Oh, you say weeding, okay, or whining. What? You know, it's all good. I got you. I mean, yeah. Well, I've never said they were done either, because deep state is a deep state. They gon' because they have a huge investment. They have a huge investment of keeping Americans slaves. So therefore, they can continue with their money and things like that and keep doing what they do. Trump becomes $40 billion richer. Absolutely. Trump is, I mean, like I said before, he's doing all the right things, man. Weaving and, like you said, bobbing and weaving. Yeah, he's been bobbing and weaving, to be honest, ever since 2016, truth be told. John has to say, Trump and Elon and others like them will save this beautiful country. Thank God for them. Absolutely. I mean, you know, Elon, I said this earlier, I don't know when you guys came in, but Elon should stay in Mar-a-Lago because he can be potentially, you see what I'm saying? So this is why you see him and Elon together. And like I said, this is just common sense stuff. Because had I would have been Trump, I said, hey, listen, Elon, I don't want you at home. There's definitely a threat out on your life. They're not happy that you bought Twitter X and you turned that around and stuff. This is what I want you to do. You're going to move in with me. We're going to be like side by side to each other and things like that. And I don't blame him. He's doing it right. He's doing it right. Is J.D. Vance left out? Absolutely not. J.D. Vance knows his role. He understands it as well because Elon is a great asset and he must be protected. Trump said it. We have to protect our smart people. I know people feel bad about J.D. Vance. Don't feel bad about J.D. Vance, man. J.D. Vance knew what time it was. J.D. Vance, no disrespect to J.D. Vance, man. This guy is an exceptional man to build himself up. And it does look like that Elon is sharing more spotlight than J.D. Vance. He's the vice president, you know what I'm saying? And he's going to be the future president. So he just got to believe in Trump because he's in a great position, great seat to be that president in 2028. And this is going to be a test for J.D. Vance. But like I said, I don't see that he has anything to worry about, man. Remember, he started out being against Trump originally. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it real. Let me see. J.D. Vance, let me see here. James says, J.D. Vance, the first Marine veteran ever elected VP. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. William Wayne says, I'm a liberal, trying to understand my fellow Americans more. What would you say is the number one reason you voted for Trump? Well, I'll say this. I'll say this here, William. I have always been a big fan of Trump, way when the show was The Apprentice. The Art of the Deal, right? Trump, he have helped so many people, donated a lot of money. Trump is the type of guy that's not going to turn a person down, or if a person wanted to speak to Trump. Trump could have been like a lot of rich snobs and did that. But when I looked at his policies, even back in 2016, this was a president that not only said that what he was going to do, he actually delivered. He actually delivered what he said he was going to do. So that was my turning point. How I said, you know, I'm gonna vote for this guy, man. I love what Trump is saying. So that is my answer to you. And again, I believe wholeheartedly. The guy on the tractor thing here mowing the lawn. I may have to relocate to another spot if you guys can hear me. I should be all right though. He just went by. So there was a reason why I voted. And another thing though, James, what pissed a lot of people off? Is that James? I'm sorry, William. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry about that, William. So William Wayne. So here's another thing though too. Trump seized the border, right? ICE was in effect. ICE always been around, but I'm just saying, They were activated to do what they're supposed to do, round up these illegals and deport them. Trump deported illegals before. This is not nothing new. He sealed the border, built that wall, had Mexico to pay for it. Hold on, I'm gonna put my other earbud on, then I'm gone. So sealed the border, sealed the wall, and all this other kind of stuff, and then had Mexico to pay for it. I thought that was very, very. He carries out what he said he's gonna do, right? He's the one that got rid of what was that, and there's so many policies that Trump has did. He secured our borders. We didn't have these crimes. He was for peace, right? No wars were. He ended the wars, if anything, ended the Iran and all the rest of the stuff. He wasn't the one out here. It's one out here promoting this stuff. So that's why there's a lot of reasons why I voted for Trump. Let me catch up here on the things here. John has to say Elsie Stefanik is the first female president. Yeah, she's on my list when I did Trump's pick. She was the one that he hired. Vance is learning a lot for 28. Absolutely. He stayed patient and do what he's got to do. He's a shoo-in for the future president. So I think he's fine. John has to say that's why Trump nominated her for the UN. Absolutely. Even though she doesn't have the experience of doing this before, but Trump sees something in her, and that's what great leaders are. They see something or see a talent in them and things like that. So I think she'll make a great UN advisory or whatever. You know what I'm saying? John says he got her away from the government. Absolutely. I mean, look at Tulsi Gabbard. This is the one that her own party turned against her. As soon as she said that she wasn't for the radicalization of this transgender ideology stuff, because she didn't like it. She told the reason why, because she didn't like how the children were being attacked, and how the pressure of these children, grooming these children. And I'm in agreement with her. She became moderate before she became a Republican. She's on a watch list, by the way. Did y'all really know this? Our own government, Democrat, the government put her on a watch list as well. Dennis Reisman says, all these lies from the media made me like Trump even more. Absolutely. That's what I'm like saying. John also said she is awesome. A combat veteran. She destroyed Kamala. Absolutely. 2019 on the debate floor. She beat her off the same record that I mentioned earlier about the mass incarceration of black men with the marijuana charges. 1,500 of them to be exact. And she had other dirty records, whether she was a defense attorney, attorney general, or the what's that one? You know what I'm talking about, guys, but because it's been a while, brain is starting to go away. John said she left government because she was out of Hawaii originally. I really like Tulsi Gabbard. Even as a Democrat, I said, man, she will make a great asset for being under Trump's team. Sure enough, when Trump offered the olive branch and offered a offer and made her an offer she couldn't refuse. I mean, Trump, we see in history, Democrats working with Republicans, moderates are working with Republicans, and this is what was going on, you know. RFJ, I mean, you know, you a junior. You guys, many of you like RFJ Jr. You know what I'm saying? A lot of y'all do, you know. John said she earns what I earn. John said she's the most powerful female in Congress. She really is. She got a military background. She served this country. I know Elsie. All right. John said I was with her at Liz Joy's campaign party. Oh, wow. Okay. That's cool, man. Yeah. I remember meeting Don Jr., man. I met Don Jr. before, too. Real cool guy, man. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So that's the thing about it. William says, okay, I think I get it, but I'm unaware of the wall being completed in Mexico paying for it. Yeah. When Trump was running back in 2016, he mentioned that how Mexico was going to pay for that wall. The liberal left lied and said that didn't happen. Mexico paid for that wall. That's how. Because remember, at the time when Trump became president, or and so forth, they didn't want to. They didn't want to pay to have that wall built. Trump was already saying, "Hey, I wasn't trying to get the government to pay for the wall. He said I'm gonna get Mexico to do it, and they'll be happy doing it because if they don't, I'm just gonna send the tariffs up so damn high that they're gonna wish that they built that wall." Sure enough, they did. Mexico paid for that wall. All right, and what else here? John says Tosi couldn't reconcile. Tosi in a better place right now, man. We know that Tosi is way better. She got better offers for what they want to call racist, evil man, yellow man, orange man, Donald Trump. This is what the left been spitting out lies all this time. And people are seeing it. You know, she hired the first woman of the chief of I can't think of her name right now, but she hired her. This is a woman in the highest position. This is a woman. You know, Trump never had no problems with women. Trump, John says the evil. John said Elsie is okay. Steph Nanke. John said is the most powerful woman in the GOP. John said Trump is going to throw his support to Elsie. But here's the thing about it. He already got his people on board and in charge. Let me move here. Yeah, I don't want to enter before I go here. Let me just go and move out the way. But Trump have already picked his picks, right? He's gotten all his key people. All these people are sharp. They're the best of the best. He said, I'm looking for the best of the best. I'm not hiring chopped liver. I'm not hiring. These people have already been investigated, and they all are patriots. They all are MAGA, right? And this is the main thing, though. All these people are what they do best. Because like I said, the MAGA movement runs the Republican Party, and the MAGA movement is the majority of Americans now. So there's two fronts that we have won on, not just one. We are in better position than we ever have been before in the history. You know? We have taken back America. That was the whole thing about it, take back America, right? John says, and each person was selected for the future endeavors. Absolutely. Because Trump is building a dynasty, by the way. So therefore, once the deep state has been eradicated and that the Federal Reserve Bank is gone, then at this point, people are going to see, as we go into the golden age and things and prosperity and everything, we would never have to worry about a Democrat, liberal, and these leftist viewpoints ever. Because people, you may get your head knocked off if somebody start talking that crazy stuff. Because everybody knows fresh of how it used to be. We have suffered under the hands of tyranny for far too long. You know what I'm saying? And it's time for something better to come in. Yeah, what else you have to say? John says Trump is thinking the long game. Absolutely. And that's what it's about, ladies and gentlemen. It's the long game. It's the dynasty that's being set up. So that way we don't have this rogue government to ever take over the government. Remember, Trump said, I'm taking the power away from the people and handing it back. The government and handing it back to the people. Trump said, I'm taking the power from the government and I'm handing it back to who? The people. That's what he said. Because this is all Constitution stuff. John says 30 Republicans, senators outlined themselves. And we are seeing, there's still a lot of rhino Republicans that are left. Not that many. Mitch McConnell, these guys, Kevin McCartney and all these other dudes. Everybody see what they really are. You know, they all been exposed, you know. Liv Cheney and them, right? They all been exposed. You know, they're no threat no more. Even though they align themselves with the deep state, they're all part of that uni-party stuff. Mitch McConnell is not running the RNC. We already know Trump's daughter, Laura Trump, is running the RNC. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got nothing to worry about with these people, man. We done chased them out of the Republican Party. They ran over there to the Democrats. They always were Democrats. Wasn't that they were ever Republicans. That's why they call them Rhino Republicans. They didn't never do anything. They sided and did the bit and the wrong with the Democrats. That's why they call it the uni-party. They don't have anything, man, that we should be sitting up here being concerned about. This is just real stuff that we're talking about. But I will say this. Remember when Trump was running a while back, you guys have been on some of these platforms where where they've been Democratic shields. They've been paid by the Democratic Party, and that's one I couldn't stand is Pac-Man. And some of you guys know who Pac-Man is. Pac-Man also been bought off by the liberal left too, propaganda stuff. Pac-Man, right? I can't stand that guy, right? But he's a Democratic shield, right? And people like him are Democratic shields. What's that guy named? Daniel? I can't think of his last name. I've been on his lives. He's the one that's rah-rah for Kamala. He's a white guy that's rah-rah for Kamala and all that. Daniel somebody. These guys are all, they were getting paid by him. That's why you ain't hearing from them no more. The Democratic Party, the gravy train stopped. They were hoping that Kamala was going to win, and because they were getting paid. You don't hear from these guys no more, right? Because those guys have already, what? The gravy train stopped from who? The Democratic Party. They didn't need them no more, right? Because Kamala lost, fair and square. You know, so what is the major? We're not hearing from these people no more. And then as far as with the news media, they're still being controlled by the Democratic Party. That's obvious. To spit out propaganda, they have lost a lot of views. Talking about legacy media. What is it? Fox viewer point has gone up while the rest of them have gone down. And they're in the process of laying off, which I think they're going to be fired soon. And Anderson Cooper and all the rest of them, Rachel Maddow, and you also have Joy Reid. I can't stand her either. I don't think that those people will be around. The View, Whoopi interview. They're not going to be around anymore, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get real news. Trump have already said it. He's going to set it up where we have real journalists like Walter Cronkite days where they just report the news. You don't need to hear from their personal opinions. We don't need to hear that. Just report the effing news and shut the you-know-what up. That's all you got to do. Remember Jeb Bush, facial expressions up on reading his note? Yeah. Jeb Bush. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The Bushes. You know, and that's the thing about it though, man. It's like people are seeing though, man. John, we can bring up all this stuff, and his grandfather's funeral. Yeah, we can bring up all this stuff, man. We can talk about him. We can talk about Biden. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that Biden is going to see any jail time in prison, though, to be honest. Yep, that note said. Yeah, I think Biden, I think his son, but I don't think Biden, Biden is old and 80 some odd years old, dementia and all this. I don't think Trump really could, but Biden came through on the last minute and Gio put that red on. Is that a coincidence or did they vote for Trump? And I can't confirm it, but let's just say that he was happy. Yeah, yep, I remember. I knew you received that blood money. Yeah, exactly. But I'm just saying though, we're seeing history being unfolded in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Before I go, for real, we're starting to see it. We're seeing history unfold for itself. And like I said, I thank you guys for really listening to me, man, and really giving me the likes and stuff. Please subscribe though, because we're gonna keep this thing going, man, in the future. William Wayne said, well, Trump promised to go after he perceived the enemy, so hopefully Biden doesn't go to jail. But yeah, I can't see Biden. Biden did a lot of stuff. Biden was a racist and all that. Biden did a lot of stuff. But I think for PR reasons, it's gonna really look bad when you lock an old person up. You know what I'm saying? It's actually worse than Hillary. You know what I'm saying? So Let's just say the dementia is punishment enough. To be honest, it really is. Yeah, Trump, and then John has to say, Trump is a New Yorker. Oh yeah, absolutely. I was born in New York. I wasn't raised there, but I was born there though. I got relatives there. Brooklyn, New York. I think he's from Queens. Yeah, Trump. Yeah, has sons, freedom. Okay, his sons, freedom. Yeah, Trump, his sons are looking good. Donald Trump, Eric Trump, Barron Trump. Barron looking good, man. The guy is 6'8", 6'8". I mean 6'8". He's tall, man. It's like he's a true definition of what tall is like. This guy is a very handsome man. He got women. He's already in New York, going to college over there in New York City, over there, NYC, somewhere over there like that. But the guy is tall, man, and he's already women. I mean, now it's like, the guy ain't got to worry about nothing. Barron Trump, he's the next somewhere down the line of the Trump dynasty, the way it's supposed to be, man. I can't wait. I am going to meet Trump, though, I can't wait to meet Trump, man. I'm going to have that photo like I do with Don Jr. I'm going to have that photo, too, that I met Donald Trump. I've been to his rallies. I've been there, though, man. I heard Donald Trump speak in person, man. Biden called Trump supporters garbage. Absolutely. And you know what? There's rumor, John, that's going around that Trump did that on purpose. Biden did that on purpose because he purposely wanted to sabotage the Democratic to the left with Harris. Because remember, he still had that vendetta of how they played Biden. Told him to step down and all that stuff. I think he did it on purpose, though. I don't think that, he did it on purpose. Trump ran with it because, because think about it. That ain't something, if I'm running for in politics or whatever, and I say anybody that's a supporter is garbage, yeah, that ain't. You think that's gonna win people over? It just didn't make any sense, though. I was just laughing at whatever people had their trash. I love that one meme where they had Kamala Harris in the dump truck going up, and Trump was driving the dump truck. Y'all remember that one? He was like, Kamala, you're fired. I laughed so hard. I shared that with my mother, man. We both laughed so hard, man. William Wayne said it was nice talking with you today. I enjoyed you guys as well. I hope the country will be okay these next 4 years. Well, like I said, you got to be optimistic because optimism is the major thing that keep a lot of negative things away. I will say that though. So Trump knows what he's doing. This has been a plan Trump probably been working on for a long time, man. You know what I'm saying? So he's well aware. And he's been doing great works of dealing with the deep state. Because that's who America's really true enemy is the deep state. Let's go ahead and be real. It's not these liberals and all this other stuff. They're just pawns in it. They don't even know. The real enemy is the deep state. Let's keep it 100. He told President Trump he was going to do it. Yeah. I believe that. There's a lot of validity with that. I do believe it, though, man. You know what I'm saying? Because why would he sit up here and say that Trump followers are trash or whatever? You know what I'm saying? I just look at it like that because, yeah, it was already solidified anyway. Biden shows up at the press conference, said that when Kamala was saying, "Oh no, I wasn't there. I wasn't making a decision. It was just Biden." Biden come out of nowhere and did a press conference. He come out of there, I ain't gonna say out of nowhere, but he comes out and says, yeah, me and Kamala, she was there too. We were both making the decisions together in tandem, in the situation room and the war room. Even though she tried to disassociate herself, she couldn't do it. Dr. Gio wore MAGA red. She sure did. She sure did. Was that just a hoax or was that the real thing? She put the red on, man. I mean, on election day, absolutely. Because they know, you know what I'm saying? They know. And I know underneath it all, they have great respect now for Trump. They may not like Trump, but they got to appreciate, because Trump ain't going to lock Biden. Joe Biden ain't going to prison, man. Let's keep it 100, man. Nothing going, Biden, And I don't think his son may even go to prison either. To be honest, I don't think they. I don't think Hunter Biden is going to prison though. I don't see that at all. Nope, he's not going to prison, man. He's not going to prison. I think he's going to be fine. They're going to be fine. And I think underneath it all, they may be appreciative that Trump, because he had enough evidence to lock up Joe Biden or whatever like that. They know, you know what I'm saying? Obama, on the other hand, yeah, he definitely deserves to go to prison. Him, Michael Michelle deserves to go to prison. Absolutely. Clinton's, but you know what I'm saying? Joe Biden told him, yeah, that's what I'm saying, though, Yeah. On election, I believe it. I believe it because it's all too coincidental, man. It really is. It's all too. I wasn't worried. I wasn't offended when we call, oh, yeah, Trump supporters are garbage. No, I mean, you know what I'm saying? You still don't get it. What you mean? Like, tell me, John. Tell me. Tell me exactly. I know when I get on my tangents of thought processes, I kind of forget some things too. I do apologize. But, okay. So, go ahead, John. Enlighten me, man. So that way I don't want to ignore anything that you're telling me. But go ahead, John. I'm listening. I gotta end this live, man. I've been, you know what I'm saying? I gotta really get on out here, man. I really enjoyed the support though, man. This was worth it. But go ahead, John. I'm gonna do this and then I'm gonna end it, because I've been at this thing since earlier this morning, and things like that. But you get caught up in time, man, and I got to get out and stretch and got to do all my other stuff. But just tell me summarize it for me, John, if you would, please. And I appreciate it. Allow Americans to reach the cliff. You gotta tell me straight out, John. You know what I'm saying? I gotta, you know what I'm saying? I've been talking since earlier in the day, man. So I may not always be there mentally right now, man. I gotta get some chow. I gotta stretch my legs. I gotta get some oxygen back into me. So yeah, in order to put Trump in a long-term success, go ahead. I'm listening. In order to put Trump in a long-term success, go right ahead. Yep, I'm gonna hear what John has to say, and then I'm gonna end this live, man. Yeah, go right ahead, John. I know there's a lag too on this stuff too. So he had committed multiple felonies. Okay, in order for proceed. Okay, too many. Okay, so I know we went over this earlier, John. The 34 counts you're talking about, those are not real felonies. Those are fabricated and made up by the establishment. So he got with Trump. Oh, hold on for a minute. Am I missing something? Hold on. Who you talking about, John? I'm thinking about. Are you talking about Trump or are you talking about somebody else? You got to make it plain to me, John. I know I've been, you know what I'm saying, kind of like trying to answer. Um, yeah. Hold on for a minute. Which one are we talking about here? I know we're not talking about Trump. So many. Who are we talking about here? I'm a little lost in the sauce. You got to help your boy out. Yeah, go right ahead, John. Okay, one. John, could you just tell me, just summarize it in so many words of what you're, so we can be on it before I go. Just come on and summarize. Okay, one. Allow the left to harm America. Okay. Okay. Allow the left to harm America. The reason people got a taste of evil. Oh yeah, I said that earlier, John. That's the thing about it. That's why Trump. That's why he stopped. That's why Trump, conceded. He didn't remember back in the 2020 election when it was taken from him, right? Right. Yeah, it was taken from him. He could have fought it still, but he said no. It's to your point, John. He said, I'm going to allow the people, because remember 2020, there was a people that was in a different space today. They weren't voting for Trump and all that, even though Trump had supporters, but he didn't really have enough to overcome the hump. But in order, and this is to your point, in order for Americans to see that, okay, the country is headed in a very dark space or place, in order for them to see, they have to see it to believe it. And that's what ended up happening. They saw the COVID stuff. They saw where this country, they saw the illegal immigrants that's coming over here. They see how these Lake and Riley and these other girls were murdered. They see all this stuff, Yeah. Now, John says in exchange for Biden to not to go to the gallows, right? He told Obama. Okay, so in exchange for Biden not to go on the gallows, he told Obama, the investigation will begin. Yeah, because I know Obama is not going to get out of this unscathed. I believe him and Michael Michelle is going down and things like that. But they're not the only ones. There's a lot of other key players that's going to go down and things like that. It's just a matter of time. You said my family is protected. Well, yeah, that's good though. As they should be protected. Is yours. Well, I'll say this though too. I may not be as protected as Trump, but I do believe in the Second Amendment, if that's what you're talking about or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that, things can happen. Things can happen, though, right? But at the same time, though, that's what's good about the good old America and the Second Amendment right, gun laws and gun rights. And I got to get some other stuff, too. Got to get some other hardware as well, too. But like I said, I think that we're going in a very, very safe space. We are on our way to the golden age. And like I said, we got to put a little bit more positivity, optimism in our lives instead of, not to say not to be vigilant and not to be concerned and things like that. But, for the most part of it, So other than that, guys, I'm about to end this live. Man, I've been on this thing for over 3 hours, almost 4 hours, man. I did one before like 4 hours though, man. But you guys really came through on the likes. And if you guys don't mind, I can take a few more likes and I will take a few more subs if you don't mind. I really need to speak with you to lay it all out. I understand. Well, what I'm going to have to do, John, is that I'm going to have to set it up where I can be able to do that and things. Because here I am, man. All I'm saying is simply this, though, before I go. I'm just sharing information. I'm not no great exposure or nothing. All this stuff is common knowledge by now, expressing my First Amendment rights and stuff. And this stuff, I've been reading books and looking at stuff and watching documentaries for a very long time, though. I feel now that we are in a very good place right now, and I'm sure you may have a lot of other things. I don't know it all, but sure. What I do is I'll leave my email and things. You can contact me through the DM thing or whatever, and we can go from there. That's cool. We'll start by doing it that way, John, but I do have to get up on out of here. Unfortunately, I don't come from an elite family. I got to go out here and make some money, You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, that'd be cool. You better lay it on out. We'll share information and stuff like that. Guys, we're going to be talking about the aliens on my next live, though. That's going to be coming. We're going to talk about those aliens, and we're going to talk about the Greys. We're going to talk about Project Looking Glass, Blue Beam, and all the rest of it. We're going to be talking about all of it. You know what I'm saying? We're going to talk about it. John Teeter. We're going to talk about it. We are not afraid to go there. Others had already went there before I did. I'm no Art Bell, but we're gonna talk about it. I appreciate you guys though, and things, and maybe I can get the Morgan Freeman voice going on, Man, if I could talk like Morgan Freeman, man, I'd be making a lot of money talking about what I'm talking about now. I was getting compliments on my voice, I like to say to all my fellow constituents, hello, Chicago. Can you imagine doing the whole thing with Obama? Trying to sound like Obama. Right. Yeah, people are no longer fearing because they have been they're woken up, so they can't stop it now. It's like they never meant for the people to be this much awoke and aware of things. We're not in those 1990 days and all this other kind of stuff. Um, there's so much information out there. There's guys that got greater lives and greater channels than I do. You know what I mean? Openly supporting President Trump. Yeah, same here with myself. I openly supported Donald Trump. That's pretty much obvious for me, with some of the things though. But other than that, though, yeah, man, this is it's been great, John. DM me or whatever like that. If I don't get back right away, I'm out here, gonna be doing a 12-hour shift soon, though. I'm already well rested though, and things. But for a Sunday, man, I really enjoyed you guys, man. I appreciate it, John. Thank you, man. I thank you guys for subscribing as well, man, and things like that. We're gonna have a great time in here, man. All is welcome. Just a few set rules, but other than that, all is welcome. We're gonna talk about those aliens. That's gonna be the next one as well, too. We're gonna talk about those aliens. Good meeting you too, John, man. I really appreciate you, man, and things, though, man. I'm just some random guy, man. I'm just on here and things like that. I just try to, not try to look for no fame or nothing. I just come out here. I watch my language. Oh yeah, it's all good. I appreciate you. James says, take care, my American brother. James, John, and the rest of you, Mr. Grimm, and all the rest of you guys, non-GMO Joe. Appreciate all you guys that have been on the live, and many others may not been chatting and commenting. The James and Johns, for sure, you guys showed up, showed out. I appreciate it. William Wayne, I appreciate you as well. I'm gonna start giving some shouts out now. Let me see here. Who else? Thank the guys, Sam, and things like that. Who was the young lady I spoke earlier with? She was really, really great. I shouted her out before. She subscribed. I appreciate you. We got Greg in there as well. Let me see here. We got Simple Simi. We got in here. Yeah, I appreciate you guys very much, man. You guys really showed up. Deborah Mathis. Yep, there's a lot of you guys, man. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So Ryan, like I said, it's all good. OG Drew, that showed up. Al McAllister, I appreciate you as well. Desi, shouts out to you as well, Desi. Travis Davis Sr., I can't forget about you, Travis Davis Sr. I appreciate you as well, sir. Let me see here. Is that? Oh, I think we got Sherry. Yes, Sherry, I appreciate you. Terry Hammond, I appreciate you as well. You've been great, and things like that. So, yeah, I think I shouted all you guys out, man. I said I'm going to start doing that, man. Because, like I said, though, you guys are the one. I'm just, even if I only had 1 or 2 viewers, man, I'd just be on here just talking about this or some other things. But I appreciate you guys, though, very much so, man. You guys all take care. God bless. John, I look forward to hearing from you. Yeah, so you guys enjoy the rest of the day for what it's worth. Get your laundry out of the way. Get your lunches packed for tomorrow for work. Get some rest. Yeah, do something exciting. Take the family out for a movie or whatever it is. All right, you guys take care. Love y'all. See you on the next live. Peace.